medal position, but it's Cape Coral now into the last 500. They've established a half-length lead, and now it looks like First Coast has just moved through Rocks by maybe a bow ball. So it's Cape Coral, First Coast, and Rocks are currently your top three positions, but we're coming into the final sprint. With these smaller boats with only 2 athletes, you can really change speed quickly, so we're going to have to see how this final sprint plays out.
And here comes Lake County, and Lake County is trying to see if they can move into bronze medal position, and it's stroke for stroke, and it's Cape Coral and First Coast at 32 strokes a minute. And let's see whether or not they jack it up once they get further into it. They pass the end of the island. We're into the last 250 meters very soon when the buoys go from yellow to red.
Here comes Lake County, the winners of the other heat yesterday, and they had a wicked sprint to be able to do so. They are trying to track down Rocks to take a medal away from them, but it is all about this Cape Coral crew. They're going to have to keep it clean for the final 200 meters of this race. If they can keep it clean, keep the blades in and out of the water, and continue to put on the power, they have earned themselves a state championship. But here comes First Coast now coming down to the line.
It's First Coast. It's it's First Coast and it's Cape Coral. First Coast and Cape Coral. And here comes Lake County. Lake County's trying to go through there. They're trying to overtake Rocks. Rocks is going up in speed. Here we go. We got ourselves a great race for the first one here at Nathan Benderson Park.
It's all come down to the final 50 meters of rowing for the state title between Cape Coral, First Coast, Rocks, and Lake County.
Lake County sprinting. They're up there about 34.
And it's going to be Cape Coral coming across the line with the tad bit of open water. Has Lake County overtaken Rocks?
We don't know. Oh my God.
Cape Coral wins the state title. First Coast.
Oh, I don't know.
Finishes in second.
It's a photo finish for for Lake County and Rocks.
We'll have to wait for the official formal timing from crewtimer.com, but congratulations to the Cape Coral women's pair on your new state champions. First Coast with your silver medal, and we're going to have to wait for that photo finish and the official result. It was a great battle. Rocks flipped the script from yesterday's result, where Lake County beat them soundly yesterday, but they said, hey, we're here to play, and we're going to have to wait to see who comes out with the bronze medal.
And again, some great sportsmanship between these ladies. Here comes the finish. You can watch it again. And there goes our leader crew, which is Cape Coral.
First Coast coming across the line in second.
And now, I don't know. I still don't know.
It looked like Lake County had just pushed their bow out in front with about 50 meters to go, but Rocks threw everything they had at it, and it's going to be right down to the last second to figure out who's going to be coming home with hardware.
Yeah, down there on the timing area, we have a video camera just sighted perfectly down there. And, Norm Thetford and his team down there is really going to examine this. It may be who had their oar in the water last, who was on the drive, who was on the recovery, and it's going to be tight.
Yeah, well, no doubt about your new state champions in the women's pair. Cape Coral doing a fantastic job, winning the first state title here of the Florida State Sweep Championships.
Also shout out to the University School, who finished in 4th place. They were the top Scholastic pair in this entry, and by virtue of that, they will be winning the Scholastic State Championship. So congratulations to them as well. All results can be found on crewtimer.com. We are still awaiting some of the official times to roll in, but in the meantime, the boys pair is on the line. The B final of the boys pair is on the lines.
All right, you can see who is there, which is Pinecrest on the far side, North Palm, Tampa Catholic, Ransom Evergrades, and Palm Beach. So we got North Palm against Palm Beach. This is going to be interesting.
And again, this is the B final of the boys pair, so they will be competing for 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th place overall in the state. Valuable team points on the line. And off the start, it looks like one of our top-seeded crews, Pinecrest School, may have had the best of the starts.
Yeah, Pinecrest and North Palm. Oh, wow, look at this. Somebody didn't get the memo.
Yeah,
And
that's
it looks
Ransom
like
Everglades got a really nice start. So Ransom Everglades holding up there in about third position, but it continues to be Pinecrest out in the lead. They've got about 3/4 of a length over the North Palm Beach, and then it's Ransom Everglades and Tampa Catholic battling it out in the third position.
Wow, great racing here. And again, we can see, watch how much there is oars trickling on the water and which ones are recovering without trickling on the water. You can see the dragging of the oars, and that it can provide some stability, but it's going to slow you down. And it looks like right now the Ransom Everglades is really going after it and going after Pinecrest.
Yeah, another brave row from one of our lower seeded crews here in the B final of the boys pair. Ransom Everglades doing everything they can to carve out an initial advantage here in the first 500 meters of this race, but it's all about what's going to happen down the stretch. A crew can start as well as they can, but at the end of the day, it's who crosses the line first.
Wow, that's about a half a length.
Very, very tight up front, and Ransom doing very well to carve out an advantage that they have. Open water over third place North Palm Beach is going to serve them very, very well coming down the stretch, but it is Pinecrest School by about a seat and a half. But look at it, is so tight up front. Ransom continuing to put on the pressure.
They certainly are. Let's go ahead, and we can see that Pinecrest crew is very, very relaxed.
And an update here.
And they're at 30 at 32, and then Ransom Everglades.
So while we're watching Pinecrest and Ransom Everglades duking it out in the B final for the men's pair, from our previous race in the girls pair, which came down to the absolute last second, it was a bow ball to bow ball, but at the end of the day, according to crewtimer.com, Rocks takes the bronze medal just over Lake County by 1/10 of a second. Wow. 0.15. So great congratulations on a brave row by Rocks to really lead it out early, go after it, hold nothing back, and they were able to turn the tide on Lake County from yesterday. So your results are that Cape Coral are your state champions in the girls pair, with First Coast getting silver, and congratulations to Rocks on the bronze medal row.
And we welcome everybody to our coverage here of the 2026 FSRA Sweep State Championships. It's going to be tight racing all day long for these finals. And now here comes the surge from Pinecrest as we're past halfway, almost to the final 500. Ransom put in a brave charge at the halfway mark, but Pinecrest has responded. But here comes Ransom again. It is stroke for stroke, bow ball to bow ball. Who's surging, who isn't, it's all going to come down to the final 2 minutes or so in the final 500 meters.
Yeah, if you watch carefully, you can see that Ransom Everglades crew, they've got their white hats on, and periodically the bowman looks over, and you can see that the Pinecrest stroke looked over, so they're keeping an eye on each other and probably throwing some power tens and other things in there as they try to break the competition. And there's our third place crew, which is North Palm, right there in the middle between these two crews.
And here's the surge now from Pinecrest, starting to try and break open water. Does Ransom have a response? They've been battling all the way down the course. Ransom needs to go have another surge if they want to stay in touch, but Pinecrest with the momentum.
Yeah, Ransom has really jacked up the rating. They're up around 39, but Pinecrest is sitting there and just tapping along at 34. So we'll see whether or not that high rating will make a difference, or that really efficient and long level rowing stroke of Pinecrest will continue to hold them off. And they're now in the red buoys, last 250 meters, and that Pinecrest crew is just sitting up really tall and, you know, really keeping their body weight level in the boat, and the boat's not tipping up and down, creating drag. And Ransom Everglades going for it, man. They are going for it like there's no tomorrow.
And
they're up to a 43.
Here they come. It's going to come down to the line. Another race, bow ball to bow ball, all the way down the course between two of our South Florida Scholastic programs. It's going to be between Pinecrest and Ransom Everglades, and it's going to come down. It looks like Pinecrest with the advantage.
Yeah, Pinecrest went into a sprint. They're now up at a 40. What great racing here at Nathan Benderson Park in this B level final.
And Pinecrest takes the win in the B final and 9th place overall by a smidge of open water over a brave Ransom Everglades crew. They'll be proud of that effort. North Palm Beach comes across the line next in 3rd, followed by Tampa Catholic High School, and Palm Beach crew out of lane 4 will round out the pack here in this B final of the boys pair.
There was some wonderful racing. Now we're seeing, look how excited that bowman is. And he better, I'm glad to see he has his oar up against his body rather than not letting go of it. That could be not career enhancing. Okay, so as we're going into 500, now all of a sudden, they saw that they were coming at, and they jumped up their rating to match it. Both of these crews were in excess of 40 strokes a minute.
And credit to that Ransom Everglades crew. They had a really, really strong start. A lot of times we see some crews kind of fly and die in the final 500 meters. That Ransom crew never gave up. They did not really fall away, and they kept up the pressure all the way to the end.
Yeah,
brave row.
Great job of flipping the script from the result yesterday, as we've seen in several. Yesterday's results are a good indicator of what could come down the course, but that's why we race the full 1,500 meters here at Sarasota's Nathan Benderson Park.
And thank you to Matt for going ahead and pulling up the results from yesterday. So our two fastest crews are Winter Park, and they're going to be in lane 0, and Miami. But Miami in lane 2, right at the very top in that blue boat, they had a 5:04. And Winter Park had a 5:20, and then everybody else is in the 5:30s and 5:40s. So our favorite should be lane 2, the blue boat, and Winter Park should be right up there. But then again, maybe somebody was kind of slacking off and saving their energy, didn't want to show what they had they had in the bank. You know, like we just saw with Rocks. And other crews, just kind of sandbagging it. And now we're going to see really what's going on.
We've already seen lots of yesterday's results overturned, but we do have to put the favorite on Miami. They've got a pedigree in that boat individually and now together. With a really strong row yesterday, we should expect to see them pop out and with an early lead. But again, we've also seen lots of crews, whether they were, I wouldn't say necessarily sandbagging it, but either they were keeping something in reserve for today, or we've seen some other crews who just said, we've got nothing to lose. Why not just throw the kitchen sink at it?
As we are sitting ready for the start, on the top of your screen now is your number 1 seed, Winter Park. In lane 1, right next to them in the blue shell, Miami Rowing Club, your de facto favorites. In 2, Team Tampa. 3, Vero Beach. 4, Lake Brantley. 5, Capital City. 6, Berkeley Prep. And closest to your screen is Tampa Prep. As we have a start, we are underway for the A final of the boys pair. And they will be competing for the Landis Cup. And for the Scholastic teams, the Showtech Cup in the boys Scholastic division. Berkeley Prep with a solid start over Tampa Prep, but as the screen starts to pan over, expect that crew in the blue shell from Miami Rowing Club to pop out and take control, and that is exactly what's happened.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it looks like our current leaders are Miami and Winter Park. They got a great start, and then Team Tampa and Vero Beach are right there with them. It is looking like it's Miami with a slight edge over Winter Park at the moment, but Team Tampa and Vero are still hanging in there. We've got 3 medals to play for here for the Florida State title. And as we get a good look at it, it is Winter Park. They caught a flyer. Christian and Joe, a lot of people are concerned when they call it a fly and die, but in a tailwind like this and a race that's going to be about 5 minutes long, you know what happens if you don't die? You just fly. And right now, Winter Park is flying. They know who they've got in the lane next to them, and it's Winter Park in the lead. Winter Park has about a half a length on Miami. Miami's looking to track them down and chase it, and those two crews have pushed themselves out to a 1-length open water lead against the rest of the field. Currently, it's Vero Beach probably sitting in 3rd, in that all-important bronze medal position.
Berkeley Prep also out there as well.
Yeah, they're really going after it at a really high rating. Our two lead crews, which is Winter Park above and the Miami crew, they're both in the 40s. So this is an extremely aggressive rating to go 1,500 meters and just be able to go to your start and just hang on.
Yeah, the pair is such a challenging boat to row because you have to have absolute confidence and faith in your pair partner. You're help setting the boat, but the two of you together actually you can't just do it by yourself. So you're trying to apply maximum power. You're racing at 40 strokes a minute. You can see the crews that are right next to you. And as we've seen before, anything can happen in these pairs races, both in changing of speed or hopefully not any sort of disasters. Right now, these guys are executing with a lot of skill, and as we hit the 500 meters, it's maybe Winter Park with still a bow ball lead, but here comes Miami.
Miami now with the momentum here. Miguel Montero Johnson and Tony Sevillano really starting to take control of this race now. Can Winter Park hold on as they're just past the halfway mark? But here comes the charge, the engine, the one that we have been so accustomed to see. These two combinations out of Miami Rowing Club, just a special talent, and they are taking control of this race.
And kudos to Winter Park. They are not going quietly into the night. They are hanging on to Miami's stern. There's still overlap, but Miami is starting to take charge.
They did a great job to not let that fast start from Winter Park shake their confidence, looking so strong as they're about to hit the final 500 meters. It is now Miami Rowing Club in control of this race and starting to walk away with it.
Wow, 320 for 1,000.
Holding a 140 split. That's really quick right now. We're going to be looking for Miami to try and extend that lead, and now they are moving out to about a quarter to half a length of open water. Miami's going to be able to smell blood in the water. They're going to be going for the gold. They're going to run their entire race sequence here. They're coming into the 250 meters to go, so as they hit those red buoys, expect to see them go for gold.
Yeah, it's a very powerful crew. The other thing to look for is watch their heads. They're keeping their bodies high, and they're really just set that body angle as the hands come away, and then they use their legs. But that weight stays up in the boat, and the boat's not bouncing up and down as much.
Very stable rowing here from Miami Rowing Club. This is textbook sweep rowing from this small boat combination from Miami Rowing Club as they're into the final 250 meters with about a 5-second lead. But here comes Winter Park, not giving it up.
And just behind them, it does look like Vero Beach. Vero Beach looks like they may have pushed out to try and get and grab the bronze medal.
Lake Brantley, no.
Yeah, no, it looks like Lake Brantley has moved through. Lake Brantley now in the bronze medal position. They've moved ahead of Vero Beach. Lake Brantley there has been pushing all the way through, so a great battle there behind these two leaders. It is Miami with now opening into the field. Miami out in the lead.
Miami sprinting at a 42.
Winter Park is securely in a silver medal position, but yeah, it does look like now Lake Brantley has moved ahead of Vero, holding that bronze medal position with 150 meters to go.
Miami takes the state championship after a brave row from eventual silver medalist Winter Park. Kudos to all of our athletes there. And yeah, you're right, Matt, looks like Lake Brantley currently in bronze medal position, but a strong charge from Team Tampa coming down to the line, final 50 meters. It's going to come down to the line, Joe. You
have to be careful, get their oar stuck on a buoy. I was watching some YouTube videos last night, and I saw a start where the crew from Switzerland hit the buoys on their start, and it just knocked them right out of the race at a World Cup in Potsdam, Bulgaria.
Well, Lake Brantley kept it clean enough through the line, and they are going to take the bronze medal away. Team Tampa with the strong sprint to overtake Vero Beach, but they'll have to settle for 4th. Vero Beach comes across the line in 5th. Berkeley Prep in 6th. Capital City in 7th. And Tampa Prep will round out this A final in 8th place. But what a brave row from Winter Park. They're going to remember that for the rest of their lives, I think.
I think Winter Park may have beat their time from yesterday's heat, and I think Miami did as well. Yep, Miami is a 5:01. Yesterday they were 5:04. Winter Park looks like they were 5:10. They were 5:20 yesterday. So some really, really aggressive racing. Again, with fairly favorable conditions with the tailwind that Matt alluded to, but some great racing and a really wonderful thing for Winter Park as far as a scholastic school.
And to all of the supporters on the venue, it does appear that we have the awards dock up and running on the north side of the island, right past the finish line near the medical areas. So if you are looking to see your medalists, your crews, receive their medals and their trophies, please come towards the awards dock for that photo opportunity. That is a great thing that they have brought back here to Nathan Benderson Park. As we have another A final coming up on your screens now, it is the girls' second freshman 8. And this was a race for lanes yesterday, and the crews have been seated accordingly. We saw a very tight race for second place. Sarasota Crew A in lane 0 kind of ran away with it in the race for lanes, but Sarasota Crew B not letting that designation of a second crew deter them from giving it to some of the other A crews from the state.
Yeah, so great competition, great depth here all the way down into the girls' second freshman 8. These girls will be looking for a state championships and the bragging rights, hopefully to build on that for future years, moving into some of the top boats in the near future.
As we look just about ready to go here, the crews are sitting ready, and the far side it is lane 0, Sarasota Crew A. Next to them are their teammates, Sarasota Crew B in lane 1. Team Tampa is in lane 2, and Oars is in 3. And we have a start underway for the A final of the girls' second freshman 8. And no Winter Park crews in attendance, but it is the Michael Vertullo Cup that they will be competing for. Mike Vertullo, of course, the head coach of the Winter Park girls, and honoring his legacy that he has brought to the state of Florida with a historical run and continuing that legacy for Winter Park. But in the meantime, looks like Sarasota Crew and Team Tampa with the fast starts. And we saw this exact line of pattern happen in the race for lanes yesterday. We saw Team Tampa take a very, very strong start, but Sarasota Crew B, keep an eye out for that blue boat second to the left of your screen. They really came back with a strong second half, so do not count them out despite them having a bit of a slower start. But Sarasota Crew A now starting to take control on the left side of your screen with a few seats lead over second place Team Tampa.
Team Tampa doing a great job. They're about 2 seats just behind the Sarasota Crew A boat. And then Oars currently in a third position by about 2 seats over the Sarasota Crew B boat. We saw this race play out similarly yesterday, and Sarasota Crew B almost seems like a train pulling out of the station. The wheels start churning a little bit slower, and as they continue to gain momentum and speed, they've now walked up level with Oars, so it's now Sarasota Crew A, Team Tampa, and it does now look like Sarasota Crew B has pulled level and just a bow ball ahead into the third place position.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a slow burn. I expect that for Sarasota Crew B. Slower start, but expect them to continue to rise and really trust their base rhythm and continue to creep on some of these other crews. But in the meantime, up front, it is Sarasota Crew A trying to break open water from a great start from Team Tampa.
And Team Tampa had the ability to see what the other crews had done yesterday, so maybe they changed their race plan a little bit. Maybe they know what's coming for them. They want to try and get as big of a lead on that Sarasota Crew B boat because the second half of that race is going to be coming hard and fast. But now it does look like Team Tampa has about a half a length of open water and are still half a length of overlap with Sarasota Crew A. So they have not lost contact yet. A bit of a wayward trajectory at the moment, but we're going to be seeing them race the whole last 1,000 meters to see if the Team Tampa can stay out in front in that silver medal position.
Looks like Sarasota Crew A has just broken open water back to Team Tampa, and they are just chugging right along. What I'm looking and seeing very nicely in that Sarasota Crew A boat is they're really waiting until the blades are covered by the water and then applying pressure rather than pulling them into the water. That is making them very, very long, and when they do grab the water, it's a solid connection.
Yeah, Hunter Loki taking control of the novice girls for the first time this year, and he has done a spectacular job on a rise here with a lot of these Sarasota Crew freshman girls boats doing so well. And credit to Coach Cassie Bradley as well, the novice assistant coach who's done a lot of work with these second and third freshman eights.
Yeah, the way that they are hooking those, lifting their hands right at maximum extension and then dropping the oar in the water. Every single one, particularly the stroke and the two-person, these ladies are dropping their blades in the water and actually causing backsplash, which is a really good thing to indicate that you're really being patient and waiting for the water to get around the blade.
As they come into the final 500 meters, it is Sarasota Crew A in control. Team Tampa still holding an open water margin on Sarasota Crew B, but that gap has closed from the start of the race, so keep an eye out. Team Tampa and Sarasota Crew B, the battle for silver medal, but it is all about Sarasota Crew A out in front.
Yeah, the catch of that lady in that second boat right there is Sarasota Crew A boat. Man, she is just really backing that oar in the water, and really can see her raising her hands. That's a very, very high level technical proficiency a young lady's demonstrating.
Yeah, and it does seem like Team Tampa has put in the work. They're going to have to hold off a late charge. We know Sarasota Crew B is going to be coming with some extra speed. Has Team Tampa done enough in the first 1,000 meters to be able to hold off any late charges? But at the front, it's Sarasota Crew A. Mistake-free rowing that's put them out in front with open water, and they're hitting the red buoys 250 meters, heading to a state title. You can see the coxswain pounding on the side of the boat. She wants more. She's asking more out of the athletes. This is the final. There's nothing to hold back, so they're going to run all the way up through the final sprint racing. It is Sarasota Crew A out in front with an open water lead. Team Tampa continues to hold off a charge from Sarasota Crew B. Team Tampa in the silver medal position. Sarasota Crew B in the bronze medal position with oars just a couple of lengths back.
And the attitude for this Sarasota Crew A entry is never win by enough. You can never win by enough. They are putting everything they can to try and continue to extend this gap to take the win here in the girls' second freshman 8. It's going to come down to the line. Team Tampa looks to have done enough, but still 100 meters left for them. But in the meantime, the state champions once again here in the girls' second freshman 8 is Sarasota Crew A across the line now. Great race and dominance from them. And it's going to be a silver medal for Team Tampa, able to overturn the result and disappointment from yesterday. They will take the silver medal by open water over Sarasota Crew B, who will do well to settle for a bronze medal. 1-3 for Sarasota Crew, but congratulations to Team Tampa for overturning that result. And Oars is going to round out the pack in 4th.
Yeah, so true to form, it seemed that almost in every race we've had so far, yesterday's results, they may be an indicator, but they don't mean anything today. So a lot of crews have figured out what they needed to change. We're seeing crews gain, upwards of 10 seconds on their speed from yesterday. When you can flip the script by 10 seconds, anything can happen.
Yeah, that is so true, Matt.
Yeah, so a nice job there by the Oars crew crossing the line. So we've got our state champions, the Sarasota Crew A boat, congratulating each other, fist bumps all the way down the boat. And there we have the confirmation of the results. Sarasota Crew A with your gold medal, Team Tampa with the strong silver medal, and Sarasota Crew B rounding out the podium.
As we move back up to the start line, we see boats on the blocks. This is the A final of the boys' second freshman 8 in lane 0. All the way on the far side is Sarasota Crew A. Lane 1, Sarasota Crew B. Lane 2, Oars A. Lane 3, Winter Park B. Lane 4, Belen Jesuit. Lane 5, Team Tampa. Lane 6, Oars B. And lane 7, Winter Park A. And the story of this one, besides the 1-2 performance from Sarasota Crew, was Winter Park B.
Yeah, flipping the script on their A boat. Nobody told them that they weren't supposed to be the A boat. And again, anything can happen here in the final, especially in freshman events. I know at the freshman age, you're going to get all sorts of body types, all sorts of skill levels, all sorts of power. You've got, we've spoken about some of the athletes here in these freshman events, I believe in the Coxed 4, with erg times in the 6:30s, which is just absolutely incredible. That's, almost a collegiate time versus some athletes who have probably only been rowing for a couple of weeks or months. So really good ability to see what sort of skills they've drawn early this spring, maybe throughout the winter. And again, we've seen results overturned from yesterday, so I would expect to see anything can happen here in this A final of the boys' second freshman 8.
And they will be competing for the Dan Newman Cup. And I believe Winter Park is the only Scholastic team in the field. Actually, no, there is Belen Jesuit as well. So for Winter Park, for the 2 Winter Park crews, and for that lone Belen Jesuit crew, they will be competing for the Jacob Lajunas Trophy as in the Scholastic division, as well as the overall. And it looks like they are starting to sit ready. Final few adjustments for these athletes, trying to scull their boats around and keep their boat straight down the line. Start for the boys' second freshman 8, A final moments away. And we saw yesterday in both the girls and boys' second freshman 8 Sarasota crew take a 1-2 performance, but as we have just seen, that result has been overturned, at least for the B crew. So for this B Sarasota crew, obviously they won't know that their teammates in the B crew from the girls' side had a result overturned, but they're going to have to be on alert if they want to continue a silver medal position as they were seeded yesterday.
Yeah, anything can happen.
It also is very important to note that these are 9th graders and younger. We may actually have some strong 7th or 6th graders in these boats. So these are their second freshmen, and this may be their first major race ever, and they get a chance to race on one of the finest race courses in the world.
And I can tell you here, at least from a Sarasota crew point of view, I was talking to Coach Hugo Enriquez yesterday, or this morning actually, and he said he has 22 8th graders on his roster, 5 of which actually made the A freshman 8, the first freshman 8, which we will see in a few races time. So a lot of depth and a lot of experience valuable experience for these 8th grade athletes, most of which are mixed into this race.
Yeah, it harkens to a strength that Sarasota crew has made a commitment to have so many coaches, and also 2 venues where they can practice. They can practice here at Nathan Benderson Park, where Sarasota crew is the manager of rowing activities other than regattas, or in Little Sarasota Bay in Osprey, Florida.
Yeah, the amazing thing about this is the second freshman boys 8, but this is the same race course, the same equipment, the same sport that the Olympians row. So they are going to be practicing this maybe for many, many years. You never know who will come out of the woodwork to maybe represent at the the collegiate level and beyond. We've seen lots of state champions that have started here in freshman events move on to represent Team USA at the world and Olympic stage, and you never know, is there somebody in one of these 8 boats that might continue on?
There's a little Clark Dean or Ben Davison in these boats, 2 of which are former Olympians.
Yeah, all who started rowing freshman events here at the Florida State Championships.
And you talk about the money shot, Joe. This is it, right?
Well, this is certainly a great one. The other money shot is the one from the start line camera. This is the one where you can look across and see them all. And again, I remember my beloved announcing partner, David Wyatt, just would look and see all these blue and yellow and black boats and just regale in the beauty of the start, which looks like they're getting ready to go here real soon. And we're off.
Yeah, a really nice shot out of the blocks there for the Winter Park B crew. They got to the second stroke faster than anybody else, but it is a full 1,500 meters. It looks like the Sarasota crew A boat and the Winter Park B boat got a good flyer there. Had a little bit of a crab there for the Belen 4 seat. They're going to try and extract that and get that back out, get back into the racing as fast as they can.
You know, that's what's called an over-the-head crab. That's where the oar gets stuck in the water and it gets behind you, and then you have to start. Now the adrenaline is absolutely going nuts in that crew, and they're going to just go after it, see if they can catch up. But they've got a really rough road to hoe.
Yeah, but in the meantime, it is Sarasota Crew A out in front, Winter Park B with a bow ball over the Sarasota Crew B entry. Those are your top three crews right now. Sarasota Crew's A entry has about a 2-seat lead, and now it looks like the Sarasota Crew B boat is charging.
Yeah, and Winter Park is right in there, and then 2 lanes over from Winter Park, it's Team Tampa. So this is a highly competitive race of all those crews that we see on the left-hand side of our screen. And it is definitely in doubt, but we can see that the Sarasota Crew 2 A and B boats on the left-hand side are starting to walk away from the field.
Yeah, and it actually now looks like Oars. It's Oars in the third position, Oars and Winter Park B battling it out, bow ball to bow ball.
Yeah, unfortunately, Oars just caught a horrible crab, and that put the stops on them.
But it looks like a stern pair of oars now, also struggling with some equipment. The bouncy looks to have pulled his oar into the boat and has stopped rowing. So we're going to have to get a shot of what happened there. And yeah, it does look like their oars now in lane 2 has only rowed with 7 people. So that's going to be extremely costly. Must have been some sort of equipment failure.
No, it looks like he may have jumped his seat because now he's back in.
Yeah, so we've got Sarasota Crew A out in the lead, Sarasota Crew B. Those 2 crews have an open water lead. Winter Park B currently holding that 3rd position, and it does look like Oars and Team Tampa putting their nose up there. Team Tampa is going to try and compete for a bronze medal here if they can make up ground on the Winter Park B boat, but here comes Oars. They've got their boat back in gear, and they're going to be charging back up the field.
Good recovery from them, yeah.
But what happens is when you're rowing, if in fact you do get what's called a crab, where the oar gets stuck in the water, all of a sudden all that speed momentum is on your oar and can push you down, and then you end up getting pushed sideways. And we can watch this right there where they get caught.
Yeah, so there are 2 different types of potential errors that can happen. So in the first 100 meters of a race, if there's actual breakage of equipment, they will typically call them back to be able to have a fair race. But the rowing stroke and part of the skill, if you catch a crab, that is not considered breakage. That's just rowing stroke that went awry. But right now, Sarasota Crew A and Sarasota Crew B, error-free rowing, that's got them out in the lead. It is Winter Park B trying to hold off the charge from Team Tampa and Oars, who are coming up hard for the bronze medal competition.
And it is not done and dusted up front between the 2 Sarasota Crew, but Sarasota Crew A only with about a 1.5 to 2-seat lead. It is very, very tight there up front. So the B crew doing everything they can to put the pressure on the A crew to perhaps flip the result. That would be quite the achievement for the B crew if they're able to overhaul the A crew. And it looks like they might have the momentum.
Yeah, they're holding strong. It's bow ball to bow ball. Each crew surging, but it is Sarasota Crew A holding a 1-deck lead. It's about 2 seats for Sarasota Crew A, but Sarasota Crew B says, we're not going anywhere. We're going to battle you out for the entire race down the course. They're into the red buoys, 250 meters to go. Sarasota Crew A, Sarasota Crew B. It does seem like Winter Park B has the advantage over Team Tampa and Oars, but it's going to come down to the line for the gold medal. A versus B, A versus B. There goes the B boat. They've caught a flyer, and they're charging.
Coach Hugo, you need to do some more seat racing here, my friend, because your B crew is really showing it to the A crew. I can see him biking alongside, shouting at the rowers. It's going to come down to the line.
Wow, this is
Who
a
would have
great...
expected this?
Somebody forgot to tell them this isn't an intra-squad race because they have pulled away from the field. It's Sarasota Crew A just by a bow ball, 1 foot. It's going to come down to the line. 1 seat between the 2 top Sarasota Crew boats.
Oh my goodness, down to the line. Too close to call between the 2 Sarasota Crew boats. They will take first and second, in which order we do not know.
It looks
and
like
here comes Oars and Winter Park. It looks like they're going to fight it down the line for 3rd place.
What a great recovery.
On the top, it's Oars. It's Winter Park. And it looks like Winter Park may have just edged them out, but we will see after Norm looks at the video and updates this into crew timer.
Team Tampa comes across the line in 5th, Oars B in 6th. As we see some of the official results rolling in, Sarasota Crew A just by 0.08 of a second. Sarasota Crew A has prevented a possible upset by 0.08 of a second, the smallest of margins. Sarasota Crew B with the brave row. That's going to be something they will remember for the rest of their lives. Winter Park B was able to hold off Oars by about 0.3 of a second, but holy cow, that was a race up front.
Okay, we're going to see a replay of this finish and watch it as they come to the line.
The top road.
Oh my goodness, it's who is surging.
Yep.
Who had their oar in the water, who had their oar in the air.
And then another bow ball to bow ball finish. Oars doing a fantastic job to recover and march back up, but just missing out. Winter Park had done the work to hold off a fast charging Oars. So confirmation of those results. Sarasota Crew A is your state champion in the boys second freshman 0.08 of a second against their own teammates, Sarasota Crew B, with Winter Park getting the better of Orlando Area Rowing Society Oars by that just 0.3 of a second. So, boy, Joe and Christian, this is the second freshman 8. We've got a whole docket of rowing going on today, and we're already going bow ball to bow ball the entire way down the course.
And no more coffee for me. I'm getting enough excitement just watching this. This is fabulous racing here. And remember, you can see this at your leisure. Go on YouTube and search for Red House Video, RHS TV, and you can view this race forever. It's up there, and you know, these crews can be graduate college, have kids, be sitting around having Thanksgiving dinner, go from football. Let's watch Grandpa race.
As we have the next event on the line here, take a breath, everybody, because we already have the next event about ready to go. It is the B final of the girls freshman 4 in lane 0 on the left-hand side of your screen. Now on the top of your screen is NSU University School. In lane 1, Ransom Everglades School. Lane 2, Orlando City Boat Club. Lane 3, Plant High School. Lane 4, Tampa Prep School. Lane 5, Oars. Lane 6, Edgewater. And lane 7, Ransom Everglades B.
Well, it's really remarkable, Christian, that the depth of these teams, not only to be able to put out a girls freshman 4, but also put out a second girls freshman 4. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah, for Ransom, yeah, that's correct.
It's amazing.
Yeah, good depth being displayed by one of our scholastic teams from down south, Ransom Everglades School, with 2 entries here in the B final. As you can see, the coxswains in the 4s, it's a little bit different from the 8s. All the coxswains in the 4s, at least in today's day and age of rowing, sit up near the bows.
Yeah,
at a time and place, you might have seen coxswains and 8s up there in the bows. Yeah, Joe?
Yeah, I actually have an old poster of an Empacher with a bow coxed 8.
Yeah, that was
very rare.
I did not know that those existed until I saw like an old video from the 80s where the entire, or I think it was 1972, the Munich Olympics, the entire 8s field all had bow coxed 8s. I was like, what in the world is going on? And
that was then, like this is now.
Underway here for the B final of the girls freshman coxed 4. Again, for athletes in their freshman year of high school or younger. As we have seen in some of these second freshman 8s earlier today, a lot of 8th graders and possibly younger athletes being contested in this event. So great experience.
Oh, looks like we have some interesting steering by the Ransom Everglades crew. And they did come into the lane of the crew beside them, but they were able to be off the stern, so we didn't have to stop. And now they're starting back up again.
Yeah, as long as you don't impede any of the other crews, if you have a wayward trajectory, the referees will usually let that go. It's all about fairness. It's all about just being able to let all the crews put down their best piece. In
the meantime, it is very, very tight up front. I'll have to give the initial advantage to their teammates in Ransom Everglades A, but the University School right next to them in lane 0 and the orange to red shell of Tampa Prep in lane 4 are all very tightly contested, as well as Orlando City in lane 2.
We're going to see it start right now, and then we're going to have be able to see the issue of steering of that Ransom Everglades. And pretty smart, the young ladies that are rowing on the starboard side stopped rowing in order to help them steer. And now we're seeing where some of the crews on the right-hand side are going right along that buoy line, and I'm sure that there's a judge referee behind them with that white flag calling to them and then pointing with the white flag with the direction they want to go. Now the coxswain can't see that because they're sitting up there in the bow, but that will be relayed by the bow person. They'll tell them, hey, we have to come left or right.
Well, going through the first 500, Ransom Everglades is still holding off a charge because the University School is certainly not waving the white flag yet. They're still battling it out. They're 2 seats down. So right now, the current leader, Ransom Everglades, just trying to hold off the charge from the University School in the lane next to them.
And that's how close that Ransom Everglades boat was with a little bit of steering issue. You can see once they started up as their bow will just cut underneath the stern of the crew from Edgewater High School.
Yesterday we did see one of the Forest events get called back, had
clashing blades.
Yeah, redo the start because crews clashed off the start. But in that case, no contact, no interference. Although it was very, very close, that is the line between a failed start and a callback to a active race that we have today. And it looks like on the top of your screen, the University School has put in a middle move to overtake the early leaders, Ransom Everglades.
Yeah, we're at the 750, meaning halfway. University School has turned the tide. They have flipped the script from half a length down to half a length up, and University School is starting to charge away from it. Ransom Everglades is still holding contact, and now it looks like Orlando City is moving into the 3rd position just ahead of Tampa Prep. Making our way down to the 500 meters to go. University School has found their rhythm, they've found their speed, so they're continuing to march away, and they are just breaking open water. University School now has a bow to stern lead with a little bit of clear water. Ransom Everglades currently in 2nd position, with Orlando City and Tampa Prep battling it out for 3rd.
Yeah, our lead crew, which is NSU University, you can see that on the recovery, their blades are in the air and there's no dragging on the water. And that is making a big difference of allowing that boat to accelerate. When you're rowing, the time in the rowing stroke, when the boat actually gets its top speed, is halfway down the recovery. And that's when the hands are away from the body and before you start to see moving. So it's you can see that this crew from NSU in our picture right now are recovering off the water, and there's no drag, and they're really sending that boat after the oars leave the water.
And yeah, credit to this University School athlete. I have seen countless boats throughout the years, both experienced, novice, and even at the elite level, where crews, especially even in an instance like this, where a crew that's higher seated may get down off the start, maybe have a little bit of a slow start, and a crew try to challenge them, and they just can't shake that. Like mentally, physically, they just can't shake that, oh my gosh, we're down, what are we supposed to do? And they just can't overtake a weaker crew on paper, or a lower seated crew in this instance. But for the University School to be able to stay focused in their rhythm, to trust both their coxswain, their teammates, and themselves, to be able to execute at the level that they know they can perform at, that is great, mature racing for this University School crew. Credit to them.
Yes.
Yeah, they were battling for a long time right alongside Ransom Everglades, but again, they stayed true, and they really did a great job of maintaining their composure and walking away, and they are really extending their lead with every single stroke right now.
Yeah, so we've got University School out ahead of Ransom Everglades, Orlando City in the 3rd place position, but over closer to the shore, creeping up on everybody has been Edgewater. It looks like Edgewater is trying to move out ahead of Tampa Prep, trying to steal that 3rd and 4th position. So we've still got 250 meters to go for some of these crews, but it continues to be the University School showing that maturity down off the start, but able to row through and now extending out to a 2-boat length of open water lead as they approach the finish line.
The University School coming down to the finish line to secure the win here in the B final of the girls freshman 4 and 10th overall in the state. Now across the line, a brave row from Ransom Everglades, and they're going to carry that speed to a 2nd place finish. In 3rd place is going to be Orlando City able to hold off the charge from a fast sprinting Edgewater crew, but here comes Tampa Prep now, trying to challenge Edgewater coming down to the line. It's going to be tight for 4th place in this B final. I think Edgewater is just going to hold on. Tampa Prep just running out of room by about a quarter of a length. That will be 4th and 5th respectively. Oars will be the next boat across the line in 6th, with Plant High School in 7th, and rounding out the pack will be Ransom Everglades B. So a great showcase for all of these 4s to put down their best effort here in the B final. Strong rowing for the university school. They will be looking to continue to progress in their rowing careers in the future, both at the scholastic and national level. So congratulations to our winners in the B final. University school dealt with the pressure well and were able to row through in the end and live up to their hype as the #1 seed in the B final. But in the meantime, we already have a start in the A final of the girls first freshman 4. Replay of the start here for you. And who we got, Joe?
We've got Miami Beach, Boone High School, Pinecrest, Bowles, Rocks, Lake County, Brantley, Miami Beach B, and Berkeley Prep. It's worthy to note that the first 3 crews up on the far shore, Miami Beach, Boone High, and Pinecrest, were all in around 6 minutes, with Pinecrest having a 6-minute time yesterday, Boone 6:02, and Miami Beach 6:03. And then Rocks was also in there at 6:05. So this ought to be a very, very competitive race based upon the results yesterday, but we're going to see what happens when you're doing it for real under pressure today.
As we go back to live pictures of this race, it is very, very tight up front between your 2 #1 seeded crews. On the far side, Miami Beach is being challenged by Lane 1, Boone High School, your early leaders through 500 meters. It is Boone High School out in front.
So it's those 3 schools of Miami Beach, Boone High, and Pinecrest, skip a lane,
Rocks.
and then Rocks is right in there too. So they're really doing true to form, and we've got ourselves one heck of a boat race here.
Yeah, the 4 crews with the fastest time, all within 5 seconds of each other yesterday in the heat, but now all being grouped together in the A final, and it's going to be very, very tight racing, expected all the way across the field even, here in the lower crews as well. Very, very tight across the board. That's what you get when you group all the crews of similar speeds. You kind of filter out some of the slower crews, and you're left with the 9 fastest crews in the state, all very tightly packed together. It's competitive racing, it's exciting racing, and we're all here for it.
And it looks like Boone has got to get their drums getting ready, because they are in the lead right now by half a length. But it's Miami Beach and Pinecrest on their port and starboard sides that are sitting there watching them, and we'll see whether or not they can overtake this lead of Boone.
And it looks like Pinecrest is now just starting to inch and creep into the lead from Boone High School, as you can see the yellow-black sign on the top. That is the halfway mark here. Boone High School first at the halfway, but they still have another half of this race to go. They are going to need to execute everything they can, but the Boone drum will certainly help with that. It's going to be hard to hear all the way on the far shore, but that thing is loud.
Yeah, not out of it either is that green boat from Rocks. We've got the top 3 crews along with the 4th, all still with overlap. So we're going to have to play out the second half of this race to see. Anything can still happen here. We've got still almost 750 meters to go to figure out who's getting first and all the way down to the 4th.
Now the coaches have told them they may have planned moves. They may put a power tent at a certain geographic location, and that may make a difference. Or it may be up to the coxswain to call for a power tent in order to try walk in.
And look at the move now from Pinecrest. They have started to overtake Boone High School, and Boone now being tracked down by Miami Beach as well. So as they come down to the final 500 meters, it is now advantage Pinecrest. Advantage Pinecrest in the final third of this race.
But there is no clear advantage. These crews are going stroke for stroke right beside each other. The coxswains are looking. This is so exciting because these three crews, because they're working off each other, can really start putting the pedal to the metal because of the competitive nature of rowing side by side. And there goes Miami Beach on the outside. Miami Beach has put a big move on there in the middle of a Power 10. See whether or not they can take advantage of it. Yes, and they just pulled up 3 seats on both Pinecrest and Boone High School.
So many things at stake here for Miami Beach. They will be trying to earn the Paula Davenport Cup for the overall win. Between Pinecrest and Boone, 2 scholastic programs, they will be competing for the Dragonfly Cup as well. So many things at stake between these top 3 crews, and Miami Beach now starts to surge ahead, but it is so tight up front. Pinecrest needs to respond now as they enter the final 250 meters. The coxswain will be saying, we are within striking distance. Miami may have the advantage, but now here is the sprint. It all comes down to this.
Pinecrest is overstroking Miami Beach by 2 beats. Pinecrest is up at around 37. Miami Beach. Now Miami Beach is going. They're both going. Here we go. It's a race to the finish line.
Pinecrest now with the momentum here. It is bow ball to bow ball. Can Miami Beach have another response here? They have fought their way in the second 500 of this race, but here comes Pinecrest now.
If Pinecrest is going after it, can Miami Beach hold on?
It's going to come down to the line. Pinecrest now with the momentum, but Miami Beach still has room to surge.
Yep. You can see the coxswain from Miami Beach sitting up. She's there looking over. She's calling. May not be the best thing to sit up that tall. And there goes Pinecrest. Pinecrest has found it. They are really reaching out there, and they have surged to victory.
Great sprint here. Pinecrest takes the win in the state championship for the girls freshman. 4 splashes and great excitement there. Miami Beach is going to have to settle for silver. Boone High School is going to hold off a very late charge from Rocks, and Boone High School is going to take the bronze medal. Rocks is going to have to settle for 4th just off the podium. In 5th place is going to be Lake Brantley. In 6th, we have the Bull School. Miami Beach B does well to hold on to 7th place. Lake County is going to come across the line in 8th. And finally, it's going to be Berkeley Prep rounding out the field. But what a great race between our top 4 boats. Heartbreaking for Rocks to be left off the podium by a very slim margin. But congratulations to the Pinecrest crew.
Yeah, really seeing some incredible battle plans being laid out. There was only 2 seats in it between 1st and 3rd going into 500 meters to go. Pinecrest had been passed just with 250 meters to go, but dug deep, brought the rating up even more, and as you can see in this replay, crossed the line about 3/4 of a length ahead of Miami Beach. It looked like Pinecrest was able to dig just that little bit deeper, and Joey, they were already high in the rating, and they had somewhere else to go.
They certainly did, and the thing that I saw, Matt, is they were maintain their technique. They were not missing the water, and they were able to execute that technique at the end of a really long race in a 4 that can be a heavy boat, and just the strength and the perseverance of these ladies in order to not fall apart when you're just hurting so bad.
Really mature rowing for a freshman girls 4. Really nice job here. And again, we've got a whole docket of racing still to go. But if it continues to play out the way these freshman events are going, you're in for a real treat in rowing today.
I may have to take tomorrow off from rowing just to recover.
As we already have a start in the next event. Congratulations to Pinecrest, Miami Beach, and Boone High School for earning themselves some medals and some hardware. But we already have a start in the next event. It is the B final of the boys freshman 4. We have a replay of the start coming your way now. On the top of your screen, we have Sebastian River Rowing in lane 1, Cape Coral, lane 2, Tampa Prep, lane 3, Capital City, lane 4, University School, lane 5, Berkeley Prep, lane 6, Gainesville Area Rowing B, lane 7, Team Tampa. In lane 8, we have St. Thomas Aquinas High School. Replay off the start. Looks like a good start from a Berkeley Prep crew. We have to go back to live pictures to see who really has the advantage, and it is the #1 seed out of Sebastian River taking the advantage early.
Wow, they certainly have.
And again, this is the B final here, so no medals or state titles on the line here, but they will be competing. The first place winner in this B final will be I believe that is 10th place overall in the state, and may secure some valuable points for their teams. And it looks like Sebastian River on the top of your screen is doing exactly that, with about an open water lead over the rest of the pack, but it is very, very tight between the remaining crews. Looks like in second place maybe Tampa Prep, bright red boat in lane 2, with about a half-length advantage over very tight between Capital City and the University School. University School not far ahead from Cape Coral either. It was also not far ahead from Garby. So all of these crews with overlap, but one thing is for sure is that look at Sebastian River rowing with over a length of open water lead.
Yeah, they're through the halfway mark first. They've got a length of open water, and behind them is where the real battle is. We've still got about 5 boats overlapping for that second position. At the moment, Tampa Prep appears to have the better of the crew in the lane next to them. That looks like Capital City currently in third, but we've got a whole slew of 4s just pounding it out. They're going to be coming into the last 500. Sebastian River extending their lead now. So even though they're already out in front, they are rating higher than everybody else in the field, and that's getting them further and further out in front.
Sebastian River coming out with a point to prove here. Maybe they feel a little bit disappointed that and frustrated that they weren't able to progress into the A final. So trying to put that in their past and laying down the best time they can here to see if they can try and contest with some of the times in the A final, because that is certainly possible given their advantage at the moment.
Yeah, and just behind them it looks like it's going to be a real battle. Tampa Prep, Capital City, and the University School all within about 3 seats of each other. We saw that real nice battle play out in the 4s race for the girls previously, but at the moment at the head of the pack it is Sebastian River putting their stamp on this race.
Yeah, and I've certainly been in this position where we didn't qualify in the final that we wanted, and that's kind of been the mantra every time we try and go back out there, because it is tough. It is tough to be, disappointed and frustrated, but you still have to go out there and put in your best race and get the result that you want given the situation. And that's kind of the mantra that I like to progress, that you do not belong here. You do not belong in this final. Prove it, prove it, prove it. Everything is in the past, but now you can do the only thing you can do is the best you can, which is win this final that you're in. And Sebastian River has taken that attitude and really been the class of this field so far.
Yeah, right now just behind them it actually looks like Capital City is trying to move up. It's Capital City and Tampa Prep just trying to move away from the University School, but between Capital City and Tampa Prep, that's going to be the battle for second position. Sebastian River appears to have this sewn up in the red buoys. Last 250 to go. Capital City is charging, and they appear to have moved just ahead of Tampa Prep.
It is going to be another tight finish coming your way here for the remaining positions, but Sebastian River, classic clinic rowing, very, very smooth. That is confident rowing, especially in the bucket rig that they have there. The 2 middlemen right behind each other with oars on the same side. That is the bucket rig we see so many times in the 4s. But look at the battle in front. You're right, Matt. Looks like Capital City has the momentum, but Tampa Prep not giving it away so easily.
Yeah, so Sebastian River with that bucket rig just bringing buckets of speed. They'll cross the line first, and just behind them, it's Capital City and Tampa Prep. Bow ball to bow ball. Who's going to take the last 10 strokes and get their bow out in front for the second position? Just behind them, University School and Cape Coral looks like they're getting out there. They want to be up there into play. So it's Capital City just with a deck lead, just pulling ahead of Tampa Prep for the second place position. Tampa Prep in third, and University School was able to respond there right at the end to just surge their bow out in front of Cape Coral with Gar crossing now.
I think that was Berkeley Prep actually in the lane of University School. So yeah, that is Berkeley Prep. So a little bit of a lane change there, but no harm, no foul, no interference for Berkeley Prep there. But yeah, that is Berkeley Prep. University School just came across the line now in 7th, and St. Thomas Aquinas rounds out the pack. Oh, excuse me. We do have a crew back there, Team Tampa. But yeah, that's a little bit of a interesting steering, a little confusion there. 2
crews crossing the finish line in the same lane, but one was far enough ahead they didn't impede.
And yeah, here's the replay coming up for you for that very, very tight finish for second place. But it was, like you said there, Matt, about a deck length lead to Capital City. Great sprint. Tampa Prep did well to try and stay in the fight, but at the end it was just not enough. And yeah, Berkeley Prep there was able to get the better of a very, very hard charging Cape Coral crew.
And here comes across the line the crew from St. Thomas Aquinas. giving it their all.
That's, yeah, and Team Tampa there in the red boat now.
I'm sorry, Team Tampa.
And
Great.
It looks like we already have a start in the A final, so as these boats come across the line, we can go straight back our way because it is the medal and state championship finals now on the course here. In lane 0, we have North Palm Beach. Lane 1, Vero Beach. Lane 2, Gar A. Lane 3, Pinecrest School. Lane 4, Miami Rowing Club. Lane 5, Rocks. Lane 6, Miami Beach. Lane 7, Edgewater High School. And lane 8, Melbourne Rowing Club. And it looks like the initial leaders look to be from lane 3, Pinecrest School with open water. And we will get those pictures to you shortly.
Yeah, we've seen some great racing in the 4s here. This is going to be really exciting. As Christian had mentioned yesterday, we've got North Palm Beach with some incredible speed and incredible horsepower. But I think it seems like Pinecrest didn't get the memo on that one. They're really going after it. They're trying to flip the script on yesterday's results to see who's going to come home with the gold medal today.
And here's a replay of the start of the A final of the boys freshman 4. We'll get to you live pictures shortly, and it was Pinecrest with the fast start.
But now it does look like North Palm Beach is tracking them down. North Palm Beach now has overlapped. They're moving to within 1 to 2 seats. So it continues to be Pinecrest and now North Palm Beach with the hard charge coming up.
Yeah, North Palm Beach is really moving here. And here we're back to live pictures now. We're through. Looks like that is the 500-meter camera. Yeah, that is the 500-meter camera. So we're almost approaching the halfway mark of this race. And now the tide is starting to shift. North Palm Beach all the way on the left side. The number 1 seed is moving out in front.
Well, they're still hanging on with Pinecrest, and it's going to be a duel between Pinecrest and North Palm. And in the middle, we have Vero Beach and Gainesville. And then 3 lanes over is Miami Beach. So this is an incredibly competitive race where we have 9 lanes and we have 7 boats actively an opportunity to medal overlapping. But right now, North Palm is starting to demonstrate their speed. In yesterday's heat, they were 5 seconds faster than everybody else. So we'll see whether or not other people can do. But Pinecrest right there in that white boat, 4th from the top, you can see that they're in 2nd place. And Gar and Vero Beach are also in the play.
Fantastic move there in the middle of the course for Jack Rashner, Ian Duffy, Cole Pearson, and Kieran Rhodes. Broadhead Cox by Benjamin Duffy. That is your North Palm Beach freshman boys crew that is out in front with now open water, but it is getting very, very tight for the remaining podium places between Gar, between Vero Beach, and now the early leaders, Pinecrest. And it looks like Gar has stuck their bow ball in front. They have just passed 2 boats with 500 meters left. They are now in silver medal position.
In Miami Beach, a little bit outside of our view right now, they are starting to see if they can track down our early leader, which is Pinecrest. But right now, you can see just how relaxed that crew from North Palm is. They're just very, very smooth, rowing well together, and just really moving that boat away from the rest of the competition.
Yeah, really good reach in this North Palm Beach crew. They're getting length, they're getting power, they're getting a bigger and bigger lead, and just behind them is going to be the question for who's going to get the medal podiums and who's going to be left off of it. Right now, as we've seen in so many of these Cox 4 events, Gar is currently holding the silver medal position. It does look like Vero Beach is trying to get back ahead of a fast-starting Pinecrest crew. It continues to be North Palm Beach out in front, but here comes Gar. Gar is trying to close the gap and make sure that they hold a 2nd place position. Pinecrest has not given up. Pinecrest going through the roof with the rating, throwing the kitchen sink at it. It's going to be 3 crews battling for 2 medals. It continues to be North Palm Beach out in front, and then the 3 crews behind them going to have to sort out who's on the podium.
Well, North Palm is just really striding away. You get the sense that they're doing it, and then we've got ourselves a battle royale between Pinecrest, Vero Beach, and Gainesville.
Pinecrest has surged. They looked like they were falling away towards the end, but they have regained and surged now ahead into bronze medal position. North Palm Beach wins the state title in the boys freshman 4. Gar takes 2nd, and Pinecrest just holds on to bronze. A bow ball ahead of Vero Beach, who will be disappointed to finish off the podium. Next across the line is Miami Beach, who's going to hold on to 5th. Rocks in 6th. Miami Rowing Club is next across the line in 7th. Melbourne Rowing Club coming across the line in 8th. And rounding out the pack will be Edgewater High School. But fantastic rowing from North Palm and a great battle for the remaining podium places.
Yeah, so as we've seen all morning already, we're going to see the close finish, the battle here for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And after a hard-charging Pinecrest looked like they had been caught, they were able to gather themselves, throw everything back at it, and just hold off as we see Gar crossing the line for the silver medal position. Pinecrest followed in bronze, and Vero crossing in 4th.
And Pinecrest will probably be a little bit upset not to have come away with the gold, but nevertheless, they were the top scholastic program to finish in this event, so they will be walking away at least with the Ethan Todd Cup. For the year champions North Palm Beach, they will be walking away with the Dragos Alexandru Cup. So congratulations to our state championship winners.
Boy, once again, just incredible rowing here at the Florida State Sweep Championships. For the freshman events to be contested this hotly, we're in for a real treat for the rest of the day. We've seen some battles where crews that were seeded lower have upset top-seeded crews. We've seen some of the favorites go ahead and win the gold medals. There's a great shot here of what is to play for, all of the trophies, all of the hardware here at the state championships.
As we already have a start in the next event, it is the A final. Back-to-back medal finals now coming your way. The A final of the girls' first freshman 8. Who's who in the zoo now, Joe?
We have Miami on the top, followed by Sarasota Crew, Team Tampa, Orlando, the Academy of the Holy Names, and Plant High School.
And this was a very interesting race to watch here. The top seed was Sarasota Crew coming into the weekend, but Miami Rowing Club kind of flipped that script and really took a lot of room out on their lead. Miami Rowing Club is going to be your favorite, anchored by the 2 stern pair. Those are the Cabrera sisters that we have come so accustomed to knowing in the past few years of racing.
Yeah, Miami had a time of 5:25 yesterday, and Sarasota Crew was 2 lengths back in a 5:31. So we expect that our 2 crews, which will be on the left-hand side when we get an overhead view, will be out on the rest of the field after they've gone through the settle and some strokes at the base rating. And it looks like that is going to be the case.
Miami Rowing Club with a slight lead now over Sarasota Crew, but still very, very close. Nothing in it, nothing settled between these 2 crews. They're going to be fighting all the way down to the line if yesterday's race was any indication.
Yeah, it looks like Miami has about a half a boat length lead right now.
And we might be in a unique position here where we're going to have another Miami team cheering for another Miami team. You're probably going to hear a lot of Belen Jesuit athletes cheering on their head coach's daughters here in the stern pair of this Miami crew with no women's entries here for Belen Jesuit. They've moved over to the Miami Rowing Club, and they are powering this Miami crew to about a 3-seat lead right now over the Sarasota Crew. We've still
There's overlap between Miami, Sarasota Crew, and Oars.
Great shot there of your lead 2 crews there. You can see the Sarasota Crew coxswain on the left, banging on the boat, asking more of her rowers, trying to get them back into the lead. But it is Miami Rowing Club continuing to move away now. It looks like their advantage is starting to grow as they come down past the halfway point, approaching the final third of this race.
And it looks like Oars is trying to flip yesterday's script on Team Tampa. Team Tampa in the race for lanes had gotten the better of them. We've still got about 750 meters to sort out the entire medals field. At the moment, it is Miami out in front, Sarasota Crew tracking them down, and Oars has moved into bronze medal position.
Yeah, this is going to be a great race. Great race between Miami and Sarasota, and it's to be determined whether or not Oars can move back in. But right now, Miami is just hanging on there and really starting to move away.
And it looks like that advantage has grown to over a length now.
Oh, and it caught caught a crab. It's a knockdown crab in the Sarasota crew boat. The 5-person has gone horizontal, and she's back up, and she's trying to recover, and she did. What a wonderful job. It almost looked like it was going to throw her out of the boat.
And I think she lost her seat there, Joe.
Yeah.
She's just trying to get it back onto get back into the float. But this has opened the door to oars now on the bottom of your screen, starting to close the gap. Looks like Sarasota crew has now just recovered, but they're really going to have to put on a charge to regain their lost momentum. Oars now trying to track down Sarasota crew for silver, but that has really given the title to Miami Rowing Club, as there you can see the recovery.
Yeah, it was an over-the-head crab. That means the oar got behind her. Now she's getting back on her seat. That's some really good technical, maintain your composure by that young lady in the 5 seat of the Sarasota crew A boat.
Yeah, she was fully out of her shoes there. I saw her put her feet back into the shoes and start going. So that's a really remarkable recovery, but it has opened the door now for oars. Sarasota crew doing well to regain their lost speed. They are now starting to sprint away from oars. Oars still hanging in there, trying to knock into the silver medal, but it is all about Miami Rowing Club out in front.
We've got another crab in the Sarasota crew boat now. It looks like Miami is an open water advantage, and oars has moved into the silver medal position. Oars has gone from a 4th place seeding where they weren't going to get hardware to now looking at a silver medal in the state championships. It is Miami with an open water dominance here in the girls freshman 8.
And here comes Team Tampa. Team Tampa is trying to work their way through. They are really flying. Can Team Tampa overtake Sarasota crew?
Miami Rowing Club wins the state championship oars. A tremendous upset for them. They're going to finish in silver. Sarasota.
And here comes Team Tampa.
Just trying to hold on. Oh my goodness, it was so tight between Sarasota crew and Team Tampa for the bronze, and devastation for Sarasota crew. Regardless of the result, whether they're on the podium or not, they will be very upset with that result. A lot of different issues put under pressure by Miami Rowing Club.
But while they could be upset, there was really a tremendous effort by those young ladies to recover and able to hold on. And you know, even though they're in a despair position, they ought to feel good about their resilience, about how they're able to get back.
And we're going to get a replay of the finish as the times are starting to roll in. Miami Rowing Club confirmation with the win with a 5:23.61. Look and be the judge down to the surge.
Team Tampa with an absolute furious charge there at the end. We're waiting for the confirmation of the final results.
I think Sarasota crew may have held on.
Yeah, Team Tampa definitely smelled blood in the water there, seeing all of the several miscues from Sarasota crew, and they really tried to take advantage. It's still to be seen, waiting on the times. You can see Sarasota crew 10.09 seconds behind the leaders, and there's confirmation 1/100th
of a second. My God, that's a bow ball.
Oh, man.
Not even a bow ball.
That's a half a bow ball.
That is absolutely incredible. Kudos to Team Tampa for such a hard charge there at the end. But looks like Sarasota crew was able to recover from a couple of disastrous strokes and still hold a podium finish there. But all hats off to the Miami Rowing Club with a dominant win in the girls freshman 8.
You know, one of the things I like to say, there are 3 types of sweep rowers in the world. Those that have caught crabs, those that are going to catch crabs, and liars. So you will catch a crab during your career. I know I've caught a few, and you'll learn from it and be stronger and know what you aren't going to do again.
Yeah, certainly the closest result of the entire regatta so far. We still have so many races still here to come. These are still the freshman events that we're playing out. We're in the B final of the boys freshman 8. And the 3 crews that we have on the far shore is Miami Beach. In the middle lane is Space Coast, and nearest to the beach will be the Bowl School.
3-boat B final here on the cards, and it looks like the #1 seed has taken that seeding and blown out of the start. It is Miami Beach with now about a half a length over, very tight between Space Coast and the Bowl School.
And some really excellent rowing at the B final for the boys freshman 8s. That means each of these crews has an A boat. Blame my last, I'm wrong on that. But it's just really, really excellent rowing by these crews.
Yeah, so it looks like Miami Beach has stretched out their lead. They're about 3/4 of a length, with the Space Coast crew still holding overlap, and the Bull School is still charging. Bull School and Space Coast look like they're going to be battling it out for the second half of this race for that second position. Miami Beach in a strong position in first, trying to extend out, trying to break contact, but Space Coast isn't going away anytime soon.
Yeah, you don't know what can happen. They could be steering in a bad position, and all you have to do is bang your oar against a buoy, or you can get your oar stuck on the line, which attaches the buoy down to the long line underneath the water. And as I was saying before, I was watching a video last night at the World Championship level at a World Cup in Bulgaria, and I watched the Swiss crew that was really highly rated bang a buoy in the start, and that just knocked them off the pace.
Yeah, well, currently holding the pace. Miami Beach has now extended out to about a stern lead, but the Bull School has done a great job. They've gotten back onto terms with Space Coast. It continues to be Miami Beach out in front with Space Coast and Bulls trying to track them down, but Miami Beach is saying, no thank you, we'll take the lead here with 500 meters to go. Really nice and composed rowing. And Joe, this is a fantastic race here. The weather, the conditions, the race course, all are world class right now. We're watching them actually just be able to throw down their best race, measure up against each other, and now it looks like the Bull School has put in the body of the work in the middle of the race. They've moved into second position about a half a length and moving away from Space Coast. So it's currently Miami Beach, Bulls, and Space Coast in that order, approaching the red buoys.
And there on your screen are some very, very happy young men getting their medals. We'll see. It's interesting. Bull School is really carrying a lot of speed. Will they be able to move into Miami Beach?
It looks like they're starting to get contact back. They may run out of racetrack. It's 250 meters to go. They're in the red buoys. Miami Beach is going to go ahead and empty the tank and try to hold off a charge from the Bull School, who's trying to eat into their lead.
Oh, look how beautifully flat the water is right now. It's become very calm. The wind is just a whisper, and it is just not impacting the water. See how glassy it is? This makes it really easy.
Well, it doesn't look like they're taking it easy, because they're putting all of their effort into it. It continues to be Miami Beach out in front. They have just rebroken out to open water, so it will be the Miami Beach crew crossing the line first, about a foot of open water ahead of the Bull School, with Space Coast rounding out the field in third position.
Wow, very, very nice rowing by these freshmen in the B final. And now we're going to go for the state championship. And we've got some really, really tight racing results. Yesterday, Belen Jesuit rode a 4:42. And Sarasota crew was a 4:44. So we expect that those two crews plus Melbourne Rowing Club at a 4:48, they are really going to be vying for the lead. But who knows? Did Orlando Oars or Winter Park just kind of sandbag and coast in? Not really showing their speed. Time will tell, and racing will answer the question.
Christian, you'd mentioned earlier in the season, Belen had the fastest times early on in some of the races, besting Sarasota crew by double-digit seconds. And based on the times from yesterday, it looks like Sarasota crew has started to make up some ground, only about a 2-second difference between the two boats in the heat times. So now they get to directly race each other, play for the medals, and see who's going to come home with the trophy.
Yeah, Sarasota crew had to really do a lot of experimentation and shuffling around with the lineups to try and find the right combination that Coach Hugo Henriquez feels is best to challenge this undefeated Belen Jesuit freshman 8. And that crew has now comprised of 5 8th graders, for Sarasota Crew. So great experience for these very, very young athletes to earn the trust of their coach and their teammates to be able to perform at the highest level for boys freshmen in the state of Florida.
So we've seen the battle royale back and forth between Sarasota Crew and Belen in so many different categories yesterday. The way it's played out often is Sarasota Crew gets out into a small lead and then Belen comes charging back. So we're going to look to see those crews. What are they going to do different in the race plan? They know the competition. They know what they have within themselves, but they've got to row 1,500 meters as hard as they can to figure out who comes out on top.
And despite being the defending Scholastic National Champions, Belen Jesuit actually didn't win this event overall. It was Sarasota Crew that are the defending overall state champions in this event. So Belen Jesuit will want to not only take the Scholastic title, but also bring home the overall state title. They're in prime position to do so, but they still have 1,500 meters to get the job done.
And we're off.
And it looks like Orr's got a good start.
Yeah, they're running it through the paces. They're all up in their high strokes. They'll be taking the first 20 to 30 strokes at max speed, trying to get that boat from 0 to 60 as quickly as they can and settling into base rhythm, trying to lay down that top speed as early as possible.
And another caveat for some of the Scholastic crews, 3 of the top Scholastic boats in the state will earn automatic bids and invitations to the Scholastic National Championships. There are only 3 Scholastic teams in this field for the A final. So by virtue of earning their spot through the heats, Belen, Winter Park, and Pinecrest have all earned their bids to the Scholastic National Championships. But in the meantime, out in front, tight, very, very tight racing between Sarasota and Belen.
Yeah, Belen is on the left-hand side of our picture. Next to them is the lead crew of Sarasota Crew, and then 2 lanes over is Melbourne Rowing Association, or Melbourne Rowing Club, rather.
Yeah.
And these are our 3 fastest crews in the heats, and they are certainly performing to what they did yesterday.
Coming through the first 500, it does look like Belen has an early advantage, but it's only about 1 seat. Sarasota Crew is fighting right with them, and Melbourne in 3rd position. They're all trying to separate themselves out for the podium. Team Tampa is going to try and move back up into it, and it also looks like Oars is trying to stay in contention for a podium finish.
Wow, it looks like Belen is starting to walk away.
Belen starting to inch out in front here now, up to about a deck lead and starting to grow now for Belen Jesuit over Sarasota Crew. Melbourne also doing well to hold on to their connection with Sarasota Crew. They are stroke for stroke. They seem to be of very, very similar speeds at the moment. But Belen now halfway through this race, about 3 to 4 seats in advantage and growing.
Yeah, and they're always going to be dangerous in the second half. They're coming down here fast and furious. They're past the halfway mark. Belen has a half a length over Sarasota Crew, and it does look like at the moment Melbourne Rowing Club holding that bronze medal position, but Team Tampa and Oars are going to be battling them all the way.
But if Belen wants to continue to move, they're going to have to keep their strokes clean. A few scrappy strokes has just now opened the door for Sarasota Crew. They started to shift now in the momentum down the stretch. Belen still maintaining a 3 to 4 seat lead, but a few scrappy strokes might have just opened the door. Can Belen recover their speed and continue to walk away? Because they're into the final 500 meters. Watch out for the Belen sprint. Sarasota Crew never count them out. They always try to find something in the end. And for the bronze medal, Melbourne Rowing Club also doing well to hold on to their positions, but they're going to have to avoid the charges from Oars and Team Tampa on either side of them.
And getting stroke rates, Belen is about 2 beats higher than Sarasota Crew, which speaks well for Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew is just about getting the same amount of run per stroke. We're looking at the puddles, bows puddle, and when 7's oar goes in, they're getting about 2 feet. And the same thing is happening with Belen. And Belen being at a higher rating and getting just as much run is allowing them to stay on. But these 2 crews are battling down, and nobody's moving away from anybody. They're right at the same speed.
Here comes the sprint. Sarasota Crew just took a few seats in the final few strokes before the red buoys. Belen needs to respond now, because you can see the coxswain looking out. He is seeing Sarasota Crew move now into the final 250 meters. Belen needs to execute their signature sprint if they want to win the overall title, but it is going to come down to the line. Belen now, there is the move from Belen, and a crab.
Yeah, Belen's 7-man caught a crab, too bad. And there goes Sarasota Crew. They moved a half a length on that crab, and they are going to power their way through to a state championship.
Oh my goodness, another crab affecting these freshman eights, and it's going to give Sarasota Crew the state championship after struggling so badly in the early season races. They're going to come back and take advantage of that mistake. They win the state championship once again in the boys' first freshman eight. Heartbreak for Belen Jesuit. They will take silver, and Melbourne Rowing Club holds on to the bronze. Oars just ahead of Team Tampa by a bow ball for 4th and 5th respectively. Winter Park comes across the line next in 6th. Miami Rowing Club in 7th. And Pinecrest is going to round out the field in 8th. Holy smokes, what a final few strokes there for Sarasota Crew.
Wow, wow, wow. As we've already said, anything can happen in these races. You got to do the whole 1,500 meters. We've seen upsets, we've seen heartbreaks, and now we're crowning the Sarasota Crew the champions of the boys freshman 8. We'll get a quick
And here comes a replay
what
of
happened there in the final sprint. And that was just after Belen had quickly recovered from the crab, but it had opened the door, and Sarasota Crew pounced on it, took advantage, and takes home the trophy.
Wow. What happened was, as you were rowing along, anybody could row the first 500 perfect. You got plenty of power. You don't have to worry about your stamina. But it's the last 500 meters when you're right on the very edge. I've had occasion where I was training so hard I could barely see. My vision went down to like 2 little spots, and you just hang on and trust your strokes. And then it's a situation where, you know, it was just a little bit too much.
And there are the official results now rolling in. Sarasota Crew, 4 minutes and 41 seconds, .92 is the time, 2.5 seconds ahead of Belen Jesuit. Came down to the sprint, and Melbourne Rowing Club doing well. Congratulations to them. They really wanted to finish on the podium in this event with this 8, and they have done just that. Melbourne Rowing Club takes the bronze medal. Great result for them out of the East District.
All right, we're going to go from 8s and boys to the girls junior 4B final, and this will be a 7-boat race with Space Coast, Edgewater, Gainesville, Ransom Everglades, Team Tampa, Hillsborough High School, and in the foreground is Plant High School.
And this is going to be the first of our junior age categories here, as we already have a start now underway in the girls junior 4. These are for athletes in their junior year of high school or younger, the first of many of our junior age categories. And a straight final coming your way, B final placement coming your way here. And
Wow.
It looks very even off the start.
Yeah. All crews still within contact, no more than 2 or 3 seats from 1st through 7th.
And maybe it's just a bow ball to Edgewater, but all the positions are changing every stroke.
Yeah, it looks like Hillsborough is also right in there, in second from our right-hand side there.
And as they start to settle into their base rhythms here, it's going to come down very, very even in the first 250 meters. Now it's down to the base rhythms. Can these 4s hold on to their rhythm and hold on to their speed that they've done so well to create off the start? Who will carry each stroke better and in a more confident manner? At the moment, it looks like the top 3 are just starting to edge themselves forward between Space Coast, Edgewater High School, and all the way on the far side, Hillsborough High School, trying to overturn their lower seeding for a higher placement in this B final. It is still so tight up front. 5 boats now starting to separate themselves from the rest of the pack, but never count out on the bottom between Tampa Prep and Plant High School, still within connection of the field. then they have plenty of room to regain the deficits. But it does look like the top two are starting to slowly inch themselves forward between Space Coast, Edgewater, and now also Hillsborough High School. And there you see the camera at the 500-meter mark. It is Space Coast by half a deck and very tight between Edgewater and High School, or Edgewater and Hillsborough High Schools coming through the 500.
Yeah, what an incredible race. Even though this is the B final, they're all still duking it out. Everybody's still in contention at the moment. It is starting to spread out a bit with Space Coast and Edgewater trying to take the earlier lead. And is that Hillsborough also trying to move back into the lead pack? We are starting to get a bit of a, we'd call it the pecking order as they were seated, but a lot of these crews are still within striking distance to be able to turn the tide.
So tight between all 5 of your top crews, and even Plant High School on the bottom of your screen starting to edge their way into the initial leaders, Hillsborough High School. But yeah, a little bit of separation now. Space Coast and Edgewater have decided that they are the top 2 crews. They want to live up to their seeding, and they are putting in the move to do just that. But in the middle now also Ransom Everglades trying to overtake Gainesville Area Rowing and secure themselves a de facto 3rd place position. It is still stroke for stroke, but it looks like Ransom Everglades has the momentum.
As we pass the halfway mark, it does look like Space Coast is starting to stride out. They've got 3/4 of a length over Edgewater. Edgewater only has a deck over a hard-charging Ransom Everglades. Ransom Everglades is moving up right now, but Gainesville Area Rowing is not giving it up just yet. We've got overlap between all of the top 4 boats.
And also off the screen there as well was Hillsborough High School. They were still in contention, and Plant High School was starting to move on them. So many movements across the entire field. And Space Coast has continued to move away. Those athletes will feel confident in that they have the momentum across the rest of the field. They will be trying to secure themselves a 9th place finish overall in the state here in this B final as they're through the final 500 meters. Space Coast leading out Edgewater and very tight between Gar and Ransom Everglades. Gar has responded, like you said there, Joe, in the final, in the past 250 meters. Good response from Gar, but Ransom still with the bow ball. Hillsborough High needing to contend with Plant High School as well. They've been about a 3/4 length advantage for the majority of this race. If Hillsborough wants to break into the top 4, they really need to go now, but they had a really fast start. Is there going to be anything left in the tank for them? It remains to be seen, but in the meantime, Ransom responds now, putting about a foot between themselves and Gar for 3rd position. Space Coast now starting to break open water over Edgewater, who is likewise trying to break open water over the 2 boats battling for 3rd. Guard now responds and has closed the gap ahead of Ransom. It is bow ball to bow ball for that 3rd place position. And now Gar has moved ahead here as we are approaching the final 250 meters.
Yeah, they're just trading blows. It's like a Rocky Balboa movie.
Yeah, and at the moment it does continue to be Space Coast out in front by open water, Edgewater clinging to that 2nd position, but by virtue of Gainesville Area Rowing and Ransom Everglades in the boxing match, they appear to have moved back a little bit into the Edgewater's 2nd place position, but Edgewater holding 2nd, coming into the last 200 meters. It continues to be Space Coast with the open water lead, Edgewater in 2nd. A little bobble there by Gar is opening the door for Ransom Everglades, and it does seem like Ransom Everglades and Gar are going to have to battle it out all the way through the final sprint.
Ransom looks like they're moving.
And there's a nice picture of our leader, Space Coast, and they've got it done and dusted. And Edgewater's hanging on, and look at this. And there comes Ransom.
Ransom with the huge charge to put themselves firmly in 3rd place position. That is a fantastic move, but in the meantime, Space Coast wins the B final of the girls Junior 4. Edgewater's going to do well to hold on to 2nd, and Ransom with the great charge and a fire sprint coming down towards the line. They're going to secure 3rd, about a length over Gar.
That was a masterful sprint, executed at exactly the right time, and they put the pedal to the metal.
Yes, they did. Hillsborough comes across the line in 5th. They're going to hold off Plant High School for 6th. Tampa Prep next across the line in 7th. And they will round out the pack. So great racing here another fantastic showcase of sweeps rowing here by all of our crews in the B final of the girls Junior 4. Congratulations to our winners and 9th place overall Space Coast crew.
We've got the confirmation of the results here in the B final of the girls Junior 4 Space Coast with the open water victory over Edgewater, and Edgewater able to hold off a fast charging Ransom Everglades, who was able to take up an entire length of boat length in the last probably 150 meters with just a furious sprint. So really nice job by those Ransom Everglades athletes to be able to time it to perfection, put it all the way on the floor, and get into that 3rd spot.
This gives us a really nice picture as our drone flies back down to the start line. You can see the wave attenuator, which goes right down the middle of the course. This is a floating concrete steel structure with vents on either side, so that the wind and the waves that might be coming off of past I-75 just gets knocked down and creates the best possible water conditions. All right, here's our A final. This is for the state championship. St. Thomas Aquinas was our fastest crew, and it's equal time with South Orlando. Bowles is right in there, Academy of Holy Names, Pinecrest, Vero Beach, Pensacola Rowing Club, and Team Tampa.
Yeah, this is going to be a real battle royale. A lot of the times they're very close to each other. We've got some powerhouses, we've got some technicians, and we're going to be seeing 1,500 meters of excellent racing. We've already seen results get flipped from the days before, so anything can happen here. So it's exciting to see pretty much everybody in this field has a chance of putting their stamp on this race.
The race for the Horn Cup is now underway for the Scholastic teams. The Doug Davis Cup now underway on your screens live. And the initial starters, maybe it looks like that green boat of Pinecrest School, or on the far side, Fsra. And yeah, it is Pinecrest there, Fsra also in it, and on the far side, it is St. Thomas Aquinas, your top 3, starting to move away from the rest of the field within the first 250 meters. Pinecrest doing well to challenge at the front despite their lower seating.
Yeah, Pinecrest is really doing a great job, but St. Thomas Aquinas, and then 2 lanes over is South Orlando. They are going to do their very best to try to overcome that furious start with Pinecrest in order to try to get on it. But here comes South Orlando. South Orlando in the middle is really holding on, and you can see that they are starting to move into and row cleaner than the Pinecrest crew.
Yeah, Pinecrest really striding out at a very, very aggressive rhythm. You can see how much aggression they're really putting into these strokes off the start. And they're going to have to keep up this cadence because South Orlando and St. Thomas Aquinas, they are right there in it to win it as well.
And it's too close to call as they cross over 500 meters down, 1,000 meters to go.
And behind the top 3, it looks like a Vero Beach crew has put their nose out in front for 4th place, but they are being challenged by Team Tampa, by the Academy of the Holy Names, and also by the Bowl School. So very, very tight. We have a lead pack and the chasing pack, but it is tight across the board within those respective groups.
Yeah, in these top 3 boats, we haven't seen any more than 1 or 2 seats advantage once everybody got through the starting sequence. It's going to be all to play for here. Nobody is able to break anybody else. They're looking left, they're looking right. They've got competition all the way down the course. So we've got the lead pack for 1, 2, 3, and just behind them, we've got 4 boats also with overlap.
Right now, South Orlando is matching Pinecrest stroke for stroke, and on the outside to the left, here comes St. Thomas Aquinas, but it is South Orlando. South Orlando is really rowing very, very efficient, and it believes that they are starting to pull away from both Pinecrest and St. Thomas Aquinas.
Yeah, it looks like St. Thomas Aquinas and Fsra have just started to edge out after catching the fast-starting Pinecrest crew. Everything's still to play for here, and then next to Pinecrest crew, Vero Beach is looking like they want to get back onto terms with Pinecrest. They're trying to get back into overlap, but right now it does look like Fsra has a small advantage with St. Thomas Aquinas and Pinecrest still within 1 or 2 seats.
And for St. Thomas Aquinas and Pinecrest, they will also be looking to qualify these crews for Scholastic Nationals. 3 Scholastic boats out of the state of Florida in the girls Junior 4 get to go to Scholastic Nationals. So for Pinecrest and St. Thomas Aquinas, they seem to be in a good position to do so. But look at the race between the Bowl School and the Academy of the Holy Names. There's only one position left for them if they want to send a boat to Scholastic Nationals. So keep an eye out for that.
500 meters to go.
The Fsra crew continues to press their advantage, and Pinecrest is no longer dropping back. Pinecrest is holding on to their position, and they're going to try to get back into third place and possibly overtake St. Thomas Aquinas. But Fsra, with their bright neon hats, rowing very, very well together, they continue to work and press away.
Yeah, that stroke seat, Sydney Wilhelm, has already had a massive amount of success in the women's single 2 weeks ago, and she's moved from 2 oars to 1, and she's helping power this crew out into the lead. They are about to get bow to stern on the St. Thomas Aquinas and Pinecrest crews. Those 2 crews are locked dead level, bow ball to bow ball, for a silver medal position.
It really is going to be a great effort. Pinecrest up and down, they went out really, really hard. They kind of fell off the pace, but then they found their gait again, and they are really moving along very well and holding on to St. Thomas Aquinas, which we now see over there in lane 0.
Blow for blow, another race is going to come down to the line here. Fsra with the advantage at the moment, but they are closing down by St. Thomas Aquinas, and now Pinecrest now again starting to challenge St. Thomas Aquinas for silver. It is going to be so tight across the line, but Fsra now breaking open water over the field as they come down.
Here comes Pinecrest. Pinecrest has found their stride. Pinecrest is really moving really well, and they look like they may have. Yep, their Pinecrest has about the deck, and they have really regained their composure as the drone goes really close to them. And here comes Pinecrest across the line. A great sprint, recovered really well, and to go into second place. And St. Thomas Aquinas was third, but our state champion is South Orlando.
Vero Beach comes across the line in fourth. Academy of the Holy Names overtakes the Bowl School in the end. Congratulations to the Academy of the Holy Names. They have secured themselves a bid to Scholastic Nationals. Heartbreak for the Bowl School, who comes across the line behind. Team Tampa next across the line, and they will round out the pack with Pensacola Rowing Club. But congratulations to a strong effort, weathering the storm for South Orlando there in your screen. Now your state champions in the girls junior 4.
And we're seeing a display of great sportsmanship by these lady rowers, cheering on their competitors, and it's just a happiness of a great effort by South Orlando.
Here's a replay of the finish. You can see how excited those South Orlando athletes were, splashing the water, coming across the line. Pinecrest with about 3/4 of a length lead overturned in the end over St. Thomas Aquinas, who will settle for bronze. And Vero Beach did well to sneak their way up, almost pipping St. Thomas Aquinas, but about a half a length too short for them.
The Pinecrest crew, man, they were gutted because they went out really, really hard, and they really were very aggressive and had the early lead. And then during the base, they kind of dropped back a little. But you know, it takes a lot of guts in order to reconstitute, get your breath, get your legs back underneath you. And they did a great job sprinting like they did in order to really make that big move that Matt talked about, where they gained almost a length in the 100 meters over their competition.
And they'll be taking home a trophy as well as the highest scholastic finisher. So congratulations to that. As we get a good shot of some of our medal winners taking pictures there by the stage. That is the Miami girls first freshman 8 taking home a trophy. You can see all their signature red hats. Congratulations to them, and great sportsmanship. Looks like their competitors from oars were also next in line to take a picture. Hello. Yes, we do see you on the stage there. But congratulations to all of our medalists, but much more action to come your way all across the day.
We've got a little bit of a break right now, so we're going to toss it to our wonderful director and see you in a couple minutes.
Speedy, fast.
Excellent. One word.
Dominant.
They're durable, they're fast, they're light.
I feel like they're really easy to row in. They're smooth and they're clean and they look nice on the water.
We have a shell that has been out 400 times a year since we got it, and it's still a great shell, still in great shape.
I really hope our program doesn't switch.
boundless natural world exists outside of us, and yet, the wonder and beauty of Sarasota's nature lives within each of us. It moves you with a kind of exhilaration that renews itself with every beat of your heart. Come and feel it for yourself. Nature's canvas awaits in Sarasota.
Exceptional.
Easy.
Dangerous.
I'd say sharp.
Strong.
Silky. That's what I was gonna say.
I love the King. They're solid boats.
I think it's one of the most responsive shells out there.
Still got it.
I like the rudder on the King shell. The color's pretty great.
I think it really has a lot of sense.
Got it.
The King Racing Shell is a fantastic racing shell. It's a great shell for the money.
Are you ready to up your assets? Join Ray Ferrara, certified financial planner, as he cuts through the noise of wealth management with straight talk and sharp insights that impact your life. Catch every episode on demand right here on RHS TV.
Folks, watch the Oh Yeah Show right here on RHS TV. I swear it's good, right? Oh Yeahs?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's the Oh Yeah Show with David Downey.
This is more than a boat. This is a legacy built stroke by stroke. Born in the USA, King Racing Shells earned its crown on the race courses of America. And now, we're bringing it back. Built here, raced here, dominant here. This isn't hype. It's history in motion. The return of King isn't coming. It's already here. At Youth Nationals, a king will wear the crown.
Embrace the laid-back charm of island life while sinking your toes in the sand and discovering real, authentic Florida in the Bradenton area. Unspoiled beauty and pristine beaches, a vibrant waterfront downtown energized by local arts and culture, fresh Floridian cuisine with a flourish of rich history, and friendly locals ready to welcome you to this preserved paradise on Florida's Gulf Coast. Plan your visit today at BradentonGulfIslands.com.
This is more than a boat. This is a legacy built stroke by stroke. Born in the USA, King Racing Shells earned its crown on the race courses of America. And now, we're bringing it back. Built here, raced here, dominant here. This isn't hype. This is history in motion. The return of King isn't coming. It's already here. At Youth Nationals, a king will wear the crown.
Looking for RHS TV? No worries. It's free and it's easy. Using your Roku or Amazon Fire TV remote, go to the search bar and type RHS TV. When the app pops up, hit the download or add channel button. For mobile streaming, head to the App Store or Google Play and search RHS TV.
You can also stream RHS TV through your Apple TV, Samsung TV, or LG TV. Just head to your TV's App Store and search up RHS TV.
Happy streaming!
It's your girl Victoria Sky, and welcome to Balloon Prod Tampa, where the choices are real and the balloons don't lie. We're doing it blind date style. Woo! And by the end of the show, we'll be able to find out who's vibing and who's not. And if they don't, well, it's a...
There's gonna be some love. It might not be no love, but we're gonna find out.
Welcome to another edition of In the Bed with Bab. Do I have to be PG-13 or can I be rated R? We just gonna leave it up to the viewers to decide. I got my girl Meredith coming by to give all of the hot topics.
Does one boob pop out a little bit more than the other sometimes in your bra? When you wear bra.
Ay, 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 what's up?
Some of it's very entertaining.
What's wrong with giving the people what they want?
I'm in the bed with Babs.
Watch In the Bed with Babs on RHS TV.
All right, and welcome back to racing. We've finished our little break, and before we start our next race, our wonderful director has compiled some great pictures and great moments from this morning's racing, which we're going to see very shortly. These are the trophies that people are vying for, gorgeous things, and here's some of the great racing that really caused us to really get excited up here. Joyful Winter Park people, and here is some major 4 racing. We saw the Ranch from Everglades crew stop so they didn't hit the other crew. Really good. And again, some really, really happy rowers. Tremendous racing here at Nathan Benderson Park. Yes, we're happy too. All right. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood here at beautiful Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Florida. And this is a live picture of our great drone flying down over the race course. And you can look over to the left-hand side of the wave attenuator and see the crews that are headed down. They're going the whole length of the 2,000-meter course. You're going to go underneath a little bridge and then come around and go to the marshalling area, which is just behind the start. And when called, they all come through. And there's a picture of our launch and recovery docks and a wonderful tent where we keep the U.S. national team and the Sarasota crew boats. During the hurricane, that whole tent was blown away. And the wonderful club wind feathers, and it's really a great way to show where you're at. And I walked down through the tent city yesterday, and I just could not believe all the wonderful stuff that people put in the tents. They have the banners of all the graduating seniors, and just a great utilization of the venue here at Nathan Benderson Park.
Well, speaking of seniors, if you do happen to find yourself as a senior going to the University of Florida, first of all, welcome to Gator Nation. But second of all, we would love to have you out at the club rowing team that we have as part of the university. I will be down by the tower during the lunch break, available for anybody interested in rowing at the university level here at the University of Florida. So please come find me there. Bright orange and blue backpack down there.
Yeah, Christian will be very, very happy. He'll have his Gator hat on and his Florida Club rowing shirt. And if you want to get some skinny about rowing, continuing your rowing, please see him. And will your coach also be down there, or is it just by yourself?
We do have a volunteer coach on site as well, who is a part of the University of Florida staff. He is here to see some of his family that are racing, but he would also be more than happy to come along and join me as we look forward to welcoming the next generation of Gator Nation on our campus.
All righty. Well, we're talking about college. We're talking about youth. And here in this boys junior B final, Junior 4B final, who knows? There might be an Olympian in these boats.
Yes, that's right. This is the junior category. We're still in the junior. We had a cracker of a race just a few minutes ago in the girls, but now we're back to the boys here. It is the B final in lane 0, Sebastian River. Lane 1, North Palm Beach. Lane 2, Cape Coral. Lane 3, Hillsborough High School. Lane 4, Lake Brantley. Lane 5, St. Thomas Aquinas. Lane 6, Pensacola Rowing Club. Lane 7, Tampa Catholic. And Lane 8, Oars. And again, this is the B final of the boys junior 4. So no medals on the line here. We will wait for the A final to see who will be state champion. In the meantime, the winner of this B final will secure 10th in the state.
And it looks like Lake Brantley caught a flyer off the start, and they are in the lead in lane 4 that you see right in the middle of your screen. Now they are really went off very aggressively. Their oars are not as smooth coming out of the water. We can see a lot of wash. We'll see whether or not that drag will allow the other crews to start moving back into them. North Palm, which is the second crew from the left, is really moving along very well, as is Sebastian River, and see whether or not they can overtake the high-flying start of Lake Brantley in that white boat in the middle. And here comes North Palm. North Palm is starting to really move into getting into their speed in the middle, and they are starting to be the fastest crew on the water. And coming along with them on their port side is the Sebastian River crew. And here we can see how close it is. Looks like Lake Brantley has been overtaken, or will be overtaken shortly, by both Sebastian River and North Palm.
And it is still very, very tight amongst the chase pack as well. You can see a Hillsborough High School crew, a Cape Coral crew as well, and the 3 remaining crews as well, all very, very tight spacings all across the board. And yeah, you're right, Joe. It looks like Lake Brantley was getting tracked down there, but maybe putting in a little bit of a push, a counter push, to try and combat that move. And North Palm Beach is also starting to move away from Sebastian River as well. But yeah, very, very tight going amongst all of the boats in our field here today in the B final of the boys Junior 4. Lake Brantley now putting their stamp, started to get tracked down towards the 500-meter mark, but as you pass the halfway mark, 750 meters to go, it is Lake Brantley now with about a 3-seat, half a length advantage over de facto second place North Palm Beach.
Now this is going to be very hard. That Lake Brantley coxswain, you can see her turn, or see her or him, you see them. You get my pronouns go straight here. Looking over left to kind of get an idea of where they are in relation to those other crews. And we're seeing a picture from our finish line camera that gives us some perspective, and we can see that the wind is actually blowing, coming across through that opening right there on the far shore, and that does impact some of them. But right now, Lake Brantley is really regained their mojo and is still in it, but here comes North Palm. North Palm has started to move away, and there they are, 500 meters to go, and we can see that North Palm has about half a length over Lake Brantley, and Lake Brantley has about a deck over Sebastian River.
And yeah, it's going to come down to the final third of this race. North Palm Beach has done well to keep their composure, not let the fast start of Lake Brantley get under their skin. They've progressively moved amongst the rest of the field to put their bow ball up ahead, but Lake Brantley really not giving up here. They're starting to move back just a few inches, but nothing in it between the top 2 crews. North Palm Beach, the job is still not done for them.
It definitely isn't.
And yeah, Sebastian River doing well to keep their connection. You can see that bow ball just starting to slip away from North Palm Beach. Not quite. They're still doing well to hold on. Keep an eye out for them as they come down to the final sprint. It is the final 250 meters of this race. North Palm Beach with a half a length advantage over Lake Brantley, who has done well to fight. Sebastian River is still trying to keep their nose in, but all these positions still secure.
And Lake Brantley went into their sprint before Sebastian River, and they are really going after it. You can see their high rating, see how fast they're pushing those hands away and really trying to move, and they are moving a little bit into North Palm, but there goes North Palm. They're going after it like there's no tomorrow.
Great response there from North Palm. They saw the Lake Brantley crew try to move, but they responded, and it has given them the win here in the B final. North Palm Beach comes across the line. B final winners and 10th overall in the state in the boys Junior 4. Great effort from Lake Brantley. They will have to settle for second. Sebastian River did well to keep their nose, but just not enough to overtake the 2 leaders. They will finish in third. A sprint down to the line for 4th place. It looks like it's going to be Cape Coral, but coming down to the line, yes, it is Cape Coral by about a half a length over. Looks like that is St. Thomas Aquinas in 5th. Next across the line will be Hillsborough High School in 6th, followed by the Pensacola Rowing Club, followed by Oars, and rounding out the pack will be Tampa Catholic High School.
Very nice racing in our first race after the break. And we're going to go from the B final to the state championships.
There's the time there, confirmation for North Palm Beach, as we already have a start in the A final, the medal final for the boys Junior 4. In lane 0, you have Orlando City. Lane 1, Vero Beach. Lane 2, Pinecrest. Lane 3, Winter Park. Lane 4, NSU University School. Lane 5, Berkeley Prep. Lane 6, Boone High School. Lane 7, Ransom Everglades. And lane 8, Lake County, as here's a replay of the start. Looks clean across the first few strokes.
And our favorite in this should be the Pinecrest School, that had a time 13 seconds faster than anybody else. We'll see whether or not they can continue to demonstrate that prowess over the rest of the field, as we see the start right now.
And they will be competing overall. The overall champion will receive the Rothstein Cup, and the Scholastic champion will receive the Sanchi Livingston Cup. And it looks like a Scholastic team is out in front. That is the Pinecrest School.
Yep, as advertised, they had a 4:57 in their heat, and they have, looks like they have already broken the field of open water in the first 500 or so. And yes, they're just going by the 500-meter platform. They have at least a length of open water. And then Vero Beach is in second, and Orlando City is in third.
And it is also tied. Berkeley Prep is doing well to keep their nose in the hunt, sitting outside the podium, but still in a solid 4th place position, not too far off the leaders.
Yeah, I see what you mean, Christian.
I'm sorry, that is the University School who is out.
Yeah, University School now has contact back again with Vero Beach and Orlando City. Right now, it is going to be Pinecrest out there with the open water lead, with a real battle going on between Vero and Pinecrest. Vero and Pinecrest back and forth, and the University School trying to hang on to the leaders into the medal rounds, trying to see if they can get their place back onto the podium, but it continues to be Pinecrest striding away here in the boys Junior 4A final.
Yeah, it's interesting, Matt, because they are rowing with a bucket rig where 2 and 3 are on the same side, and that can mean that they may have a new rower in 2 who's really powerful and is trying to maintain the technique of the 3-person, but that rig is serving them pretty well.
Yeah, it looks like Orlando City is just squeezing out about a half a length over Vero Beach, so it's currently Pinecrest out in the lead with Orlando City in second, half a length up on a hard-charging Vero Beach. All still to play for here, coming up on 500 meters to go.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what this Orlando City boat can do in the final 500. This is one of the priority boats for Orlando City and head coach Jack Mishak. This will be his last hurrah this semester at least, and this will be his final stage with Orlando City as he is moving over to Space Coast over the summer to serve as their executive director of rowing. So for this Orlando City crew to bring home some hardware will mean a lot to both his athletes and himself as well. And it looks like they're starting to close the gap on Pinecrest.
Maybe, I don't know, there's some really beautiful rowing taking place by some really smooth technical work. The Pinecrest crew is just really very, very smooth. You're not seeing any break in technique. Same distance between the chest and the heads of the person in front of them. And the same thing goes for the crew from Orlando City. So equal technique. Let's see where the power is.
And they're into the final 250 meters. Into the red buoys here for Pinecrest, leading out Orlando City and Vero Beach in that order. It's going to come down to the line here. Orlando City with a huge charge now, trying to eat into the lead of Pinecrest. Pinecrest has been frankly dominant in this entire race, but it's going to come down to the line. Another fast finish coming your way. Orlando City still trying to eat into the lead. They have just regained contact with their bow ball to the stern, but Pinecrest looks like they have done enough coming down to the final 100 meters.
Yeah, it does look like Pinecrest is holding a one-length advantage. Orlando City fast charging. They have been able to pull away. Vero Beach still holding a strong bronze medal position.
And Pinecrest takes the win and the state championship here in the boys Junior 4. Dominant performance for them. Orlando City, a strong charge, but in the end, not enough for the gold. They will have to settle for silver. Vero Beach comes across the line in bronze medal position. The University School is going to be next across the line. They take fourth. Ransom Everglades is next across the line in fifth, doing well to overcome some harsh seeding. Berkeley Prep is going to be next across the line in sixth. Winter Park across the line in seventh. Lake County next across the line in eighth, and Boone High School is going to round out the pack in ninth. Congratulations to our state, scholastic, and overall champions, Pinecrest School. And we hope to see them at Scholastic Nationals later this year in this event. And across the line there, you can see the elation for all 5 of those athletes on board there for Pinecrest School. And also shout out to the University School and Berkeley Prep as well for securing the top 3 scholastic positions in the state. They will unofficially receive bids to the the University School and Ransom Everglades will receive bids to Scholastic Nationals in the boys Junior 4. So congratulations to them. But it is all about that Pinecrest crew. Led from the start, massive gap. Orlando City and Vero Beach threw everything they had, but Pinecrest was just not enough for them to get overturned in the end.
Yeah, and again, they had rode the fastest time, and that pedigree continued to demonstrate itself during this finals race.
Back up to the start here now for the A final of the girls Junior 8. We're back to the big boat here, and it is a straight final. We saw this race for lanes yesterday. That's why the highest seeded crews were the crews that won in that order on the top of your screen there, nearest to the western shore.
And our top seeded crew is Space Coast with a time of 5:03 yesterday. Miami Beach was back a 1 length at 5:06, and then we have a 10-second distance back to their third seeded crew, which is Lake County. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not somebody breaks the mold, or if the results yesterday play the impact of what they expected to do today.
Yeah, we've seen times, we've seen margins differentiating between about 10 seconds. So, you know, I think that 3-second margin between Space Coast and Miami is still all to play for. That's about, as Joe mentioned, about a 1-length difference there in the race for lanes. We don't know if either crew went all out and really, you know, emptied the gas tank. But here in the final, they're going to throw everything they've got at it. A great shot here of the athletes celebrating their win, holding the trophy, enjoying their victory.
All right, smiling faces going places. All right, now we go back to the money shot, and we can see that the crew from Our Lady of Lourdes in that King boat is just continuing to do a little bit of a point. The wind is blowing from the distance in this picture towards the camera, and you can see that what they have to do is 2-person will hand their oar to the 3-person, and then that 3-person will go ahead and spin around. Now everybody's coming forward to the catch. Expect to start very soon. Here we go.
Underway here for the A final of the girls Junior 8. We saw this race for lanes. All of these crews battle it out yesterday, and they have been seated according to their order of finish, with the fastest crews on the top of your screen. On the far shore, if you're standing on the venue, that is Space Coast, and the lowest seated crews nearest to the shore.
There in the near picture is the Academy of the Holy Names with that triple bucket. We got 3 sets of athletes back-to-back on the same side there. So a unique rig for them usually indicates they're trying to either balance power or rhythm. But early leaders right now, looks like Miami Beach is going to try and flip yesterday's result. Miami Beach out to an early, about 4-seat lead over Space Coast. Miami Beach out in front, and it looks like Lake County and Sebastian River are all going with them.
That's right. This is really excellent because we can see the quality of these crews. There is no open water. Everybody's still connected, at least for a little while. And we're seeing that, again, Miami Beach is making a major effort in order to position themselves ahead of the pack. And Miami Beach has just
come down between Lake County and Sebastian River fighting for the podium, and then all crews still have contacts with other boats all the way through the field.
That's a really good indication. Wow, here we go. This is Space Coast. Look at those two beautiful blue boats and these wonderful crews from Space Coast and Miami Beach, stroke for stroke, as they go 2 minutes and 20 seconds into the race.
It's still Miami Beach with the narrowest of margins. Space Coast has made up the initial ground where they had given up 3 or 4 seats, and now it looks like Space Coast has moved out into the lead. Lake County looks like they're asserting their dominance over Sebastian River, moving into third place position. So at the 500, it looks like it is Space Coast, at the halfway mark, at the 750 mark. Space Coast has taken the lead by 2 seats over Miami Beach, with Lake County in third, Sebastian River in fourth.
And if yesterday's race was anything of an indication, Miami Beach is following the pattern that they did yesterday. Fast start, and if yesterday's race was any indication, they're going to have a fast sprint as well. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Space Coast can create enough of a gap to avoid the final charge from Miami Beach. Expect a sprint from the Miami Beach girls, but Space Coast in control. And here is now the battle for third place between Lake County and Sebastian River. Blow for blow, like we've seen in so many other races. Right now, currently a seat or two to Lake County, but Sebastian River has room to respond. There's nothing in it between these crews.
There's 500 meters still to go. It's still Space Coast out in front of Miami Beach. Lake County just ahead of Sebastian River. It's going to be a battle all the way to the finish line to sort out the medals, but it does look like Space Coast has started to open up. They're going to go firing into the last 250 meters, raising the rate, and they're starting to move away from Miami Beach.
Yeah, definitely. It's beautiful to see, looking down on these crews as we scan from left to right, and we can see right now that is the Space Coast crew over there in lane 0, and they're really maintaining their composure. They're moving along, and it looks like they're going to have a video of this race because their coxswain is wearing that GoPro camera on her head. So they will have both an audio and a video of this race, and hopefully, and it looks like they may have a state championship video to view here pretty soon.
In the final 250 meters, it is Space Coast crew in control of this race, trying to hold off a charge from Miami Beach. It looks like they created enough of a gap, but it's going to come down to the line here. But it's so tight between Sebastian River and Lake County for the final place on the podium. Lake County looked to have an initial advantage, but it is so tight. Sebastian River has clawed back, and do they have the momentum to finish the job in the final 150 or so meters?
All right, so it's going to be very interesting. It's a done deal between Space Coast and Miami Beach, but who will it be for third place? Will it be the Lake? Will it be Sebastian? And Sebastian seems to be maintaining their composure, but here comes the Lake.
Space Coast is going to come across the line with the length of open water to take the win in the girls Junior 8 state champions for Space Coast crew. Miami Beach, a strong effort and letting it fly for Space Coast. Smooth operation there. Miami Beach comes across the line in silver, and Sebastian River is going to overturn Lake County. Sebastian River, great result to finish in bronze medal position and take home some hardware for them. Lake County, heartbreak to be left off the podium after a strong race for lanes yesterday. Capital City is next across the line in 5th, St. Thomas Aquinas in 6th, Our Lady of Lourdes in 7th, and the triple bucket of Academy of the Holy Names will come across the line in 8th to round out the pack. But congratulations to Space Coast. I'd like to see a replay of that Let It Fly. That was very smooth.
The giant eagle going across with their gunneling their oars and their blades as high up in the air as they could. That was really cool.
Yes, Space Coast will be taking home the O'Connell Trophy for the girls' Youth Junior 8. And congratulations to our highest finishing Scholastic team, St. Thomas Aquinas High School, who will be receiving the Joseph O'Connor Oakey Cup for the Scholastic Junior 8. Also, of note, the bottom 3 crews on your screen, St. Thomas Aquinas, Our Lady of Lourdes, and Academy of the Holy Names, if they do decide to pursue a Scholastic Nationals campaign, those 3 boats, as the highest 3 Scholastic Nationals qualifying places, will receive those bids. So congratulations to them.
Watch this. Watch this. They go across the line, and they're going to see they gunnel their oars. That is confidence, and that's really nice rowing. Those ladies time their finishes, and they just really maintain their composure, flying across the line with a flying eagle finish.
Yeah, really great execution by all of those crews. A lot of maturity. So the early race leaders, and again, the positions early on through the 500s, all had the script flipped on them. Second place moving into first, fourth place moving into third. So as you can see, you got to race the entire racetrack. We've seen upsets, we've seen turnovers, and we're going to see a great race coming up here in the boys junior A final.
Okay, so our fastest crew is Sarasota crew with a 4:38 yesterday, followed by Miami Beach with a 4:45, and the third crew under 5 minutes will be Pinecrest with NSU right at 5 minutes. So it's going to be interesting to see if the predictors of the speed yesterday follow through again today.
Talking about only 3 crews for the men's junior 8 were sub 5 minutes. Look at Space Coast time for the girls junior 8, 5:09, not too far off some of the men's junior 8. So that just goes to show the quality.
There's some bad women over there in that Space Coast crew.
And here you can get a look of the start here. You can see all the coaches and parents awaiting the start on their scooters and bikes. They're going to support their teams all the way down the course. So great to see the support, the use of the bike lanes being used down there.
And it's also worthy of note is we do have 2 bike lanes. We have a low bike lane and a high bike lane, so you can segregate your distance, and it's kind of interesting. You've got to really look where you're going as you're tootling down this bike lane. This is not the Legacy Trail where you got 2 full lanes like we do, but again, the design of this park was, they traveled throughout the world to see all the different venues. I remember seeing Sarah Hart's at Henley, checking that out, and they also went around to all the world championships, and they have selected all the different features to make this the best rowing venue in the world.
As we await the start of the A final, these athletes here on your screen now will be competing for the Dr. Ronald W. Shane Trophy. The Scholastic teams of Pinecrest, the University School, and Ransom Everglades. Those 3 crews will be competing also for the Mark Frampton Cup for the boys Scholastic Junior 8. And again,
now, that Shane, that's the same as the Shane Water Sports Center that Miami Beach rows out of on Indian River?
I do not know.
I think it may be. Maybe we can get some feedback from Elaine Roden if she hears this.
And that is right, actually. You are correct in that, Joe. Dr. Ronald Shane, associated with Miami Beach.
All right. Boy, look how beautiful. We've got little puffy clouds here, but just a gorgeous sunshine, mid-70s. I mean, it just doesn't get any better than this.
And we are underway here for the A final of the boys junior 8. Sarasota crew and Miami Beach are your 2 top seeds, as well as Pinecrest, your 3 crews under 5 minutes. Yesterday, we will be looking towards them. Again, all of these crews raced each other in this exact fashion yesterday in the race for lanes, so they will be a little bit more comfortable in knowing which crew does what, but maybe a lot of those crews maybe leaving something left to be hidden for this A final with medals and a state championship on the line. All to play for as we are underway now. 40 seconds into the A final, the boys junior 8.
Yeah, we're seeing that judge referee just went and they used the white flag to kind of signal that crew, and that crew was looked like that was
Orlando City,
NSU.
Yeah.
That may have gotten a little bit out of their buoys, and we're starting to see some interesting steering taking place where the crew from Orlando City is now maneuvered out of their lane into the lane next to them, and hopefully they'll be able to continue, but some steering issues right there.
And that is going to be a point of contention later on if the crew from Ransom Everglades
Okay, you got to use that hard right rudder right now there, Coxon.
Yeah, the Ransom 2 seat is very close to that boat.
Yeah, but at the front of the field, it is Sarasota Crew marching out to a one-length lead. Sarasota Crew out in front with Miami Beach and Pinecrest locked in a neck-and-neck battle for second position.
Well, they looks like they may have survived the steering issue and settled down now. And now they have settled down. The Orlando City crew will have a chance to start building up some speed and overcome the drag of having to use that rudder.
Now, the interesting thing about this Sarasota Crew race is the crew typically, historically, not having entered a lot of their junior category boats in the to compete for state titles. A lot of the times those athletes will filter into the varsity categories to try and compete for some higher point values, but in an effort to consolidate the overall boys team points trophy, which they haven't won, and it's actually gone the way of Belen the past few years. In an effort to flip that script, they pulled a lot of their top junior eligible athletes and put them into this boat. This crew, a lot of these athletes have been rowing together for the past few years at the freshman category and beyond. So it's great to see a lot of that camaraderie be displayed in this Sarasota Crew 8 here, and it looks like it's paying off for them.
Yeah, they definitely have a few miles underneath the keel, and that familiarity with themselves and be able to trust the rhythm is really paying them tremendous dividends.
Yeah, so they've got about a half a length open water lead. Now it looks like Miami Beach has started to pounce. They have a half a length up on Pinecrest. So the seedings are starting to play out sort of as we expected. Sarasota Crew entering the last 500 meters with a half a length of open water and opening.
Yeah, Matt, we expect a 7-second difference, and we're already seeing that. And they are just really moving along very, very nicely. Looks like a fairly uniform sized crew. And we're going to have a replay of the steering issues.
Yeah, so just getting into some dirty water there, going outside of their lanes just a little bit, but getting it back on course. They will have gone the extra distance, which would have slowed them down and possibly thrown some rough water in there. But back out in front, it is Sarasota Crew into the red buoys, 250 meters to go. Miami Beach has now extended their lead to 3/4 of a length over Pinecrest. Those are going to be your top three crews aiming for the podium, but it continues to be Sarasota Crew dominant out in front, long and smooth, and now bringing up the rate for their final sprint.
Yeah, great to see a lot of these athletes.
They really look great.
Great to see a lot of these athletes that I know personally from Sarasota Crew: Connor Gallion, Trip Lindell, Kevin Huang, Jordan Gross, who I actually coached and learned to row a few summers ago. Glad to see him still kicking it here for Sarasota Crew. And they are coming down to the line with open water. Miami Beach doing well to hold off the charge from Pinecrest. Further back, the University School and Orlando City battling it out. But it is going to be Sarasota Crew coming across the line with the full length of open water to take the win in the Boys Junior 8 State Championship. Another one for Sarasota Crew. Miami Beach next across the line. They're going to hold off Pinecrest for silver and bronze respectively. And next across the line, good battle here between the University School and Orlando City. It's about a half a length to the University School. Orlando City putting in a late charge, but it's not going to be enough. University School takes fourth. Orlando City in fifth. Ransom Everglades is going to be the next crew coming across the line. If they can continue to hold it together for sixth, and Melbourne Rowing Club putting them under pressure. Coming down to the line, it's about a half a length between Ransom and Melbourne, and it looks like Ransom is just going to hold off the charge from Melbourne for seventh and 6th.
So as we're moving through our program, we're going from some of the freshmen and younger athletes to the more mature, more senior boats. We just saw that the results from yesterday's race for lanes were confirmed and repeated in the same order. So it's going to be harder as we move into some of these varsity races to try to flip script on people, but everything is still to play for here. So that's a confirmation of Sarasota crew winning the boys junior 8.
And attention for the venue, we are looking for Ophelia Stuppy. Ophelia Stuppy. We have an item of yours at the Lost and Found on the 3rd floor of the Finish Line Tower. Please come to the Finish Line Tower, take the elevator up to the 3rd floor, and see Mike Mosley. Michael Mosley has your item. And trust me, you want to get it back.
We've got a replay of the start here of the girls' lightweight Cox 4A final. First Coast, Bowles School, Academy of Holy Names, Miami Beach, Pinecrest, Vero Beach, and Hillsboro, all battling it out here in the A final for the girls' lightweight 4.
In the first lightweight division category here for these girls, it's going to be 135-pound weight limit. They will have assigned a notarized document to certify that they are able to compete at using healthy weight management practices. So encouraging the safety of all athletes in the lightweight division. And it looks like the two crews on the left of your screen have the early lead. First Coast and the Bowles School tight between those two.
Yeah, it's a tight battle between those top two crews. It looks like Bowles has about a 1-seed advantage currently over First Coast, and then Academy of Holy Names and Pinecrest are actually locked in the battle for 3rd, giving the advantage right now to the Academy of Holy Names in 3rd position. And coming through the first 500, it does look like it's going to be the Bowles School with about a 2-seed advantage over First Coast, but with everything still to play.
And you and I will have some connection to the trophy that these athletes are competing for. It is the Blackburn Point Cup for the girls' youth lightweight 4.
Oh, darn.
And for those not in the know, that is the site of Sarasota County Rowing Club and Sarasota Scullers as well.
Yep. Right there in the parking lot beside the famous KCK Fish House. If you want to go down and have a great dinner, I recommend the almond-crusted snapper.
Delicious.
You betcha.
We have a race out in front here. It looks like the Bowles School trying to overturn their seating. Remember, this was a race for lanes earlier in the day yesterday. And the Bowles School really being bold to try and overturn First Coast. They're going to have to hold on to their composure, First Coast, if they want to try and regain the #1 seed and state title. And looks like they're doing just that. Here comes the move from First Coast.
They're past the halfway mark at 750 meters. It is First Coast coming up, pulling level with the Bowles School, and we're just going to see who's going to keep their bow ball out in front. It does look like First Coast is just inching stroke by stroke. Not necessarily a dominant move, but an obvious one that's putting First Coast into the lead now, just ahead of the Bowles School.
And looking at the Bowles School lineup, it does look like in the bow seat is Samira Gate, and I spoke to her yesterday. I had the pleasure of speaking to her. She will be attending the University of Florida in the fall, so we hope to welcome her on campus, as well as any other prospective seniors coming to the University of Florida soon in the fall. But it does look like First Coast has made the decisive move, now pulling about a quarter of a length, a deck length lead over the Bowles School. Still not done and dusted with 500 meters to go, but it is advantage and momentum with First Coast Rowing Club.
Just behind them, the Academy of the Holy Names is holding a strong 3rd position. They're going to try to make sure that they can fend off any challenges that are coming up from Pinecrest or Miami Beach, but it continues to be First Coast just inching and inching away. They've got about a half a length lead now coming into the last 250 meters. We'll have about a minute left in this race. We're going to have to see, can the Bowles School dig deep and try and get back onto terms?
This is a rivalry that is always brewing here between two Jacksonville-based programs. First Coast, a club program, and the Bowles School, a scholastic program, all based out of Jacksonville, Florida. It's going to come down to the final 250 meters. Will the club team get one over the scholastic team? It remains to be seen, but they do have the advantage coming down to the final 250 meters. Bowles School needs to respond now if they want to challenge for the win in the girls' lightweight 4.
Wonderful racing by these two crews. These are lightweight women, They are rowing a 4, and they're carrying a coxswain. So this is really a testimony to not only their technique, but more importantly, the power that they can generate to overcome all the weight of the boat and the coxswain.
First Coast just trying to break open water, but the Bowl School still trying to fight and keep their nose in there. Running out of room. The Bowl School may even be surging now, coming down to the final few strokes. It looks to be about a 3 to 4 seat lead for the First Coast Rowing Club, and it's going to come down to the final 50 meters.
The Bowl School is the fastest crew on the water right now, but they're running out of water. But man, what a great effort by the Bowl School. They were down almost a length, and their bow ball is going to finish it right at the 2-person of the First Coast crew.
First Coast takes the win in the girls lightweight 4. The Bowl School, valiant effort to try and stick with it in a final surge, but just not enough. They will settle for silver, and across the line is going to be the Academy of the Holy Names for the final podium spot. They will earn themselves a bronze medal. Pinecrest crew will be next across the line in 4th, followed by Miami Beach Rowing Club in 5th.
Vero Beach following in just behind them, with Hillsborough rounding out the field.
And we've already had a start in our next race, which is the boys lightweight 4 with coxswain. And our fastest crew with a time of 10 seconds faster than everybody else will be the Pinecrest crew, which will be over there on the far shore in lane 0. Hillsborough, Vero Beach, Edgewater, Rocks, Pensacola, Cape Coral, Tampa Prep, and Halifax.
Yeah, like you said, Joe, there already a start for this event underway now. Here's a replay of that start. The boys lightweight division, 150 pounds, less than 150 pounds for the men here. And this was another race for lanes. So all of these crews will have seen each other. The Pinecrest School being out in lane 0 will have won that race for lanes. We will see whether that case will be repeated. And it does look like, to my eye, as you get back to live pictures, Pinecrest School is out in front.
Yeah, it looks like Pinecrest is out in front, and it looks like Vero has actually been able to get out in front of Hillsborough at the moment for that 2nd position, and it's going to be a real tight battle there in 3rd and 4th. Hillsborough, Edgewater, and Rocks all still to play for.
Yeah, that's what you kind of expect when you're dealing with lightweights. But yeah, it looks like the seating is pretty accurate, because the point of the sword is definitely up in the left-hand corner, almost a perfectly straight line coming right down to our last seed crew, which is Halifax.
Yeah, Hillsborough just falling off the pace a bit compared to it. They're still holding a 3rd place position, but it is Pinecrest now moving out to a 1-length lead over Vero Beach. Vero in 2nd position ahead of Hillsborough, and Hillsborough is going to have to work hard to fight off Edgewater, who's going to try to get onto the podium.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see whether or not Rocks can continue. They are really moving along very well and getting a tremendous amount of run per stroke. See whether Rocks can move back into both Edgewater and the Bulls, and Hillsborough.
And let's remember that the lightweight 4 is the only lightweight category being contested here that has Scholastic National Championship implications. So for the Pinecrest School out in front, also for Hillsborough and Edgewater not far behind, they will be competing for those spots to qualify for Scholastic Nationals. 3 Scholastic boats qualifying, but in the meantime, it is Pinecrest looking for the overall win, as well as they have open water over Vero Beach through the final 500 meters.
Yeah, they're really powering that boat along, and you can see after the oars leave the water that their oar or blades are way off the water, and they're just really sending the boat. After the oars leave the water, the boat continues to run out and really glide, and they're really under control and doing a great job.
Vero Beach overturning their 3rd place position in the race for lanes yesterday, and Hillsborough is starting to pick up steam. Hillsborough and Edgewater look like they're going to be battling it out still for the bronze. Rocks is starting to make their move up to try to get their nose into a fighting chance for a medal, but it continues to be Pinecrest as they hit the red buoys. 250 meters to go. They have a little bit of open water, still ahead of Vero Beach. Vero Beach now in the strong 2nd position, and just behind them, Edgewater and Hillsborough are going to be battling it out.
And another dominant performance so far for another Pinecrest 4. We just saw the Junior 4 from Pinecrest win it all and head to Scholastic Nationals, and they want to be joined by their lightweight teammates, and it looks like that is going to be the case as they're into the final 100 meters or so. Pinecrest coming down to the line in dominant control, but look at the battle for bronze. It is coming down to it, Matt.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 boats for 1 medal. It is going to be Pinecrest in first and Vero Beach in second.
And
Assuming
here
all
comes
things stay the
Rox.
same.
Rox is really trying to join the fray, and Rox is the fastest boat on the water right now. Will they be able to overtake? They are really striding through, and Edgewater has caught a little crab, getting a little bit bouncy.
But it's Hillsborough. Hillsborough has moved back through the field. They're holding the strong 3rd position. They've got about bow to stern on Edgewater. Edgewater 3/4 over Rox. Coming across the line, Vero confirms their silver medal. And here comes Hillsborough for the bronze medal and rounding out the podium. Edgewater crossing a strong 4th. Rox making a valiant effort into 5th. And we're going to have to see for the rest of the crews coming through.
Pensacola in 6th, Tampa Prep in 7th.
Cape Coral, it looks like,
Yep.
in 8th, and Halifax rounding out the field in 9th place.
Congratulations to the Pinecrest School for a dominant victory in the boys lightweight 4 to take the overall and Scholastic titles. And they will also be headed to Scholastic Nationals to be joined with Hillsborough High School, also headed to Scholastic Nationals, and Edgewater. Although they're off the podium, they are the 3rd highest eligible crew for Scholastic Nationals, so at least they have that to take away from this race.
And we're going to move from the boys lightweight 4 final to the boys lightweight 8 final, and we have some crews which are really close in time. Miami Rowing Club has the fastest time from yesterday at 4:32, but then 10 seconds behind them is a tie between basically Miami Beach and Winter Park. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they follow based upon the form, or maybe somebody like Lake Brantley or Sarasota crew may have been relaxing, as it were, and will defy the seeding.
And you mentioned that very near deadlocked dead heat between Miami Beach and Winter Park for 2nd and 3rd respectively yesterday. We will see whether any of those crews have made any strategical tweaks to their strategy to see if they can pull out any sort of advantage over the other. It's going to come down for 1,500 meters here in the boys lightweight 8, competing for the historic Spanish Point Cup, another landmark, local Sarasota landmark that we are so familiar with.
Yep. Oh, what a wonderful place with all. I remember when Sarasota crew used to be having their boats out of HSP, Historic Spanish Point. And then they move over to the Conservancy, and then they move back to their new location.
And we still host a lot of middle school programs, and a lot of our sculling boats are still stored over there at the Historic Spanish Point. We call it the old site, and the new site is where we will be hopefully breaking ground for a new boathouse.
I'll be darned. Right there by the First Watch restaurant, right?
Yes, the Evie's Tiki Hut and all that. Yeah, that's where the old site is. Not too far down the road.
It's not a tiki hut, it's a chichi hut. And the difference is, if you build it by the Indians using native things, there's a tax implication that is safe, and it really saves you money if you make a chichi hut.
Huh.
I have occasionally had an adult beverage at that location.
Just 2 local Sarasota guys talking about a place that nobody else has any idea what we're talking
but
about.
You've got to go down and check it out.
It is a pretty cool place.
All right, so it looks like we have these lightweight 8s, and it's a 6-boat race.
One thing we're starting to notice from up here in the tower, where we have a fantastic view of the entire course, we're starting to see some of the wind shadows. We're starting to see, as you can see in the picture, the crews are having to take a little bit more time to adjust. So that wind is considered still a quartering tailwind, but that quartering sector of it is starting to come in from the side, so they're having to work extra hard to make sure that they keep their alignments, stay attached, so that as they all come to attention, it blows them back into perfect alignment for a laser straight shot.
And you can see on the drone shot here some of the ripples. You can see it really is pointing from left to right. The ripples are going in that direction. But in the meantime, we do have a start here in the A final of the boys lightweight 8. We saw the race for lanes yesterday, and it's all to play for 1,500 meters between them and a potential state title.
And these are lightweight gentlemen. And we can see that Sarasota crew is using those white croaker oars, which is a really great idea because it keeps the sun from baking out the epoxy which holds the carbon fiber together.
So we got a great shot here of the lead crews. It does look like, again, Miami and Miami Beach with Winter Park chasing. It looks like Winter Park wants to play the spoiler of the Battle of the 305s. But right now it looks like Miami and Miami Beach are locked in a battle about 3 seats ahead of Winter Park with everybody still in contact.
It's going to be an extremely competitive race.
And as we settle into the base rhythms here for each and every one of these crews, you're going to start to see that patterns start to form where the fastest crews are on the left-hand side, and it's going to slow down in accordance with speed as we move to the right of your picture, and that creates a nice little accordion effect for our visual enjoyers here.
That's right. Okay, so we're really seeing these crews really take their time and place the blade in the water, and Miami and Miami Beach are really starting to break their way from the rest of the field. And Winter Park was only 1 second off, but they're starting to be pressed back behind Miami Beach.
Sarasota crew also doing well to keep their nose in, even with Lake Brantley High School and oars as well. Very, very tight between the remaining places in this heat, all connected through 500 meters.
So Miami Beach will have known that Miami was a threat from the racing yesterday, so we saw they had a fast and furious start there to try to go with them, but they got to make sure that they can maintain their speed because Winter Park knows what they can do, that they can make up ground in the second half of this race. Miami looks like they're extending their lead. Now Miami in the last 60 seconds has taken almost a full boat length. They are out bow to stern, so it is Miami Rowing Club followed by Miami Beach and Winter Park, all locked in bow balls to stern of each other. We're through the halfway mark. We're going fast and furious. This is going to be definitely a sub 5 minute race. We're going to see how low they can go. Miami just long and strong. Those lightweights really putting it on there.
Yeah, Miami is at 40 strokes a minute, which is really pretty aggressive given that they're only halfway through the course.
And they have broken open water due to that aggressive rhythm, really putting themselves ahead as the class of the field, just like we have seen yesterday with a 10-second victory margin. Miami Rowing Club is going to try and extend that gap as they are into the final 500 meters. You see that red buoy and the sign up to the top of your screen. That is 500 meters left in this race. Miami Rowing Club well in control now, ahead of Miami Beach, who is starting to get tracked down by Winter Park. Does Winter Park have enough speed and enough gas left in the tank to overtake Miami Beach? It doesn't look like the gap is close enough at the moment, but anything can happen in the final 500 meters.
Yeah, Miami is doing a great job of rowing together. Really tremendous style, fabulous focus by these athletes, rowing at a very high rate, and they're making the rating work because when they're placing their blades in the water, there are clear water on the bow side of the puddles, and that is giving them a tremendous advantage as they come into the last 250 meters right now.
Miami is just blowing the roof off of this right now. They have 2 lengths of open water. Miami Beach in second, but Beach has done a great job. Instead of having this a neck-and-neck battle, they went ahead and said, we're going to take our open water on Winter Park as well. Winter Park in a strong 3rd position for that bronze medal podium position.
Lake Brantley has also sprinted ahead of Sarasota crew by about a half a length. There you see the Miami coxswain. He is slamming the boat. He knows that this job is done, but he wants more and more out of this crew. They want to blow this field apart here as they come down to the final few strokes. Miami Rowing Club
41 strokes a minute. 41.
Yeah, 41 strokes a minute, a huge testament to their skill, and they come across the line to win the state title in the boys lightweight 8. Miami Beach is going to do very, very well to hold off the charge from Winter Park. They settle for silver. Winter Park for the bronze. It's going to come down to the line here. Lake Brantley with a strong charge in the middle of this race, and it's going to lead them to a 4th place finish. Oars is going to overtake Sarasota Crew just at the line by half a deck. And Oars is going to overturn the result from the race for lanes. Sarasota Crew is going to round out the pack, and you can see the jubilation for these Miami athletes standing up and flexing. Are we about to see a handshake here?
Maybe a little bit obsessive.
And great celebrations there. Congratulations to Miami Rowing Club for the new state champions here in the boys lightweight 8 for the time of 4 minutes 39 seconds. And look at that, 10.5 seconds, just like yesterday.
All right, we're going to move ahead to the girls' 4th varsity 8s. And these are 4 crews, or 3 organizations represented that have an extremely large population of rowers, and they're all fully engaged. We're going to have 2 crews from Sarasota Crew at the bookends, at the inside and the outside of the course, and in the middle will be Oars and Winter Park.
You can see they're all lined up at the start, ready to go here. Still 3 minutes to go till the scheduled start of this event. So again, shout out to the wonderful job that the referees, volunteers, and race officials have done to keep this race on time throughout the day and throughout the weekend, both here and 2 weeks ago at the Scullion State Championships. They have done a fantastic job keeping this race on time and as scheduled.
Yeah, you can see they're actually 3 minutes. They're locked on 3 minutes prior to the listed time. It's 11:09 right now, correction, 11:10. And the start is supposed to be at 11:12. Now, what they can do, you're supposed to be locked on at least 2 minutes prior to actual start time, and if everybody's ready, they may go before the published time. Here's a great picture of our starting platform, and you can see all of the boats for the next race that are all arranged in their lane, getting ready to move into the starting platform. And here we see our stake boat people on the lanes that are not currently in use. All of them have communications to the aligner, and if the aligner feels that the bow of the boat that they're holding is out too far or back too far, they will tell them to move the boat out or pull it back, so that when they start, every single boat is going to row the exact same distance at the start. Now, we can't talk to steering or other things in the middle that can cause you to row a little bit further, but when they start, it's perfect. And now we do have a start in that race, and we can see. And on the outside is Sarasota Crew on the top and Sarasota Crew on the bottom. And in the middle is Orlando, and next to them is Winter Park.
And to those of you wondering why the 4th 8 is not really contested much in any other place in the country at the championship level, for those of you wondering why it is contested here, it is worth a boatload of points. 50 points for the winner in comparison to some of the other boats that we've seen. The lightweight 4, the winner only gets 38 for their program. The junior 4, 38, freshman 4, 28, freshman 8, 50 points. So this is a very, very valuable event. And if you can field a 4th varsity 8, odds are that that is going to contribute to your points total.
Now, Christian, what is the rule as far as how many different events are you allowed to count towards the points trophy?
Yeah, so to ensure that everybody has a fair shot at going for the team points, obviously there is big teams, small teams in attendance here. To ensure that everybody has the best chance to compete for the team points, only the top 4 highest scoring boats are considered for the team points championships. So if you have 15 entries, let's say, as one of the larger teams in attendance, only your top 4 highest point scoring boats will be considered for the team points to allow for some of the smaller teams to contest for those championships as well. And it looks like Sarasota Crew and Oars have started to separate themselves out from the rest of the pack. Sarasota Crew with about a 3-seat lead now over Oars.
Yeah, it looks like Sarasota Crew's B entry is doing a nice job of trying to overturn their result from yesterday. They're in a solid 3rd position, but about 3 seats up on that. We'll have to see how it plays out for the second half of this race, but it continues to be Sarasota Crew's A entry out in front by about 1/3 to half a length, and it looks like they're starting to open up.
Yeah, and the Sarasota Crew B entry has edged forward of Winter Park just by about half a deck.
That race is going to continue to develop. Winter Park will be looking to overturn this. They finished ahead of Sarasota Crew B in the race for lanes yesterday, and that is why they are seated closer to the far shore and closer to the faster boats. And as we talk about that, here comes Winter Park now. The momentum has just switched, but Sarasota Crew with a strong response there on the bottom of your screen.
And this is going to be a Rocky Balboa fight there, where they're going to be pounding back and forth, and it's going to be right down to the finish.
And in the meantime, Sarasota Crew A on the top of your screen in the dark navy blue shell has just started to break open water over the Oars Crew in 2nd place, especially in an 8 like this, with the boat is so long, about, what do you say, 20 meters at least is the length of a shell.
Not for a lightweight boat. Matt is the boat rep here. For a lightweight boat, it would probably be about 54, 55 feet.
Yeah, anywhere from 53 to 57 feet, depending on the make, model, and brand. And there had been some that were shorter, some that were longer. So usually in this category, they're all going to be fairly similar, so that as you are lined up with the athlete next to you, you can assume that the bow ball is equidistant. So it's really nice to see when the coxswain is level with a coxswain, you would assume that the bow balls are level, and it's usually close enough, but that's why we'd have the camera and the finish line down to the hundredths of a second, because it's a silly little sport we play, just pushing a rubber bow ball across the line. The only thing that matters is whose bow ball crosses the line first, and right now it is Sarasota Crew pushing their bow ball out in front, open water, ahead of Oars A.
And it looks like Winter Park has made a move and starting to push the Sarasota Crew B boat back a skoshi.
And Sarasota Crew trying to bring back the Kirsten Anderson trophy. A little bit ironic considering that Kirsten Anderson is the director of rowing at Oars, who are currently sitting in 2nd place as they are down almost to the final 250 meters. It is over half a length of open water for Sarasota Crew in the A final of the girls' 4th varsity 8. Keep an eye out for the battle for bronze, though. Sarasota Crew B has done well to hold on, but here comes Winter Park. They might be charging here now, coming down to the final 250 meters. Sarasota Crew in control of the 1st place spot, followed by Oars, but it is going to come down to the battle for bronze. It is now Winter Park who has overtaken Sarasota Crew B.
And Sarasota Crew A is just striding away and really starting to open up their advantage in the last 100 meters of this race. And we have got ourselves a boat race for 3rd place. What do you think? It's Sarasota Crew B trying to get back into the lead of Winter Park, and they are moving along very nicely.
It's going to come down to
here we go.
Half a length the advantage for Winter Park, but in the meantime, Sarasota Crew is going to come across the line. Their A entry wins the state championship in the girls' 4th varsity 8. Next across the line with about a length and a half of open water will be Oars. And Winter Park is going to overturn a fast start from Sarasota Crew and hold on to take a half-length margin for the bronze medal. Winter Park takes the bronze over Sarasota Crew B.
Not very nice racing by these ladies at the 4th varsity level here at beautiful Nathan Benderson Park. And just an absolutely glorious day here in Sarasota, Bradenton, Florida.
Congratulations to the athletes from Sarasota Crew A. Fist bumps all around for a job well done.
And there's a nice picture of our launch and recovery docks. We have 5 of those beautiful long docks, which the 2 on the left are going to be the ones that they launch from. And after they come around Regatta Island, the boats will be recovering on the 2 launch docks and recovery docks to the right-hand side.
Yeah, I believe they are long enough to accommodate 2 8s on each side. They're maybe just too short. I forget, but
I don't know, but they are big docks.
they are for sure.
All right, we have our crews for the next race, which are the boys varsity fourth varsity A final, and this is a 5-boat race, and we have 2 crews from Oars and 2 crews from Sarasota, and the last crew finishing out the field is the bowl school, which will be in the one closest to
We
us.
saw the weather on our screen, 82 degrees, a little bit more forgiving, at least in terms of the temperature at the moment, but in any case, please make sure that everybody on the venue is staying hydrated, reapplying sunscreen, and taking cover in the shade when you can to avoid the heat. The heat really can bite you very, very quickly. So please make sure everyone is taking the right precautions on the venue.
The heat will bite you and the sun will burn you.
Yes, it will. As we have a look at the start there, Joe already went through the crews, 2 Oars boats, 2 Sarasota crew boats, and a Bowl school boat you can see right in your picture. Again, this was another race for lanes yesterday, so all of these crews will have seen each other, and it looks like they're about to get going.
Yeah, our fastest crew is the crew from Orlando, and that is the crew which is the furthest away from the camera as we speak. We'll see whether or not that follows through as they go through their starting sequence.
And off we go here for the A final of the boys' 4th varsity 8, competing for
the Dan Bertosa Cup. Another long-time Winter Park coach.
And it looks like Oars A did have the fastest of starts, being challenged by their B entry as well. Those are your top 2 in the initial few strokes. We'll expect Sarasota Crew A on the left to lengthen out and start to walk through in the base rhythm, at least through Oars B, but it is Oars A with the statement of a start. They are establishing themselves early as the state championship favorite, like they did yesterday in the race for lanes.
Yeah, really nice battle here. It's Oars A, it's Oars B, and it's Sarasota Crew A. Those are your top 3 crews. They have separated themselves out a bit more. Some open water back to Sarasota Crew B, but right now it is Oars striding out to almost an open water lead. But their B boat says, nuh-uh, not so fast. We want to hang on and play.
Yeah, very, very tight there for the silver and bronze medals between Sarasota Crew A. Oars B doing this is a brave start from Oars B. I don't think we saw this yesterday from this crew, so good fight, and you can see there the bow ball just tucked into the stern tip there. Not quite open water yet between the 2 Oars boats, and a definitive stride as well for the Oars B boat. They're up to about a half a length on Sarasota Crew in just a matter of strokes. Sarasota Crew B holding open water over the Bowl School for 4th and 5th respectively. And yeah, there is the move there from Oars. They have kept up their high rate of cadence and have continued to move. Sarasota Crew kind of settled into their base rhythm, and that has just started to cost them a little bit, about a half a length now, the gap between Oars B and Sarasota Crew A.
And what's wonderful is when you have this depth, number of rowers, you have people always competing to really move up and really move things along. When you can put 4 8s out on the water and have them play off of each other, it really helps the competitiveness. I remember when I was growing up in the Philadelphia area, every time we'd launch in the Schuylkill River, even doing little practice pieces, you'd see crews from other organizations, and it would turn into an impromptu race just about every time you get out on the water.
It's always battle paddle. Yeah, so we've got Oars is now starting to stride out. Their A boat now has broken open water over their B boat. Their B boat is still locked in the battle. Sarasota Crew is not going away. Sarasota Crew is not necessarily making up ground, but they're not giving anything away.
That's right.
Yeah, and it is now Oars A striding away. They have broken open water in the past 500 meters. And an interesting observation from our director there, Joe. He was mentioning that from the drone angle, it can see that some of the athletes are kind of in a little bit of shade due to a passing cloud, and some of the athletes can be out in the sun. going in and out of the shade, that really can be a big difference here out on the lake. When the sun is beaming, having a little bit of shade pass over, I feel like that could be a possible advantage if only you and only your crew may be suffering from that. And yeah, here's a look. You can see the darkness on the lake. That is some crews passing into the shade. Well, you can see the crew on the left, their oars not really being affected by any shade.
Well, it's a sunshine state, and this is an outdoor sport, so most of these crews will have rowed in sun, in clouds, in rain, and maybe even worse, depending on the time of year, those typical Florida afternoon showers. So some people get invigorated by it, and some people feel the burn. Sometimes that's a good thing. So a lot of it comes down to how well trained are your crews to handle all conditions.
In the meantime, Oars B has done a fantastic job to withstand the charge from Sarasota crew. They're into the final 250 meters. Oars A well out in front. They're going to secure a state championship in the boys 4th varsity 8, but the Oars 5V trying to stick it to the Sarasota crew 4V coming down to the line. Sarasota crew running out of room to try and make a charge. Looks like it's going to be Oars B, but in the meantime, there is the picture. That is Oars A, who is going to come across the line to win the state championship in the boys 4th varsity 8. Oars B, the gap is closing between them and Sarasota crew, but they are going to just hold on there through the line now. Oars a 1-2 in the 4V here. The 5th varsity 8 takes second place and a silver medal away from Sarasota crew, and you can see how ecstatic they are to find out that they have secured a 1-2 for Oars. Sarasota crew has to settle for the bronze, where they will be followed in by their teammates from Sarasota crew B.
Yeah, what I found was remarkable was the rating that Oars B boat was able to maintain. They committed to a sprint, and they really committed to a sprint, and they were about 4 or 5 feet higher than Sarasota crew, and they just really maintained their power, and that's hard. You've rowed 1,500 meters. You're really hurting. You've done everything you possibly can, but then you've got to hold on. Looks like some tremendous camaraderie between the A boat and the B boat as they really pulled it off going in this final.
And I'm not saying this to be crude, but the boat name for Sarasota crew, it's great to see that is Bat on the Water, the Fat Bastard, being rowed by the 4th 8, a Kanghua shell.
Oh,
the old Austin Powers reference.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
A lot of our newer boats acquired by Sarasota crew were gifted names in reference to Austin Powers. Obviously, you saw Fat Bastard there. We have a number 2 as one of our 2V shells. Our men's 1V boat is called the Mr. Bigglesworth. Our girls 1V boat is the Frau Farbissina. So all Austin Powers reference and several others.
Okay, so we're going into some kind of social media cloud here. As the old guy, I have no idea what you're talking about, but I appreciate those who can appreciate it. It's not in my pay grade. So we're now going to move down to the girls' 3rd varsity 8 final, and this is another 5-boat race as the previous one. We have Oars, Sarasota crew, Winter Park, Team Tampa, and the Episcopal School of Jacksonville. And our fastest crew from the previous race for lanes was Oars at a 5:10. Sarasota crew was 2 seconds off, and Winter Park another seconds off. So we fully expect that those 3 crews, once we get into the meat of the race, will be significantly ahead of the rest of the pack.
Well, in that previous 5-second gap, as we've already seen, results and placings overturned, it seems like this is still going to be a battle, so it's anybody's ball game to see who's actually going to come out on top. Yeah, those top 3 crews seem to have separated themselves out, but as we've already seen, anything can happen when it comes down to the final sprints.
All right, it looks like some Pinecrest people very, very happy getting a trophy. And they are off in the girls' 3rd varsity 8 final A for a state championship.
Competing for the Hammer Cup overall, and for our scholastic teams, the Thomas Lindenberry Cup.
Yeah, a great start there by those top 3 crews, Oars, Sarasota, and Winter Park, blasting out of the blocks. Nobody has a decisive advantage yet, all within 1 seat of each other, but those 3 crews have already separated themselves out through the starting sequence by about 1 length over the 4th and 5th place crews.
Yeah, we're seeing some challenging steering taking place. Unfortunately, Team Tampa got pointed a little bit further to their starboard side than they wanted to, but the coxswain was doing a great job with their rudder to get back on track. And now Team Tampa is starting to pick up some speed and move away from the Episcopal School of Jacksonville.
Now into the base rhythms. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen the seedings are starting to play out. Oars with a half a length advantage over Sarasota Crew, who is about almost half a length over Winter Park. And it is a little bit interesting to see the Winter Park, these Winter Park lower varsity boats not really performing to the standard that we are typically accustomed to see in the first varsity category, but through the line it is oars into the first 500 meters.
Well, there's a lot of depth and a lot of speed, and again, some of these mega programs, we're seeing oars with depth all the way into the 5th 8 for the boys. This third varsity 8 for the girls is currently leading out on Sarasota Crew, who has also been able to field many entries, and right now it does look like the placings from yesterday's seeding finals are holding true at the moment. But again, it was a close enough result yesterday that we're through the first 500. We're coming up on the halfway mark, and we'll see what the middle base rhythm of the middle 500 takes everybody.
Yeah, look at this visual. Half length, half length, half length between the top 3 crews. Very, very tight racing here, and they still have over 750 meters to sort this out. It's going to come down to these middle moves here. Which
Now,
crew can establish themselves out
looks
front.
like Sarasota Crew may be putting in a power 10. They may be moving away from Winter Park and moving into Orlando, but we shall see as they go past the 500 meters down.
Yeah, Oars,
1,000 to go.
Oars has about 5 seats, but that's where it's holding. They're not gaining, they're not losing ground. Sarasota Crew continues to hold a 1-length lead over Winter Park, but at the front of the field, it's Oars. Coming up towards the last 500, they maintain. It looks like now it's almost down to 4 seats, so maybe Sarasota Crew decided to focus on that middle 500 to see if they can stay closer, and then in that final 500, unleash the final burst.
Well, it looks like the coxswain from Oars is looking over periodically, kind of get an idea of where that bow ball is, and her call. So what kind of call would you use right now if you were the coxswain of Oars and to your crew in order to get them to push away Sarasota Crew?
Common thing I like to see, you can see the coxswain of Oars is lined up of about the 2 seat, and now she is starting to move on the bow seat. So that's exactly what I would say. I'm sitting on 2 seat of Sarasota. Give me bow seat. I want another one. Keep pushing on the legs. Give me the next seat from Sarasota, and give me another extra more room of an advantage.
Oars has had a higher rate the entire middle 500, so Sarasota may have room to go, but Oars currently has about a 6-seat lead. That coxswain sitting on 2 seat of Sarasota Crew, neither crew backing down.
And they're running out of room for Sarasota Crew to make a move. They're going to have to make a definitive charge now if they're going to try and overtake Oars for the state championship. But it is Oars who has stayed in control of this race. They're entering the final 250 meters. It's going to come down to the final sprints to see if Oars can secure this.
Well, Oars is in the driver's seat, and that coxswain's leaning forward. You can see her agitated, driving that crew, hitting with her hand, and hopefully holding on to that rudder. And that's what used to drive me nuts. I had a coxswain that we used to try to steer with just one hand.
I think she's hitting the boat because she's feeling the pressure. Here's the gap. It's come down to about a half a length. That's Oars coxswain has sitting on 3 seat and now even 4 seat now. Here comes Sarasota Crew coming down to the line here.
Well, they have responded.
Yes, they have.
And there goes Oars again. So now Oars is starting to open it up in the final 10 strokes. Oars is maintaining a 3/4 of a length lead. Sarasota Crew holding overlap, trying to get back to it, but the finish line is going to come too soon, and it will be for Oars crossing the line first in a gold medal in this girls' 3rd varsity 8, just ahead of Sarasota Crew with Winter Park in 3rd.
Team Tampa is going to be in 4th with the Episcopal School of Jacksonville rounding out the pack, but a very, very strong race from Oars. They withstood the charges from Sarasota Crew all the way down the course and were able to create the right response to be able to push across the line in first.
Well, it looks like we have our next race, which is the boys' third varsity, the male version. And we will see a replay of the finish here as Oars hangs on to win by half a length. Well, deja vu all over again with exactly the same lineups, where Oars, as the highest rated crew, will be in the right lane. Sarasota crew in the same location. They were 9 seconds slower. Berlin Jesuit 1 second off of Sarasota crew, and then Space Coast and Bowles rounding out the field.
And there's confirmation of the results. Only 1.42 seconds separating Oars and Sarasota crew. Tight margins here in the girls' third varsity 8. Looking forward to seeing more of that as we continue to move up the ranks. But in the meantime, it is another third varsity 8 level, the boys, coming your way very shortly. And you can see they are on the blocks. They're at the start. Concentrated on the right-hand side of your screen. That is the west shoreline, of which the wind is coming from. So Oars is going to have the most protected water, the smoothest water, not being affected by the wind as much. And they have earned that right through the race for lanes yesterday.
Yeah, we're seeing that the wind is blowing these, I believe they're called wind feathers, is that correct? With all the crew's names. And these are really great for us to be able to look over and see where the wind is going from, and we can also see if in fact they're snapping the velocity of the wind. So it appears the wind is starting to pick up, and this is the reason why our local organizing committee, which is the Florida Scholastic Rowing Association, made the decision early based upon the forecast to put the highest seated crews, the fastest crews on the shore closest to where the wind is coming from.
And there you see a picture of the wind feathers. That's a great indicator of which direction the wind is flowing. It's not necessarily reflected on the water as we have seen throughout the weekend, but I think today it's a pretty good representation of what the rowers are feeling on the water. And it looks like we are underway, and we have a start in the A final of the boys' third varsity 8.
Yeah, it looks like our crew from Space Coast got a very nice start. And we're seeing the crews from Bowles and Space Coast right now in view. And then we'll see Berlin come into view, and then Sarasota crew, and then Orlando on the outside. You can see how they have jumped on it and have gotten a really big lead in the first 30 strokes.
Huge start there from Oars to take almost a full length out of the rest of the field, who is very, very tightly packed. Nobody out of it yet here in this boys' third varsity 8A final.
Well, it's Oars' desire that they will be out of it so far ahead that it won't be a problem, but that remains to be seen. But they continue to be very, very aggressive in their starting sequence, and they are still high rating. I don't know that they're going to shift down that much, Matt.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they have to. This following tailwind will shorten the course, shorten the race time, that is. And it is Oars out in front. It currently looks like Berlin is in the second place position, maybe about 2 seats ahead of Sarasota crew. And look at that, Space Coast has decided that they want to come into play and contend for a medal.
Same thing with the Bowl School.
Yeah, this is a strategy that we've seen from even the Oars. If you remember a few races ago, the Oars B 4V, basically they didn't even settle. They sprinted the entire race. They started and they held that high rate of cadence all the way down the course, and that looks to be exactly what's happening here for this Oars 3V. This strategy paying off for them.
I don't know what kind of new aerobic systems these athletes have, but that is a concept that was totally foreign to me. I know that we do our start in the pair. We're up around 34. We do a 5-stroke short, longer, longest, and then 10 high, and then go down to our base of around 28 to 30. But these crews are sitting there pounding away at around 38, 39.
We're at the halfway mark. It is Oars out in front with an open water advantage. Currently Berlin in second position, but it's bow ball to bow ball with Sarasota crew. And Bowles, who had a fantastic early start, is finding the pace a little bit too hot as Sarasota crew is coming into their own in this middle 500. They're now challenging and trying to push their bow out in front of Berlin.
And we were mentioning the different lengths of boat. You can see the coxswain of Sarasota is almost lined up with this 8 or 7 seat, but look at the bow ball. It looks pretty dead even to me.
Yeah, and I think there's a bit of a fisheye view sometimes from this drone so that we can get fantastic coverage of all of the teams. But as you can see, those buoys are marked at the spaces that you can tell that as they're crossing those lines, it does look like, oh, it's either Sarasota Crew or Belen, whoever is taking a recovery as their bow ball surges has the lead. So it's neck and neck, no doubt about it. Oars well out in front and continuing to pull away from the field, but this last 500 is going to tell us Belen or Sarasota. We know Belen can sprint. Sarasota Crew knows it's coming, so this last 500 meters is going to play out who's silver and who's bronze.
Well, it looks like Sarasota Crew is just handling themselves going into the last part of the recovery, and they're carrying a lot of speed. Their boat isn't jerking back and forth as much as some of the other boats, but they're way up ahead. Wow. That is a significant lead by oars as they really are just pounding it and going after it and really getting good spacing. We're talking about 3 feet, 7 oar going on the bow side of bow's buttle.
Yeah,
even at that rating, that's really good.
Yeah, these guys are flying, that's for sure. As they're into the final 250 meters there, GoPro on the coxswain's head to be reviewed and enjoyed by these oars guys, because it's going to carry them to a state championship. And behind them, yeah, here comes Belen.
They're into the last 250 meters. They're in the red buoys. Here goes Belen. Belen is driving the rate up. They're moving their bow. They're trying to get out in front, but it's bow ball to bow ball. Sarasota Crew and Belen, 2 yellow boats. 1 for silver, 1 for bronze. It is going to be oars with a dominant 2 length of open water wind. And right now, I really can't even tell. It's going to be all the way down between Belen and Sarasota.
Belen might just have the momentum, but Sarasota trying to battle back.
Wow, wow, look at this. Sarasota, Belen, Sarasota, Belen, Sarasota, Belen. They're jockeying back and forth, and it's Belen just a skoshie. By my eye, totally unofficial.
I think it was Belen by a seat.
Not even that, yeah. It looked like maybe the bow card, and it was depending on who was surging, because Sarasota was in front on the recovery, then Belen on the recovery. So whoever's boat surged in that last bit, exactly where the finish line, will have to wait for the official results from crewtimer.com. Belen feels like they think they got it, but it's going to come down.
Yeah, it looks like, according to Crew Timer, by 0.15 seconds, Belen just pipped Sarasota Crew at the end. There is the replay.
Wow.
Wow. Fantastic stuff. Great sprint, and another showcase of that Belen sprint, but that oars crew has won by over 10 seconds. Fantastic stuff there for that oars crew.
And the Belen crew is just, they emptied the can. There's nothing left.
Sub 440 in the 3rd varsity 8.
Wow.
Wow, that is
It's going to
awesome.
be interesting to see how that mixes up with some of the 2nd varsity 8s later on today. But in the meantime,
so that's a 133.
Yep, that's right.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, rowing nearly a 40 the entire way down the course. No time to slow down, and oars handled it the best, giving them the state championship in the men's 3rd varsity 8.
And moving straight along here to the final set of races before our mini lunch break. It is the A final of the girls' 2nd varsity 4.
Yeah. I really feel for those guys from Belen. They work so hard. Their heads are pounding. Their arms are just dead. I mean, it's going to take a while for them to reconstitute. But, man, I'll tell you what, they put the pedal to the metal, a la Belen style.
It hurts, but it hurts a lot less when you know you came out in front by that bow ball that mattered.
It hurts so good. All right, so we're now going to go from the boys' 3rd varsity 8 to the girls' 2nd varsity 4s, and this is going to be a 4-boat race where we have 2 entries from Gainesville, 1 from North Palm, and 1 from Lake Brantley.
Joe, how did the race play out yesterday? Who should we expect to see out in front here for this race?
Well, we're supposed to see Gainesville's A boat. They did a 5:49. Thank you for the notes, and they were 8 seconds faster than North Palm, and then another 13 seconds back to Gainesville. And Brantley really was off the pace yesterday, but we remain to see who's going to show up today.
Yeah, we've been seeing lots of good results yesterday from Gainesville and most of their Cox 4s. They've been really doing a great job. You know, program size wise, if you can't necessarily field, you know, all of these 8s, the forge competition is fierce and fast, and they're taking full advantage of that, bringing home lots of points, bringing home lots of hardware.
Yeah, and that can be a decision that is used by a lot of smaller programs. I know a lot of the prep schools up in the Northeast row 4s instead of 8s, and so that they could put competitive boats on the water and really provide that opportunity to race against each other while they're practicing. All right, so whoa, look at that beautiful shot from that starting line camera, and where they're off.
Into the first few strokes. It looks pretty clean from all 4 of our crews here. Looks like North Palm Beach had a pretty decent start up in lane 1. And it is very, very even off the line across all 4 crews. But yeah, it does look like North Palm Beach may have just gotten the best start by a seat or 2 over the rest of the field. Still very, very tight, but as we start to settle into these base rhythms out of our start.
It looks like you're right there, Christian. It looks like North Palm Beach in that blue boat has put their bow just a little bit ahead of our pre-race favorite, the Gainesville area rowing A boat. The Gainesville B boat is solidly in third place, and then Lake Brentley is trying to maintain contact with the lead pack.
And this was an observation that you made, Joe. 3 of our 4 crews in the picture are actually starboard-stroked, starboard-rigged boats, North Palm Beach being the only traditional port-stroked boat. So that was an observation that was very interesting indeed for these second varsity 4s.
Yep, it's an interesting decision because I don't know about you, Matt. You've had a chance to switch the riggings on a 4 from port stroke to starboard stroke?
I have indeed, and a lot of times it comes down to, as you were talking about, who is your athlete who you want to deem the metronome? Who's going to be the person who can create a solid rhythm that everybody else can follow? So that stroke seat, while we typically, focus on that athlete, a lot of times they get the highlights, they get their names in the program. That doesn't mean that they're necessarily the physically strongest, but it means that they're usually the most consistent, can lay down a rhythm that everybody else can follow and everybody can propel together.
Yeah, the other thing is most of these boats are not equal width. They're narrower in the bow and narrower in the stern and wider in the middle. So in other words, in order to rig this boat, you would probably have to take the rigger from the bow seat and put it at stroke, and the rigger from stroke put in the bow seat, and then switch 2 and 3 around.
Yeah, and so as you mentioned, the starboard stroke versus port stroke over across the pond in the UK, the traditional rigging terminology, they were so dominant that port stroke was the normal side. They actually call that stroke side in the UK, with bow side being starboard. So stroke side is the ports, bow side is the starboards. So when you're switching that around, it doesn't quite hold up here. So we can determine starboard stroke and port stroke, but that tends to confuse our UK competitors.
Anything we can do to confuse them, because they're very fast.
They drive on the wrong side of the road too.
As they're through the halfway point, it is Gar A that has taken almost open water, but here comes Gar B on the bottom of your screen. They have been mostly down ahead, behind North Palm Beach, but they have brought it to almost level in the middle stages of this race. North Palm Beach is going to need to respond if they want to prevent a Gainesville 1-2, which would be quite the birthday present for head coach Garrett Bauer.
It certainly would, and this will be a significant accomplishment by the Gainesville area B crew, because their time in the race for lanes was 13 seconds, which is a little bit over 4 lengths behind the North Palm crew, and it looks like they're going to be singing happy birthday to the coach.
Yeah, and they have surged into the lead here. There is the Gainesville. I see one of the assistant coaches there, Thomas Spellman's a former teammate of mine, watching on his phone as well. And they will be cheering on both of their Gainesville area boats, trying to come down to the line as they are down to the final 500 meters for GAR A and now GAR B into first and second position respectively. North Palm Beach is really going to need to put in a charge here to overcome the momentum that GAR B has created. But here is a great shot of GAR A. And we will expect to see many other GAR boats in the future races dominate just like this one has.
Yeah, really nicely done. You can see the bow person, how when she goes out there, she really raises her hand for the last 3 inches of travel in order to take that blade and place it in the water. And she's really hooking it. And look at those coaches running along the side there, cheering them on. They're going to be sucking gales of wind by the time they get down to the finish.
Yeah,
but they're hanging on as long as they could.
Yeah, not able to keep up with the speed of the GAR A boat. They've extended their open water lead, and it now looks like GAR B is also continuing to open up on the North Palm Beach. We're going to have a Gainesville 1-2 if everything holds. They're into the red buoys, 250 meters to go.
They still have the final sprints now to determine their final positioning, and it is GAR B now breaking open water over North Palm Beach as they enter the final red buoys here. But in the meantime, GAR A well out in front, looking to consolidate their state championship in the girls' second varsity 4. But all eyes are going to be on GAR B and North Palm Beach, trying to overturn their result from the race for lanes yesterday. And yes, GAR B with all of the momentum now, and that open water gap is widening, Joe.
It certainly is. That's a significant, that's almost a 20 seconds, a 20-second overtake over last, oh, how about yesterday? But it's a significant accomplishment. Now we're watching that lead crew go across.
Coming across the line now, it is GAR A taking the win in the girls' second varsity 4, but all the attention is going to be on GAR B. It's going to be a 1-2 finish for Gainesville area rowing, and a great happy birthday present for head coach Garrett Bauer. North Palm Beach, valiant effort, but could not convert that second place seeding to a silver. In the end, they will have to settle for the bronze, and rounding out the pack will be Lake Brantley High School. But congratulations to Gainesville area rowing. Their 2-4s are going to bring in some very valuable hardware.
Now, one might question, why is Christian so high on Gainesville? Could it be that their boathouse at University of Florida is very close to the the GAR boathouse on Lake Noonan?
In fact, they're right next door, and we at the University of Florida are very, very grateful to Gainesville. We've been suffering from a pretty bad drought up there in Noonan's Lake, and for the vast majority of this year, we have actually been training out of the Gainesville area site because our dock has just been on complete dry land. And Gainesville's dock is a little bit longer than ours, so we were able to train out of there. Very gracious and letting us use their facilities. So we are very, very thankful to Gainesville. But unfortunately, Noonan's Lake has completely dried up. GAR has actually moved their practice to a different lake, and the University of Florida is also in the process of doing the same. So we wish GAR the very best of luck as they continue to pursue regional and national championship aspirations, albeit on a different practice site than they're accustomed to.
So we've got 2 more races coming up before our lunch break. We've got coming up now the B final for the boys' second varsity 4. On the far shore we'll have Capital City. Next to them is Vero Beach, Edgewater's B entry, and in the red boat closest to the camera will be Tampa Prep.
Alrighty, so it's going to be a really excellent race for these young men. And for some of our smaller programs, this might be their lowest ranking crews.
Look at Tampa Prep going after it.
Yep.
Fast and furious. They're trying to get off the blocks as hard and as fast as they can, trying to keep up with the rest of the field.
Good on them. Going for the glory.
So we're through the opening strokes, and as we're going to start to stretch out, it looks like Vero Beach and Capital City have just pulled in a couple of seats just ahead of Edgewater B and Tampa Prep. We'll wait as we get some of the better camera angles, but it does look like those two crews, based on the seating from yesterday on the far shore, Capital City and Vero Beach, are going to be starting to stride out and try to start extending their leads here in the B final. And it looks like Vero Beach has done a fantastic job to jump out on the start. They have a half a length right now on Capital City, but Capital City found a smooth rhythm earlier on, so we'll see how this plays out over the course of the track in the next 15,000 meters.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting thing because we're seeing a lot of different style, and the Capital City boat in the top is rowing very, very smoothly together and really seems to be effortless and relaxed, whereas the crew underneath them, which is the Vero Beach crew, is very, very energetic and going after it, and see whether or not the energy can overcome the relaxed version.
We're 500 meters into it. It continues to be Vero Beach by about 2 seats over Capital City. They've spread themselves out over Edgewater in a third place position, and Tampa currently in a fourth. Well, we'll see how if anybody tries to make a move here in the middle 500.
And again, this is for the B final of the boys' second varsity four. So the winner of this heat will be earning the 9th place overall position in the state of Florida. And Vero Beach trying to consolidate it early, but Capital City not panicking under pressure. They have done well to stick to their rhythm and have been inching back and forth between themselves and Vero Beach. They're still sitting about a seat down, but plenty of room to make up. It's going to come to the middle move to see if Capital City can create something more of an advantage for them.
Yeah, we can see that the lower crew, which is Vero Beach, is very, very energetic, really going after it, but kind of dragging their oars a little bit on the water, and that's going to make it harder for them to maintain their position. And right now it appears that Capital City is starting to
Would you say they're
take
starting to
advantage of their
capitalize?
smoothness. Oh, that's terrible.
Thank you.
I'm suffering from Pun City up here with Matt Muffelman. I'm the grandfather. I'm supposed to say the grandfather jokes, but he says the Capital City is capitalizing on their smoothness. So, yawn. But anyway, be that as it may, Capital City has used that smoothness and is moving up to about a 2-seat advantage, but it's not done and dusted as we just crossed 500 meters to go.
Yeah, Vero Beach let Capital City get a few seats, but they are starting to fight back now. But Capital City responding now with a huge surge here to try and hold on to the momentum. But Vero Beach with a definite response now, they are starting to close the gap. It's going to be very, very tight up front here. Nothing in it between our top two crews.
Yeah, they're in the last 500, and Vero, again, with a higher rate of striking. The timing is maybe a little bit off, but at the end of the day, it only matters who gets their bow ball in front. And even though Capital City is rowing nice and smooth, they haven't been able to break Vero.
Vero is tenacious. They're just like a little bulldog. They're not going to go away, and they're going to fight Capital City right to the end.
We're going to be going into the red buoys soon. They'll start bringing up their rating, and we'll see if Capital City, with their long, smooth rhythm, if they start bringing the rate up, can they start moving away? They have about a 1 to 2 seat advantage over Vero Beach at the moment, and we're into the last 250 red buoys.
And the coxswain for Capital City will be looking to his right, and he'll be seeing that bow ball of Vero Beach. That is such a powerful call, getting to that bow ball, and that coxswain will be telling his crew, moving now ahead into open water. This is the B final, the win on the line, crossing the line first. Here we go, down to the line. Capital City with a definitive sprint now, putting all of their power down to get ahead of Vero Beach, and it is a definitive sprint indeed. Vero Beach not able to hold on in the final 200 meters because Capital City has put on a huge charge. They have weathered the storm, moved through. Vero Beach tried to fight back, but Capital City had a lot more in the tank in the end. They're going to take the win here in the B final and 9th place overall. Congratulations to Capital City for a job well done. Vero Beach, strong effort. They will have to settle for 2nd place in the end. Edgewater will be next across the line, followed by Tampa Prep.
Really gutsy row by those young men from Vero Beach, and you know, a lot of potential for that crew, and they ought to be very pleased. And they are racing in a 4 that is exactly the same name as a quad that we have at Sarasota County Rowing Club, also the Blue Bayou. So that must have been their mojo. And here comes a really nice little crew from Edgewater.
Edgewater, that is their B entry, so we are looking forward to see their A entry compete in the next race, which is the A final, and Tampa Prep will be rounding out the pack there on your screens now.
All right, we finished up the penultimate race of the day as the Tampa Prep crew goes across the line here shortly. Getting great experience racing here at Nathan Benderson Park.
And yes, it is the final race before our scheduled lunch break to kick off at noon, exactly on the dot. It is the A final of the boys' second varsity 4.
All righty, it looks like it's going to be a really tight race based upon the results yesterday. The fastest crew on the water will be in lane 1, which will be Miami Beach at 5:05, but on either side of them will be MRC at 5:10 and First Coast at 5:10, and then we have 2 crews that are also even in time. That will be Edgewater and Miami coming closer to us.
And we already have a start.
Here we go.
Here for the A final of the boys' second varsity 4. These are live pictures on your screen now. We just missed the first 1 or 2 strokes, but nevertheless underway here. These are live pictures on your screen now. You can see the University School in lane 6, St. Thomas Aquinas, in lane 7 now on your screen. The early leaders currently can't tell from here at the moment, but these athletes will be competing for the Corey Konsumius Trophy.
Yeah, it looks like our early leader is going to be Miami Beach, which is our top seeded crew, and they're going to be in lane 1, which will be second from the left once we get an overhead view. It appears that our drone is flying back there. Our drone is getting another battery, but we can see right now the crew on the left, on the right-hand side. That is Miami, and then Miami Beach is a little bit ahead of them, and then it's too close. It's really close for the rest. So there we go. There is the Miami Beach crew, and they have almost a length over Miami Rowing Club, and then 2 lanes over, that is Edgewater. Edgewater is making a big move to get back in there. First Coast currently is in 4th place. Looks like Edgewater is really getting up into Miami Beach. Looks like they may be in 2nd place. And there is lane 6, and that is Melbourne. And we've got ourselves a boat race, and this is not going as expected. These guys did not get the memo that they're supposed to be slower.
Yeah, Miami Beach doing a great job right now, out in front, about a 1-length lead with Miami and Edgewater hot on their heels. First Coast also not going away quietly, so we're going to have to play it out. They're approaching the halfway mark very quickly. This is going to be a hot and a fast race, so as we've seen, a lot of the crews, when they get out with the high rating, if they can maintain it, they can push that out into the lead, and it continues to be now Miami Beach about a 1-length lead over Edgewater now. Looks like Edgewater is about 2 to 3 seats ahead of Miami, and Miami just ahead of First Coast.
Yeah, First Coast might start to track down Miami here in the middle of this race. Miami is going to have to be aware of all of these boats that are swarming them, especially surprising given that they are the top seeded crew out in lane 0. But here they come. They have just made a move, and now Edgewater starting to feel the pressure from Miami and First Coast.
Yeah. Miami Miami Beach was the one with the fastest time, and they're in lane 1, and they are really true to form. So we've got ourselves one heck of a boat race here, where it's going to be a dog fight between Edgewater High School, that's in the green boat or red boat in the bottom, and then First Coast is in the yellow boat, and there we have our leader, which is the blue boat from Miami Beach, and at the top is Miami Rowing Club in the black boat.
Edgewater has just fallen from 2nd to 4th place because Miami Rowing Club put in a huge push coming into the final 500 meters, and First Coast has continuously creeped up on all of the lead crews here after having a slower start. First Coast now in bronze medal position. Edgewater is going to have to respond in the final 500 meters, and here comes First Coast now challenging Miami Rowing Club for the silver.
Yeah, Edgewater's having a little bit of difficulty with their blade work, getting their blades stuck in the water, and that's hurting them. But right now, First Coast is really rowing real smooth, and First Coast is starting to challenge Miami. First Coast is that crew that's right there in the yellow and gray boat, and then up there in the top, you see Miami. But look all the way over to, you're right, that is the stern of the beach. The beach is putting the hammer down.
And down to the final sprints now. They're into the red buoys for the final 250 meters. Miami Rowing Club had to take a shift up to try and defend against First Coast.
And First Coast is striding. They are sitting up tall. They're really jacking it along. Will First Coast be able to overtake Miami? Here we go. First Coast really is going after it. Sitting up tall, jacking it in, and it's First Coast to Miami. First Coast to Miami. Meanwhile, the beach continues to hold on, and they've got open water, but I don't know who's going to be second.
Look at the bow balls here on the drone shot. So tight. It looks like it just now is advantage First Coast. Miami needs to throw everything they have in the final 5 strokes. But in the meantime, Miami Beach is going to win the state title in the boys' second varsity 4.
First Coast did a great job. Moved about a length in the last 15 strokes. Great move by them. But our state champion is the Beach.
First Coast did an excellent job to move through and overtake Miami Rowing Club for the silver. Hillsborough High School comes across the line 4th, University School in 5th. Looks like Miami B in 6th, Melbourne in 7th. St. Thomas Aquinas is going to round out the pack in 8th, and you can see the elation there from Miami Beach taking the win and another state title.
In the boys' second varsity 4. All right, it's lunchtime. And we'll see the replay right now coming up. Thank you, our wonderful director. Oh, look at that. Oh, man. And that First Coast, they hammered it, man. They just powered their way into a second place.
They timed their sprint to perfection. Miami Beach was out in front with Miami holding a strong second position, but with First Coast putting in a flurry, they were able to, as the results confirm, squeeze into that silver medal position. So it is Miami Beach winning the second boys varsity 4 gold medal, with First Coast just about 1 second ahead of Miami.
All right, it's lunchtime. Guess what? We have got food trucks. We have Fire and Flower Smokehouse, Cheeky Island Concessions, the Purple Bowl, One Stop Food Truck, Toast Time, Big Chef, carousels, and donuts. If it isn't here, you can't get it. And we are going to see some morning highlights here shortly coming up from our wonderful director. And we're going to be back at 1:30 for our race. Enjoy the highlights, enjoy your lunch, and we will see you in a bit.
speedy, fast.
Excellent. One word.
Dominant.
They're durable, they're fast, they're light.
I feel like they're really easy to row in. They're smooth and they're clean and they look nice on the water.
We have a shell that has been out 400 times a year since we got it, and it's still a great shell, still in great shape.
I really hope our program doesn't switch.
The boundless natural world exists outside of us, and yet, the wonder and beauty of Sarasota's nature lives within each of us. It moves you with a kind of exhilaration that renews itself with every beat of your heart. Come and feel it for yourself. Nature's canvas awaits in Sarasota.
Exceptional.
Easy.
Dangerous.
I'd say sharp.
Strong.
Silky. That's what I was gonna say. I love the King. They're solid boats.
I think it's one of the most responsive shells out there.
Still got it.
I like the rudder on the King shell. The color's pretty great.
I think it really has a lot of sense.
Got it.
The King Racing shell is a fantastic racing shell. It's a great shell for the money.
Are you ready to up your assets? Join Ray Ferrara, certified financial planner, as he cuts through the noise of wealth management with straight talk and sharp insights that impact your life. Catch every episode on demand right here on RHS TV.
Folks, watch the Oh Yeah Show right here on RHS TV. I swear it's good, right? Oh Yeahs?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's the Oh Yeah Show with David Downey.
This is more than a boat. This is a legacy built stroke by stroke. Born in the USA, King Racing Shells earned its crown on the race courses of America. And now, we're bringing it back. Built here, raced here, dominant here. This isn't hype. It's history in motion. The return of King isn't coming. It's already here. At Youth Nationals, a king will wear the crown.
Embrace the laid-back charm of island life while sinking your toes in the sand and discovering real, authentic Florida in the Bradenton area. Unspoiled beauty and pristine beaches, a vibrant waterfront downtown energized by local arts and culture, fresh Floridian cuisine with a flourish of rich history, and friendly locals ready to welcome you to this preserved paradise on Florida's Gulf Coast. Plan your visit today at BradentonGulfIslands.com.
This is more than a boat. This is a legacy built stroke by stroke. Born in the USA, King Racing Shells earned its crown on the race courses of America. And now, we're bringing it back. Built here, raced here, dominant here. This isn't hype. This is history in motion. The return of King isn't coming. It's already here. At Youth Nationals, a king will wear the crown.
Looking for RHS TV? No worries. It's free and it's easy. Using your Roku or Amazon Fire TV remote, go to the search bar and type RHS TV. When the app pops up, hit the download or add channel button. For mobile streaming, head to the App Store or Google Play and search RHS TV.
You can also stream RHS TV through your Apple TV, Samsung TV, or LG TV. Just head to your TV's App Store and search up RHS TV.
Happy streaming!
It's your girl Victoria Sky, and welcome to Balloon Pot Tampa, where the choices are real and the balloons don't lie. We're doing it blind date style. Woo! And by the end of the show, we'll be able to find out who's vibing and who's not. And if they don't, well, it's a...
There's gonna be some love. It might not be no love, but we're gonna find out.
Welcome to another edition of In the Bed with Babs. Do I have to be PG-13 or can I be rated R? We just gonna leave it up to the viewers to decide. I got my girl Meredith coming by to give all of the hot topics.
Does one boob pop out a little bit more than the other sometimes in your bra? When you wear bras.
Ay, 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 what's up?
Some of it's very entertaining.
What's wrong with giving the people what they want?
I'm in the bed with Babs.
Watch In the Bed with Babs on RHS TV.
Speedy. Fast.
Excellent. One word.
Dominant.
They're durable, they're fast, they're light.
I feel like they're really easy to row in. They're smooth and they're clean and they look nice on the water.
We have a shell that has been out 400 times a year since we got it, and it's still a great shell, still in great shape.
I really hope our program doesn't switch.
The boundless natural world exists outside of us, and yet, the wonder and beauty of Sarasota's nature lives within each of us. It moves you with a kind of exhilaration that renews itself with every beat of your heart. Come and feel it for yourself. Nature's canvas awaits in Sarasota.
Exceptional.
Easy.
Dangerous.
I'd say sharp.
Strong.
Silky.
That's what I was gonna say.
I love the King. They're solid boats.
I think it's one of the most responsive shells out there.
Still got it.
I like the rudder on the King shell.
The color's pretty great.
I think it really has a lot of scent.
Got it.
The King Racing shell is a fantastic racing shell. It's a great shell for the money.
Are you ready to up your assets? Join Ray Ferrara, certified financial planner, as he cuts through the noise of wealth management with straight talk and sharp insights that impact your life. Catch every episode on demand right here on RHS TV.
Folks, watch the Oh Yeah Show right here on RHS TV. I swear it's good, right? Oh Yeahs?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's the Oh Yeah Show with David Downey.
This is more than a boat. This is a legacy built stroke by stroke. Born in the USA, King Racing Shells earned its crown on the race courses of America. And now, we're bringing it back. Built here, raced here, dominant here. This isn't hype. It's history in motion. The return of King isn't coming. It's already here. At Youth Nationals, a king will wear the crown.
Embrace the laid-back charm of island life while sinking your toes in the sand and discovering real, authentic Florida in the Bradenton area. Unspoiled beauty and pristine beaches, a vibrant waterfront downtown energized by local arts and culture, fresh Floridian cuisine with a flourish of rich history, and friendly locals ready to welcome you to this preserved paradise on Florida's Gulf Coast. Plan your visit today at BradentonGulfIslands.com.
And welcome back to our last hour of racing at the 2026 Florida's Classic Rowing Association Sweep Championships. We are into the big dogs and the important racing. And we're going to start off with the girls' second varsity 8. And we have a 5-boat race, Winter Park, Orlando, Sarasota Crew Episcopal School of Jacksonville, and Team Tampa.
And these boats will be competing for the Hope Cup
which is the overall Girls Youth Second Varsity 8 trophy. And it's going to be an exciting one here. We had a race for lanes for this event yesterday. Winter Park, obviously the victors there, as they are the highest seeded crew coming into the racing today. Here's a look at the weather. Scattered clouds, 84 degrees Fahrenheit. And according to the weather, a 12.4 mile per hour wind.
Yeah, and that wind is blowing almost tailwind a little bit, but blowing from west to east, which means that you're going to continue to see the two people taking bows, or like we see in the foreground of the Team Tampa boat, and everybody will keep on trying to move their bow up into the wind so that when they start, they have to hand that oar back, and the boats will drift from over there on the left-hand side back and sort of aim straight down the course.
As you can see, all of those adjustments being made there as the athletes continue to make their adjustments. We are still 1 minute away from the scheduled start of this race, but it does look like the athletes are starting to sit ready. The coxswains, with several coxswains' hands in the air, indicating that they are not yet satisfied with their point down the course, indicating to the refs that they are not ready yet to start this race. Once all those hands are down, the referees will pull the crews in a timely manner and get them underway very, very shortly. Again, now it is 1:32 p.m., the scheduled time for this start. And it looks like the crews are sitting ready. All hands are down for those coxswains.
Oh, man, that was something that near crew, the two-person was reaching around to grab bow's oar, and they started. So that tells me that they probably were having what's called a quick start, don't you think, Matt?
Yeah, most likely everybody's still trying to get their point. The referees are going to do the best job they can to make sure everybody is aligned as best as possible, but as they're trying to stay on time, and you're trying to manage 5 different crews getting 5 different points, it's, as soon as it's as close enough as possible, once you've had the warning, get ready and go.
Yeah, we had that situation where I was in a 4 for the Sarasota Invitational, and it did not end well. Okay, we can see that our top 3 crews, which are Winter Park, Orlando, and Sarasota crew, are just stroke for stroke, and all of these had really competitive times under 5 minutes and 10 seconds. 5:03 for Winter Park, Orlando 5:07, Sarasota crew 5:09, and then back quite a bit, as we might expect, is Episcopal School of Dallas, of Jacksonville, sorry, and Team Tampa.
Yeah, so that less than 6 seconds margin from first to third yesterday, we've seen bigger margins overturned, flipped on their heads. That's why we're going to race it the whole way out. Some crews may have been just, happy to make sure that they've gotten their position into a favored lane. Doesn't need to be number 1 if they've got to empty the tank and hurt themselves for today. But today, you leave it all out on the water.
And it is very, very tight up front here. Nothing in it between our top 3 crews, who have separated themselves from the remainder of the pack. These will likely be your medalists. In what order, we do not know. We still have 1,000 meters left in this race. It is so, so tight, man. What do you think is out there in front?
Right now, it's all bow ball to bow ball. There are 3 boats all locked in within maybe 1 to 2 feet of each other. Anybody on the surge may be in the lead at a given moment. This middle 500 is going to be really telling to see who can find their stride, their rhythm. Are people going to try to change the race plan from yesterday to upset? They knew what the race moves for the other crews were, so are they moving their race strategy around? Are they going to try to go early? We've seen earlier crews rate extremely high, realizing this is going to be a fast race, and you got to just get out in front. It does look like, Sarasota crew has tried to take an aggressive move here to try to nudge their bow out in front, and they currently have about a 2, maybe 1 seat lead.
Yeah, I've got them at 39 strokes a minute, so it looks like they called for a press at that particular time, and they're hoping that rating will allow them to push out. And they may have moved out about 2 seats on Orlando. Winter Park is staying right with them, so a lot of effort put into it. I don't know if it generated much, but they have just the tiniest bit of advantage. But now here comes Winter Park trying to grind their way back through them.
In earlier races during the day, we've seen crews with slower starts be able to work back through the field, but as we're moving into the second varsity and first varsity events, there's not much time, especially with these tailwind conditions. If you fall too far behind, you're going to run out of racetrack. You're not going to have enough time to try to make that move. You've got to be aggressive. You've got to get out into the lead. You can't try to chase somebody down and hope and pray that in the last 500 meters or so you're going to be able to catch them. You got to get out front.
Speaking of the last 500, here we are. This is where the rubber's going to meet the road, and it looks like Sarasota crew is really pressing and may have a slight advantage, but here comes Winter Park.
Winter Park sitting 2 seats down, but they are starting to move. Sarasota crew with the response here. This has been a very interesting lineup combination. A lot of younger athletes mixed in with some veterans. Coxon Arif Lalani, very experienced coxswain in his own right. The bow pair, Brianna Karaj going to Northeastern, Elizabeth Derrick going to Jacksonville University. A lot of experience, but mixed in with some of these younger athletes to try and give Sarasota crew another state title. But here comes Winter Park now starting to surge into the final 250 meters.
Meanwhile, Oars is just kind of static, where their bow is sitting on the sixth lady of Sarasota crew and just about 3 feet behind the coxswain of Winter Park.
This would be a tremendous upset here if Sarasota crew is going to be able to hold on. Winter Park has been largely unchallenged in the earlier races this year and took this second varsity 8 race for lanes by a large margin, but Sarasota crew has turned it up. It is bow ball to bow ball. Winter Park is trying to overcome the deficit in the final 10 strokes. It's going to come down to the line.
Yeah, Winter Park is now moving away, and they now have a deck, and they're expanding their lead in the last 10 strokes.
Winter Park is going to take the win, coming from behind all the way down to the line. Winter Park by a deck over Sarasota crew. A valiant effort from Sarasota crew, but great stuff from Winter Park to stay in control of their rhythm. Oars is going to settle for the bronze medal. Episcopal School of Jacksonville doing well to hold off Team Tampa for 4th and 5th respectively, but very calm and composed performance from Winter Park. It was probably a little bit closer than they would have liked, but in the end they got the job done.
Yeah, I think Sarasota crew knew they had to go above and beyond. They threw everything they had at them, but Winter Park just had that closing speed. They were lurking, just waiting for the time to pounce, and then that last 250 they were able to bring it up. I think Sarasota did what they had to do. They were redlining the entire way down the course, but when you're at redline for the whole 1,500 meters, if another crew has another gear to go, that's what can happen in the final 15 strokes.
And here's a replay here of Winter Park walking through Sarasota crew in the final 250 meters. It doesn't matter what you do in the middle, as long as you cross that line first. That's the last stroke that matters there. And across the line you see Winter Park taking it by probably less than a second at these speeds.
Yeah, so it's going to be showing these quick times here at Sarasota Benderson Park. You could see that the different strategies for some played out well. Had Sarasota flipped the script on the Oars boat, moving from the 3rd position in yesterday's race for lanes, moving into 2nd and nearly taking the title, but it is Winter Park by under a second claiming the title in the girls' 2nd varsity 8.
And we already have a start in the next race. These are live pictures on your screen now. It is the A final of the boys' 2nd varsity 8. In lane 0, Sarasota crew. Lane 1, Belen Jesuit. Lane 2, Oars. Lane 3, the Bowles School. Lane 4, Episcopal School of Jacksonville. Lane 5, Space Coast. And lane 6, Team Tampa.
Yeah, Sarasota crew, Belen and Orlando almost had exactly the same times coming out of their heats into the finals. So we expect to see those 3 crews out there in the lead when we shift to the drone picture.
This was a very, very exciting race, all between less than like 2 seconds or something like that in the race for lanes. It was featured in our morning highlights package from the day before, and this was one we pegged to be a very, very exciting race, and it is unfolding now before our eyes. 1 minute in, it looks like Belen Jesuit is the early leaders.
Our early leader, Belen, and Belen has about 4 seats or a deck up on Sarasota crew and Orlando. Sarasota crew and Orlando are basically tied. So this is really up in the air. We don't know what's going to happen, but it looks like it's going to be a real battle. Now right now they're into the middle 500, coming up past this white buoy, and there we go. And it looks like Sarasota crew has moved back into Belen, and it looks like Orlando is dropping back.
Yeah, Belen, we know they always have a fast finishing piece, but Belen often rates high. Usually you see them lurking, sort of hanging with them, and then punching through in the final 250. Maybe they changed up their race plan here to try to turn the tables on Sarasota Crew, who got them in the race for lanes. Right now it is Belen leading by about 4 seats. Is Sarasota Crew going to be able to do what Winter Park did in the previous race and just hold tight, don't let Belen slip away, and then go for gold right at the finish line?
And it was a little bit of an interesting strategy from Sarasota Crew. They were actually able to walk through Belen in the sprint, which is very uncharacteristic. We don't see that very often, so we'll see if that is going to be the case today. But if the race for lanes is anything to indicate, watch out for Sarasota Crew sprint.
Well, it remains to be seen. And again, I've got a dog in this race with Meyer Sachs at stroke for Sarasota Crew, who is an intern for my program for disabled athletes and veterans. So go Meyer. And it looks like he has gone. Yes, Sarasota Crew is now even with Belen. They've just got a little bit ahead, and you can watch these coxswains right beside each other. Oh man, this is a race. This is a race for the ages.
Yeah, we're coming up quick and fast. We're going to be into the last 500 meters before you know it. Belen has maybe 2 seats, maybe 2.5 seats. They hit the 500-meter mark to go. Belen still in front right now, but Sarasota is just tracking them down. Are we going to see a furious sprint from Sarasota Crew? Belen is several beats higher already. Can Belen go through the roof and put on their signature sprint, or will Sarasota Crew be able to dig deep and grab the lead?
Yeah, if I were Belen, I'd be worried because they're beating stroking a couple beats higher than Sarasota Crew, and Sarasota Crew is staying with them. That means Sarasota Crew, if they can, has some room in order to bump it up. But now Belen has started to move out. Their coxswain is even with the Sarasota Crew stroke, which means that's about 4 feet.
And I think Belen is actually starting to extend their lead here, coming up on the red buoys for marking the last 250 meters to go. You're going to expect some fireworks. We do still have Oars there in 3rd place, holding off a hard charge from the Bull School.
There goes the Crew. There goes Crew. They jumped it up.
Here goes Belen and Sarasota. It's going to be all to play for the last 200 meters. Belen's taking it through the roof. They're already redlining, and here comes Sarasota.
Belen is trying to hold off Sarasota Crew using their signature sprint. They're up to about a half-length lead. It's going to come down to the line, but it is all Belen Jesuit coming down to the line into the final 100 meters. Belen has continued to stretch out the lead. Here comes Sarasota Crew now surging towards the line. Will they have enough room to complete the overtake? Belen throwing everything they have to try and hold on to the lead, and it looks like it just might be enough. Belen Jesuit is going to cross the line and win the state title, overturning the script from the race lanes yesterday. Belen Jesuit state champions in the boys' second varsity 8. Sarasota Crew settles for silver. Oars comes across the line in bronze with open water over the Bull School in 4th, Space Coast in 5th, Episcopal School of Jacksonville in 6th, and Team Tampa is going to come across the line in 7th. What a race.
Indeed, very, very nicely done. There's no doubt in my military mind that these athletes put out everything they had, and they gave just drained the tank in this tremendous effort in this wonderful race for the boys' second varsity 8.
Christian, you know, these crews see each other all spring and even parts of the winter all the time. We're going to catch the final finishing strokes here again, just to see them, the blast off. Seeing Belen getting an unusual early in the race lead, but realizing that's what they were going to have to do to be able to hold off Sarasota. But Christian, do you think it's actually been beneficial, or these crews have been playing chess matches all season long? They've got several more to go between the Southeast Regionals and the Youth National Championships. The more times they meet each other, the more times they can tweak their race plan. But at the end of the day, you still got to execute.
Well, I really think what played into Belen's hand really well was the race for lanes yesterday. They really got walked through in the race for lanes yesterday. Sarasota Crew was able to take a few seconds a win after being down, and it looked like that might have been happening today. Belen had a really strong start, established themselves as the leader by 1 or 2 seats, and if we expected Sarasota Crew to walk through based on the race for lanes yesterday, but Belen was like, nope, we have extra cards in our hand. This is what we are going to show. This is our true speed, and that's exactly what happened today. They I bet you Sarasota Crew may have had a little bit more confidence and maybe a false sense of security, knowing that they could walk through Belen yesterday. Maybe they thought they could do it again, but Belen was said, no, we got more in the tank, and we just won the state championship from your hands.
Well, it'll be exciting to see them run it back one more time for the Southeast U.S. Rowing Regional Championships here in a few weeks. So congratulations to Belen Jesuit on their state title in the boys' second varsity 8, and also well rowed by Sarasota crew and oars.
Our next race is going to be the girls' first varsity 4B final. And it will feature the Academy of the Holy Names, St. Thomas Aquinas, Palm River, Tampa Catholic, and Halifax.
Looks like they're sitting ready here, getting ready to go here in the B final, the girls' first varsity 4. They will be competing for 9th place overall in this category in the state of Florida. And we are underway off to a clean start, first few strokes. You'll be watching the crews on the far side of the Academy of the Holy Names and St. Thomas Aquinas High School to be your two favorites in this B final of the girls' first varsity 4. And for a lot of these programs, these are going to be the top 4 athletes from their respective programs, depending on whether they fielded a varsity 8 or not.
Yeah,
that is definitely the case given the large entry pool.
Yeah, it looks like Palm River got a good start right there in the middle and has moved out to about a half a boat length lead over the 2 crews that are on their port side, which is the Academy of the Holy Names and St. Thomas Aquinas. And now Palm River has got to do some maneuvering. They're sitting there rowing right along that buoy line. And if their oar bounce, which they did, they just bounce off that buoy line, and they've got to use their rudder, which they're doing right now, and that will slow them down. And as they slowed down, St. Thomas Aquinas was able to move into the lead. Now, the wind is blowing from the left-hand side of the screen right here, pushing the boats to the right, which means that that coxswain has got to keep just a little tiny bit of pressure to keep his boat in the middle of the lane, or otherwise the wind will blow them out of the lane, and that appears to be what's happening with Palm River right now.
It is a little deceptive. You can see in the drone that the waves are pointing straight down the course, but if you look at the water here down at the tower, that water is really moving sideways despite the waves pointing straight down the course. So it may look like a straight tail. It is definitely not, I can assure you that.
Yeah, we just went through an area of open trees back there for the last 15 strokes. And there is some opening in the trees right now where the wind can come down. And this gives you an idea of really how tight this racing is, where there's overlap out of 4 out of 5 of the crews. So a very, very competitive race, and the result is definitely not certain yet.
Yeah, it looks like the Academy of the Holy Names has made a strong move here. They look like they've gotten their bow ball out into front, but St. Thomas Aquinas, Palm River, and Halifax are all tracking, all within maybe 2 seats, so it's all still to play for.
Yeah, Halifax, as you said, Matt, is off here on the side, and they might be in a good position. So Halifax right now appears to have moved into the 3rd place position over Palm River. That is slowing down a little bit. Palm River is having some difficulty getting their oars off the water because of the wind, and it's slowing them down a little bit.
Yeah, but it continues to be the Academy of the Holy Names. They're now starting to stretch themselves out as we cross the halfway mark, 750 meters in. It is the Academy of the Holy Names, almost to a length lead, and it actually is now, it looks like St. Thomas Aquinas and Halifax are locked in a battle bow ball to bow ball for the 2nd position.
Yeah, the crew that's really making the move right now is Halifax in the bottom of your picture. They have walked through the crew directly above them, which is Palm River, and now they're in a position where they're starting to walk through St. Thomas Aquinas. Now, sitting up there still with open water all the way back is the Academy of the Holy Names, and we'll see whether or not they can maintain that. Now, they're starting to get into a little bit of dark water, Matt, which tells me that there's a lot of wind, and that was that open spot right there between the really tall trees down to the small trees. So that may be blowing them around a little bit.
Yeah, but it seems like even over there, with more wind apparent to them, Halifax is doing a fantastic job. They've moved into second position. They've got maybe one seat, though. It's only about one seat on St. Thomas Aquinas. Academy of Holy Names enters the last 500 with an open water lead. They're extending that out to 3 or 4 seats of open water. And now Halifax just taking these nice, long, controlled strokes. They're not outrating anybody, but they're moving the boat better than anybody else on the course right now.
Yeah, Halifax is definitely the fastest boat on the water. But looking up to the right-hand side and looking at the crew from, looking at the Academy of Holy Names, they are really doing an excellent job of pulling their oar in high and then tapping down and getting their oars clear of the water. And when they all finish together, which is what they're doing together really nicely, they're really releasing the water together and letting that boat run. And that big press down at the release is really allowing the boat to jet out after the oars leave the water.
Yeah, so it is the Academy of the Holy Names moving towards the last 250 meters. When they hit the red buoys, it's going to be all final sprint here. Nothing left to leave in the tank. And now Halifax has moved out to about a 3/4 of a length lead over the St. Thomas Aquinas. St. Thomas Aquinas bow to stern over the Palm River 4.
Yeah, but meanwhile, it is the Academy of the Holy Names. They are stepping on it. They have got a big lead, but they are going.
Halifax still trying to push away in the final sprint here, the last 250 meters. And St. Thomas Aquinas now even starting to get tracked down by Palm River. So Palm River also starting to make a move in the final sprint. We'll see if they'll be able to overtake. But in the meantime, it is a strong performance from the Academy of the Holy Names. Really great acceleration on the handle and confidence throughout the stroke. And it is going to carry them to a win here in the B final of the girls' first varsity 4. Academy of the Holy Names out of Tampa, Florida is going to come across the line and win the first varsity 4 B final. Yeah. Halifax is going to come across the line next, but it is tight between St. Thomas Aquinas and Palm River. And coming across the line, it is so tight on the surge, bow ball to bow ball. I think unofficially St. Thomas Aquinas High School just about held on to 3rd place. Unofficially, of course, we will see the crew timer results at the moment. I believe Palm River just fell short in 4th, and Tampa Catholic High School is going to come across the line in 5th. And yes, St. Thomas Aquinas was able to hold on.
Well, the crew that really helped me enjoy this race was Halifax, because they were way down. And they did not have a good first 500, but they just remained true to the effort and really grounded out and really pulled off a great race, moving up into 2nd place.
Yeah, also interesting considering they were the lowest seeded crew, actually, out all the way out there in lane 4. But nevertheless able to overturn that result and finish 2nd. So a strong performance from Halifax, but congratulations to the Academy of the Holy Names for securing 9th place overall. In the meantime, we are back up to the starting line. It is the A final for the girls' first varsity 4. This is for all the marbles here and for the trophy called In Pursuit of Excellence. That is the name of the trophy for the girls' youth first varsity 4.
All right, so here we're talking about North Palm having, they're in lane 1, which would be the 2nd from the top. North Palm had one of the fastest times, and they're in lane 1, and then 2 lanes over is the Bowl School with the same time of 5:34. The 3rd fastest time is going to be Gainesville, which is our crew way at the very top, and then Miami Beach in the middle between North Palm and the Bowl School at 5:48. So it's going to be interesting to see what's going on, but we do have a very tight, equal times for almost all of these crews. So I wouldn't be surprised after we start that we look up and we see maybe 5, maybe 6 crews way out there and clear on the left-hand side of our screen. So here we go.
You can see the coxswains sitting in the bows of the boat, some of them with their hands up, but it looks like all hands are down. We are just about ready to go here in the A final of the girls' first varsity 4. Final adjustments being made. And we are underway here for the A final of the girls' first varsity 4. Look to be a clean start all around. Pretty good start from Hillsborough High School there in lane 6, but as we pan up to the overhead shot, that will give us the true indicator of who is going to be the best starters out in front. We will look to the boats on the left-hand side of your screen in the lower lane numbers, but like you said there, Joe, the field very, very tightly packed all across the field, so anything can happen in this 1,500-meter race over the trophy.
It looks like really tight for at least the first 4. This is a very tight race for everybody as they're coming across there. We can see that everybody is in contact, so it really respects the times that represents the times that we had from yesterday.
It looks like the early leader is the Bowles School, with North Palm tracking them closely in second position, and as we predicted and expected, Miami Beach and Gainesville Gar are right there hot on their heels. So it looks like those top 4 crews over in the far 4 lanes are going to be the lead contenders, but it's still got plenty of track to play out.
And nobody's really fallen off the back. Now, it looks like the Bowles School is starting to walk away. Really powerful long strokes. Oh my goodness, they are really holding on, and it's going with a tailwind, and they're really sending that boat, and they're starting to break away from the field. Lake Brantley's starting to drop off. Miami Beach is in 3rd, but 2nd place is North Palm. North Palm's got to find another gear in order to get back with the Bowles School. But it looks like maybe it was the Bowles School having a hard piece, but now it's North Palm and the Bowles School even as we went through the first 500.
Yeah, Gar also doing well to challenge out there in lane 0. Apparently seeded as the highest crew, but like you said there, Joe, North Palm had the faster time out of the heats. So it's going to be interesting to see in this middle 500 whether North Palm can withstand the challenge that the Bowles School gave them early on. Can the Bowles School hold on to their speed, or will North Palm Beach start to move through in this middle 500? It is very, very close out front, and it looks like Gar has established themselves in 3rd.
Yeah, well, Gar looks like they're on the move. It looks like the Bowles School is starting to drop back a little bit, with North Palm pushing their way further into the lead. They were almost even with the Bowles School as we crossed over 500, but they are putting down a really strong piece right now as they pass the halfway point.
Strong middle 250 for North Palm Beach. They have now established themselves by about 2 to 3 seats, stretching out to almost half a length now. North Palm Beach over the Bowles School, but the Gar, look at Gar on the top of your screen. They are starting to creep in to the initial advantage created by the Bowles School. So all to play for in the second half of this race.
Yeah, we've got a great shot here. The North Palm Beach athletes, Miss Schwinghammer there at stroke seat, obviously had a ton of success 2 weeks ago at the Florida State Sculling Championships. She's converting that horsepower into the stroke seat of this North Palm Beach girls varsity 4 and propelling them out into the lead. Have not been able to break any sort of convincing lead against the Bowles School. Again, it came down to tenths of a second in the race for lanes, and it looks like we're going to have another real barn burner here, Joe.
I definitely agree, Matt. Yeah, I'm seeing the Bowles School finding a little bit of a second breath here, and they may be starting to push their way back into North Palm, and then Gainesville is just sitting there lurking, getting ready to get back into it.
And yeah, the gap between Bowles and Gar is still sitting at about half length, and likewise between North Palm Beach and the Bowles School still sitting at about a half length.
There goes lane 3, which is Miami Beach.
It looks like North Palm is now starting to extend their lead out. They're going to be approaching the last 250 meters. North Palm still has the lead by about a half a length over the Bowles School. Bowles School still the same, half length over Gar, and behind them it's the battle of the 305s. Miami and Miami Beach going to be battling it out for 4th and 5th position.
Here comes the Bowles School now. They have just started to surge here. That gap is starting to close. It's down to about a deck now as the buoys start to turn red for the final 250 meters. Did Bowles find a second win here into the final sprint? North Palm Beach, they were able to respond yesterday. Will they be able to respond today with the state title on the line?
Yeah, they're just really striding out very nicely, the Bowles School.
North Palm Beach still out in the lead there. They've got between a deck and a half a length. It's going to be going back and forth. North Palm Beach has started raising their rating, and there they go. There go their sprint. They're starting to pull away from the Bowl School. Gar is starting to make up ground on Bowl School, and it's looking like it's going to be North Palm Beach, Bowl School in second. Gar is currently holding third, and Miami Rowing Club has pulled away from Miami Beach as we approach the finish line. North Palm Beach is broken and is now bow to stern and open water as they're going to be crossing the finish line for the state title in the girls varsity 4, just ahead of the Bowl School in second, silver position. And Gar looks like they're going to hold off a furious late charge from Miami, who got back to overlap and will come in fourth ahead of Miami Beach in fifth.
Hillsborough High looks like they're going to walk through. That is Lake Brantley High School for sixth. Hillsborough High School takes the sixth place away from Lake Brantley. Lake Brantley in seventh, and Tampa Prep is going to come across the line in eighth. What a race. Good offense and defense from all three of our lead crews. North Palm Beach able to withstand the charge and the questions asked by the Bowl School to take the win and another state championship.
And we're going to see a replay of the start.
Good clean starts from all of our crews. You can see how each of the fields started to space out. The Bowl School had a really fast start. North Palm Beach walked through them though in the middle of the race and never looked back. They put a huge charge in to really establish themselves as the leaders, and they have converted that into a state championship win. Congratulations to North Palm Beach.
Very nicely done. Almost a length.
And there you see the official results there. 5:37 is your time for North Palm Beach. 2 3/4, 2.34 seconds ahead of the Bowl School. Gainesville, and yeah, you did mention that, Matt. That was a furious charge from Miami Rowing Club to gap themselves away from Miami Beach and even challenge Gainesville for that bronze medal position, but ultimately not enough to secure themselves a podium spot. But we move straight along to the next event. It is the B final of the boys' first varsity 4.
And we're going to use all 9 lanes right here. And we have the following schools up on your upper left-hand corner. You can see who's here getting ready to race. And this really speaks to the depth of the rowing programs around here, where we're putting out not only first varsity, second varsity, lightweight, junior 4s, but also 8s. So there is a ton of athletes rowing here in Florida, and it really speaks to the strength of the sport here in Florida.
So we're going to have a B final with 9 entries and an A final with 9 entries. In any other race course in the world, we would be contending, whether we were running it or not, a C final. Usually we would have lanes 1, basically 6 entries per race. But at this beautiful course here, we have the ability to row an A final and a B final. It'll be interesting to see in the later races, especially in this A final, having 9 crews versus the standard 6 may give an outside crew an opportunity that if they just had a rough day in the race yesterday, can they turn the tide, move their places up? And we'll keep an eye out to see if someone in the rankings or the placements of 7 through 9, can they contend and crack into the medals where they otherwise wouldn't have had a chance.
Yeah, we're continuing to see, Matt, where the wind is blowing towards us and pushing the bows of these boats towards us. And the judge referees are looking for the hands, and they're watching these boats to make sure they're not pointing at each other when they go to start.
Crews continuing to make their final adjustments. As we await the start, we are scheduled to be a 2-4 start, and it is running on time at the moment.
So we're seeing that the wind is freshening. Christian said it was around 12.5 miles per hour. And so this is blowing those boats where their bows are being blown towards us, and the camera, or pointing towards I-75.
Yeah, we'll likely have to move to quick start if I was one of the referees.
I think they've been there for all afternoon. You don't have time to poll 9 boats. It'll take you a half hour to say everybody's name. Looks like we're getting ready. And they are off.
This is for places 10th through 19th here in the state of Florida in this boat category. Get a great shot of Winter Park here, who, interestingly enough, has a varsity 8. So these are likely not the top 4 guys from Winter Park, whereas a lot of other crews will be fielding their top 4 guys. So great to see them battling it out here with some of the top rowers from some of these other programs.
Alrighty, it looks like lane 3, which is Tampa Prep, Tampa Prep has moved into the lead in their red boat, and then right beside them is the blue boat of South Orlando.
Also looks like the University School and Treasure Coast over on the far shore. It looks like the University School may now be getting their bow ball out in front, trying to push out. They would have been one of the heat winners, or the highest ranking during the heats yesterday of all of these crews here in the B final. And it does look like the University School is starting to push out, and Treasure Coast is going with them, along with Tampa Prep and South Orlando, just starting to slip back from Tampa Prep.
South Orlando was using a lot of rudder, and because of that, it slowed them down, but they're now picking the tempo back up. And South Orlando is holding on to the stern of Tampa Prep, but probably not quite moving with them yet.
Yeah, there's a great shot. It does look like the University School, and then it's a locked-in battle between Treasure Coast and Tampa Prep, with it looks like South Orlando and Hillsborough High.
Yeah, the University School had a very, very fast 4 last year. They brought that 4, I believe, to Youth Nationals, where they performed relatively well. But they will be leaning on that experience in the Cox 4s to give them a win in the B final here today at the Florida State Championships. But it looks like a battle for second brewing behind them between Treasure Coast and Tampa Prep. And Sora not out of it either here. The top 4 boats all within connection, but the University School flexing their muscle early in the first half of this race. Open water at the halfway mark. Tampa Prep trying to execute a middle move here. They are starting to surge ahead of Treasure Coast by a bow ball, inching forward stroke by stroke. Treasure Coast is going to need to respond to keep this race tight, because momentum is very, very powerful in this sport. And yes, Treasure Coast has done exactly that, and they are going to try and flip Tampa Prep down to 3rd.
Yeah, it continues to be the University School out in front. University School has broken open water. They are your leaders. And just behind them, Treasure Coast is locked in the battle with Tampa Prep. Treasure Coast currently just getting the better of Tampa Prep, maybe by a foot or 2, but it is bow ball to bow ball for that second position, with Hillsborough, South Orlando also nipping at their heels.
Yeah, what I'm seeing is that the crew from Treasure Coast, when their oars come out of the water, there's no splashing, there's no dragging, and because of that, that boat is able to accelerate at the optimum amount and not being drug out. And here's a picture of our lead crew from NSU, and they are doing the same thing. You can see the oars come out of the water, and there's no dragging of the oars. The puddles will stay nice and round and don't have a tail on them. And they've got a bucket.
Yes, the bucket rig does really seem to be working with it. You can see the 2 guys in the middle of the boat are matching up very, very well. And that's one of the perks of the bucket. You can have 2 rowers on the same side really match up well, where the power is concentrated in the middle of the boat. They have the most lateral leverage to be able to propel the boat forward in the most efficient manner.
Yeah, and it looks like, looking back in the field, it is NSU still out in front, but now Fsra is putting in a charge to try to take over from Tampa Prep. It continues to be, it looks like Treasure Coast in a solid second position. They're about to break open water on that third place spot, but here comes Fsra in third position. They are moving through Tampa Prep. It is still University School out in front and extending their lead. Treasure Coast in second position, and now they've moved to open water, and your new third place is South Orlando with about 1 foot over Tampa Prep. This is going to come all the way to the line.
Great move there by Fsra in the neon green hats to take advantage of a very fast starting Tampa Prep crew. Fsra now moving through almost half a length ahead of Tampa Prep, but it is going to be out front. The University School taking the win in the B final and 10th place overall in the state. Very, very strong sweeping here. Really nice placements coming across the line as they take the win. Second place will be Treasure Coast. Fsra with a great sprint in the final 500 is going to take third place away from a fast starting Tampa Prep crew. They will have to settle for fourth. Next across the line, Hillsborough High School in fifth, followed by Cape Coral in sixth, Lake County in seventh, Palm River will be the next crew in eighth, and the Winter Park High School crew will round out the pack. Very, very strong sprint there from the University School. If you go back to review that footage, it was very, very sharp catches of a very experienced crew from University School. Will have been disappointed to not make the A final, but they really put in their best effort.
It'll be interesting for us to take a look at their time and compare it to the times of the crews for the next event.
Yeah,
see whether or not they could have moved up into the A final.
And we already have a start there in the A final of the boys' first varsity 4 on your screens now. Those are live pictures coming your way here in lane 0, Gainesville area rowing. Lane 1, First Coast. Lane 2, Edgewater. Lane 3, Miami Beach. Lane 4, Vero Beach. Lane 5, Miami Rowing Club. Lane 6, Capital City. Lane 7, Melbourne Rowing Club. And lane 8, St. Thomas Aquinas High School.
Yesterday, the fastest crew was the Gainesville area rowing over there in lane 0. But looking at the times, the way that we see the lanes is based on the placement in the heats. And as it turned out, in Heat 1, of which Gainesville was the fastest, they ended up winning that heat. That Heat 1 actually had the 3 fastest overall times, with Gainesville area rowing, Miami Beach, and Capital City all going sub 5 minutes, with no one else in the field eclipsing that 5-minute mark. That doesn't guarantee placements here in the final, but it may show that we're going to have a more spread out. It's not going to go all the way from the far shore to the near shore in sort of that backward slash. You could have anybody challenging for a medal here from any spot on the course. But the early leader does look like it's Gainesville area rowing. They had the fastest time yesterday by over 5 seconds, putting down a really nice row. We've seen really good results out of the GAR 4s here over this entire weekend, and this would just put a real stamp on the entire weekend if they can keep this going.
Well, this looks really, really tight. Because as the camera swings around, we'll get a true picture.
Look at Vero Beach here. Looks like they are sitting in silver medal position, being challenged by Miami Beach. It is Vero Beach by a bow ball, but anything can happen in the last 1,000 meters.
Wow, everybody is connected.
Yes, it is. But one thing is for sure is that GAR has extended its lead to about a half a length, and they continue to move out in front. But Vero Beach doing well to stick their nose out in front in second place position. Maybe this surge will eat into the lead of GAR. GAR's going to have to keep an eye out for Vero Beach all the way in the middle of the course.
Yeah, it looks like Miami Beach is going right along with Vero Beach and Edgewater High School. So the 3 of those are just stroke for stroke, and the fact that they're working off of each other may allow them to break into the lead of Gainesville, who is out there rowing unopposed. When you're rowing with somebody, it can energize you and help you bring up your rating.
Yeah, Gainesville continues to lead, and Vero Beach in second position with Miami Beach in third, followed closely by Edgewater. And then it looks like Capital City is also in there in the mix with still overlap with those lead crews.
And Gainesville now starting to break open water over the rest of the field, being led by their stroke seat, Beckett Kalman, who will be going to the University of Pennsylvania. And I was told by his coach, Garrett Bauer, he has actually received an invitation to under-19 selection camp, which is a huge honor for him. Maybe we'll see him at U19 Worlds later on, but in the meantime, he is leading this boat, featuring Brennan Andreu, Mason Turek, Eli Wells, Coxbot, Elena Holder. They have open water and have one hand on the trophy here, but anything can happen in the final 500. Battle brewing now for silver and bronze. Here comes Edgewater.
Yeah, not out of the picture either is First Coast. We haven't mentioned them yet, but they're starting to get back onto terms. It continues to be Vero Beach in second position with Edgewater, Miami Beach, First Coast, and Capital City all still in contention. All of the medals are still to play for, I think, except for the gold at this point, which it looks like Gar is looking to lock up.
Yeah, Edgewater was surging there as the bows crossed into the final 500. We're going to have to get a picture to see whether they were going to be able to consolidate a medal position, because they are challenging Vero Beach, and there is the picture now into the final 250 meters. Vero Beach with the seat advantage over Edgewater. And First Coast is charging against Miami Beach as well. All to play for here for the medal positions coming down to the final sprint.
Yeah, Vero Beach has just a wee bit of a lead, but here comes Edgewater. And then with Miami Beach and First Coast joining the fray, this is going to get hot and heavy really quick, man.
Miami Beach has just responded. They had fallen into fifth place position, but now they've moved back into third position. They're just getting ahead of Edgewater. It continues to be Gar out in front with Vero Beach tracking them in second position, but now here comes Miami Beach. Miami Beach has moved into third place spot. Edgewater is going to be chasing them down with First Coast. It's going to be 3 crews for only 1 medal in the bronze position.
It looks like Miami Beach and First Coast, Edgewater starting to fall back, but Gar is going to come and down across the line. A huge surge from Vero Beach to try and challenge for the gold, but it's not going to be enough. The big sprint here, and it's going to be Gainesville Area Rowing taking the win in the boys' first Varsity 4A final and state champions. Vero Beach in second, and so tight, I think it might have just been Miami Beach by a seat for bronze. First Coast fourth, Edgewater falls to fifth. Next across the line, looks like that is Capital City in 6th, Miami in 7th, Melbourne Rowing Club comes across the line in 8th, and St. Thomas Aquinas is going to round out this pack in 9th. And congratulations to our new state champions in the boys' first varsity for Gainesville Area Rowing.
Yeah, what an incredible race by all of these crews, and especially out there in front. The 2nd through 5th place must have changed hands at least a dozen times throughout that race. We'll await the official result. I don't think there's any doubt about it that Gainesville Area Rowing is your new state champion and Vero Beach was the silver medalist, but we're going to have to wait for official confirmation because First Coast put on just an incredible second half of that race to try to get back into it, and Miami Beach saw them coming. They went with them, pulling them both ahead of Edgewater, but we're going to have to wait for a photo finish.
Here comes a replay. Oh my goodness, here we go.
Yeah, it's going to be so close. It's going to depend on the angle and where the actual finish line was. So we'll wait for the official results from crewtimer.com. Looks like we do have the confirmation of Gainesville and Vero Beach, but now waiting for that bronze medal confirmation.
And Miami Beach's name pops up first. And yep, there is the time there, 5.16 behind the leaders, Miami Beach, and only less than 2/10 ahead of First Coast. So Miami Beach was able to hold on for bronze. First Coast heartbreakingly 2/10 of the second off the podium, and Edgewater settling for 5th place there. Great race.
Wow.
Great race.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were hoping for here at the state championships. We've seen this tight racing all the way from the freshmen and 4th-8s. Now it's going down to the varsities. We're moving into the girls' varsity 8 here coming up, and this is going to be one of the premier events for the regatta.
And we're going to use all 9 lanes. We have Winter Park, Sarasota Crew, Oars, Space Coast, Episcopal School of Jacksonville, Capital City Rowing, Team Tampa, Pinecrest, and Plant.
And we are underway here for the A final of the girls' first varsity 8. This is the Premier 8 event for girls here at this state championships. Winter Park are going to be the crew to watch here. 4-time running Scholastic National Champions at this 1,500 meter distance, and likewise at the state level as well. They were going to be challenged hard by Sarasota Crew, Oars, and Space Coast. Very, very tight across the board racing there.
Yeah, very, very tight times. Winter Park in the initial heat was 4:56. Sarasota Crew 6 seconds back, which is 2 lengths at 5:02, and then Oars at 5:03 and Space Coast at 5:10. And it is right according to script. We're seeing Winter Park out over Sarasota Crew by about 2 seats, and Orlando solidly in second place, right even with Winter Park.
Yeah, so the early leaders do appear to be Winter Park. I'd say they've got about 1 to 2 seats, but it's Oars who's going to throw everything they've got at them. Oars currently has a half a length lead over Sarasota Crew, who beat them yesterday in the race for lanes. Oars is going to see if they can turn the tides and get into the silver medal position, and in the process, they're chasing down Winter Park. Yesterday, they had a 6-second advantage from first to second. That's about a 2 lengths or about a length of open water, usually between the two, and it does look like we've had an unfortunate circumstance in one of the 8s. Somebody's had a over-the-head crab in Capital City. But as we move through the first 500 meters, it is Winter Park, your leader, by 2 seats over Oars. Oars just about 3/4 of a length over Sarasota Crew and a Space Coast crew that is energized and wants to get on the podium.
And this is already a flip of the script for Oars. They were down off the start initially at the race for lanes yesterday, but now turning that tide, and now they are up. So we'll see if they're going to be able to flip any more scripts as the race progresses. It is very, very tight in the chase pack outside our top 4 for the 5th position between Pinecrest, Plant, and Team Tampa. Capital City, unfortunately, with a crab that has taken them out of the running. But in the meantime, here is Space Coast now starting to surge, tying with Sarasota Crew at the moment.
And we can see the over-the-head crab. Looked like, unfortunately, the 6th person in that boat got their oar in the water. And once it's behind them and it's turned upside down, it's almost impossible to get out of the water.
Yeah, that's going to be a challenge, but going back to the front of the pack, it continues to be Winter Park. So Winter Park has decided that they want to see how much of a lead they can get. Winter Park is up on Oars, and Space Coast is putting the charge in. They've got the booster rockets on, and they're ahead of Sarasota Crew right now.
Yes, they are, and this is really great. These 4 crews are really living off each other, and the racing is intense.
And Space Coast is now starting to walk down Oars here, coming down to the final 500 meters. What a performance. This will be a flip of the script for Space Coast if they're going to be able to overtake Oars and claim the silver medal, but it is all about Winter Park, who has now broken open water as the scrap develops behind Sarasota Crew.
Look how low Space Coast is rowing. They're about 2 to 4 beats below Oars, and they're walking through them. And here comes Sarasota Crew. Sarasota Crew is starting to walk through Oars, who's slowing down, and here comes Space Coast. We've got ourselves a 3-way race coming down here at the last 350 meters as they pass through the end of the island. I don't know who's going to do it. Look at Space Coast, how low they are and how powerful they are. My goodness.
This has been a long time coming for this resurgent Space Coast program. They have been developing a lot of the younger 8s in the past few years, and that is now culminating into a possible silver medal performance for this Space Coast crew, but it is going to come down to the final 250 meters. Look at all the spectators on the beach. Let's hear some noise for these final few crews coming down to the line. Winter Park out in front, but it is deadlocked between all 3, Sarasota Crew, Oars, and Space Coast. For
Space Coast is walking.
Sarasota Crew is walking. Look at this. They have now overtaken Oars by a bow ball. It's going to come down to the line.
Space Coast is solidly in second place. Will Space Coast go up in their rating? They've got plenty of room. Here comes Crew. It's Crew, Space Coast, Crew, and Space Coast, and Orlando. Here comes Orlando. They decide to go too. There we go.
It's going to come down to the line. Winter Park still holding an open water advantage. Coming down to the line. This is the girls' first varsity 8. It is going to be Winter Park taking the gold and the state championship. But
and it looks like Space Coast is going to power their way through to a 2-seat win over Crew for third place, or through for third place.
Space Coast takes the silver, a huge upset from the race for lanes. Sarasota Crew settles for the bronze. Oars heartbreakingly off the podium by just a few seconds. Team Tampa is going to win the battle. The best of the rest for 5th place. Pinecrest in 6th, Plant High School in 7th. And the capital city is going to be able to recover for 8th.
Space Coast was just absolutely amazing. They were under such tremendous control. They were underrating everybody else, but they were so powerful, it was ridiculous how strong they were and how they were able to just maintain their composure and just walk through those other ladies. Man, what a race.
Yeah, you pointed out there, Joe, that Space Coast was a couple ticks of rating below the rest of the field, and they really were able to use that extra rate to try and take themselves from 4th all the way back to 2nd, which is exactly what they did. There's the photo finish here, the slow-mo across the line. Space Coast 3 seats ahead of Sarasota Crew, likewise 3 to 4 seats ahead of Oars, and you can see how excited Space Coast were to overtake and earn the silver medal. Splash in the water.
What I love that I saw with Space Coast is they were locking their oars in the water. They had a patient drive, and they waited until they felt that oar locked in the water, and then they really accelerated. There was no slipping.
And there's confirmation there. Winter Park, your Scholastic State Championships, your Florida State Champions, once again here in the girls' first varsity 8, 5 seconds to a resurgent Space Coast Crew, who was less than a second ahead of Sarasota Crew, who was a second and a 10th ahead of Oars.
That was an awesome race. Now we have the final, the B final for the boys varsity 8.
So we'll be coming up and getting ready for that soon here in a few moments as they start loading all those races up.
Maureen, you and Cassie will take this together. We're going to split our pairs. I need you to take this race, please, and thank you. Where are you?
Finish line to rest on the water, Episcopal finishing, or the...
As we await the start for the B final, we can see the entire island has really come out for the premier events that will be coming down the course shortly. The girls put on a show for us, but now it is on to the B final of the boys' first varsity 8, our penultimate race of the day and our penultimate race of the weekend. And
Deputy Chief, Deputy Chief.
and we see pictures of one of the girls' 8s. It is the Episcopal School of Jacksonville that we unfortunately lost during the last race. It seems like there might have been some equipment failure.
So they're going to be making their way back to the island safely. It looks like the judges and referees did a fantastic job of making sure everybody was safe and ready, but in the process it means that they were out of contention for that actual race.
Yeah.
This is ref 4. Do you want one boat chasing this race? Absolutely not. We want 2 boats chasing this race.
As we await the clearance of this crew from the course, that will may or may not delay some things, but here we got a shot of the awards dock as the medalists from the previous race, the girls' first varsity 8, make their way to the awards dock to receive their medals. You can see the very bright blue boat of Space Coast, your new silver medalists. And right in front of them will be Winter Park, who will be receiving their gold medals, and Sarasota Crew are also going to pull in for their bronzes. And you can see all of the support, all of the families, teammates, and friends cheering on these athletes. And we applaud all of the performances, award medal winning performances that we have seen this weekend.
So Christian, how many years in a row is this for Winter Park winning the state title?
Gosh, this might be fifth. This might be 5 in a row. Let me double check for you real quick. But man, it has been a very, very long time since they haven't won this. This trophy.
Yeah, so that's been a fantastic row by them, and all kudos to Space Coast, really, again, turning the results on their head from the race for lanes, where originally they were in 4th position and looked like they could be out of medal contention, with a huge lowered rating, but a huge move, just, you know, constantly marching their way up. We're able to move through Sarasota Crew, we're able to move through the rest of the competition, and it now looks like we were able to get the 4 crews lined up for the boys' first Varsity 8 B final. So in that race, we're going to have Team Tampa, Halifax, Berkeley Prep, and North Palm Beach.
Clean starts across the board here for our 4 boats contesting the B final. They will be competing for 9th place overall in the state. And to your point there, Matt, that is 5 years in a row for the Winter Park girls at the FSRA Sweep Championships.
Well, kudos to Mike Vertullo on another state championship in the girls Varsity 8. That is an impressive run. I remember watching Winter Park crews come up to Stotesbury when I was racing in high school. That was the Dan Bertosa era, and yeah, they were dominant even back then. So kudos on a legacy here, and now we're moving into the boys Varsity 8. We'll contend the B final to figure out spaces or results 9, 10, 11, 12. Before moving on to the Varsity 8's A final here coming up in just a few minutes.
Looks like the initial leaders are going to be a battle between Team Tampa and Halifax Rowing out of Daytona, Florida. Great to see them fielding an 8 here. And it looks like Halifax really might actually be in front of Team Tampa at the moment, but it is very, very tight. From the angle, it is a bit tricky to call to my eye. But across all 4 boats, it remains very, very close. All 4 of these crews could spring out in the final 1,000 meters to take the lead here. And there is the picture here. Team Tampa with a deck-length lead and starting to move on Halifax for first.
Halifax doing a nice job. They're not letting Team Tampa get away from them. Berkeley Prep is also getting a nice battle here with North Palm Beach for that 3rd place position. Right now, Berkeley Prep is able to hold that off. But here goes Team Tampa. Team Tampa has decided they want to start opening up their lead. They're moving up to a half-a-length lead over Halifax Rowing.
Yeah, great scenes here in the B final of the boys' first Varsity 8. Team Tampa starting to flex their muscle here. But look at the bottom of the screen here now. North Palm Beach with a bit of a slower start, but now starting to move on Berkeley Prep as well. Berkeley Prep early starters, but now being tracked down by North Palm Beach. As we move back up to the race up front, it is Team Tampa still continuing to move seat by seat, stroke by stroke, as they are through halfway. It is Team Tampa with a 3/4 of a length lead now over Halifax Rowing.
Yeah, really nice job here coming in. They're past the halfway mark, coming up on the last 500 meters to go. Team Tampa continues to extend their lead out. They are almost a full length, and they're going to see their coxswain can call bow ball right now and see if they can break open water. Halifax trying to close that gap.
Yeah, that coxswain is definitely getting ready to load up that bow ball call, and he will be telling his rowers, hey, I really want to call this bow ball. You got to get me there in the next 5 strokes. And there it is through the bow ball, and now starting to stretch into open water for Team Tampa over Halifax Rowing. And they're into the final 500 meters. It is Team Tampa well in control of this race now in their flashy Empacher.
Yeah, for parents or spectators who don't know what we're talking about, when the coxswain has made it all the way up to a competitor's crew's bow ball, it pretty much shows that you now have 1 full length and are leading them, and the coxswain will usually let out a very loud yell, yelling the word bow ball, which not only inspires the crew that they are coxing, but is often demoralizing for the crew that they've beaten. So a lot of times, some of the crews can also turn that back on them when they hear that the coxswain has bow ball. They say, we're not letting you go. And it looks like Halifax is trying to get back into it. Halifax is coming up with their final sprint for the last 250.
Yeah, Halifax not giving up here, trying to get back that open water lead that Team Tampa has, but they're going to come down to the final 250 meters and expect Team Tampa to sprint. And in the meantime, North Palm Beach has done very, very well to pass Berkeley Prep in the past 500 meters, and they are starting to stretch a lead into third place. There you see on your screen now, it is 3/4 of a length the way of North Palm Beach for third place. But in the meantime, Team Tampa has lifted for their sprint, and they have established open water and a growing lead as they come down to the final 100 meters. It is Team Tampa trying to consolidate a place in 9th place in the state of Florida and secure some valuable team points for them. And it is up to half a length of open water. Dominant sprint here now for Team Tampa, flexing their muscle, and they're going to come across the line to win the B final here in the boys' first varsity A. Congratulations to them, 9th place in the state. Valiant effort from Halifax. They really tried to show it to Team Tampa. The Team Tampa kept their composure. Halifax is going to settle for 2nd place, and North Palm Beach able to crack open a little bit of open water ahead of the final boat in the field, Berkeley Prep. And with that, some fast times rolling in, 4:53 for Team Tampa. But with that, we move straight along to the boys' first varsity A final, of which it looks like we already had a start. I'll set the field for you real quick now. It is Belen in lane 0, your #1 seed, and Sarasota Crew in lane 1. Lane 2, Space Coast. Lane 3, Oars. Lane 4, Plant High. Lane 5, Winter Park. Lane 6, the Bowl School. And Lane 7, Episcopal School of Jacksonville. You can already see the boats in your picture all the way up there. We'll get a replay of the start. And this is the final race of the day for all the marbles. The most valuable points paying race for the men. It is the boys' first varsity A, and it looks like your 2 leaders are going to be Belen and Sarasota Crew once again.
So we've seen these 2 programs been battling it out all the way from the freshman and lower boats right now here into the ultimate championship race, the boys varsity 8. Belen, I believe, has had the fastest times in the heats, and Sarasota Crew will be looking to turn that on its head to see if they can't get back on. We've seen race plans play out. They know their competitors. They know what each other are capable of. Right now, Belen is holding a 2-seat lead over Sarasota Crew. Those 2 crews appear to have pulled themselves out to a decent lead. Winter Park doing a nice job here, trying to get back into a spot for a medal.
And if the second varsity 8s were any indication of what's going to happen here, this is almost deja vu between Belen and Sarasota of what happened. Belen got out to a 2 to 3 seed lead and kind of just sat there waiting for Sarasota Crew to put in the move and try and sprint through, but Belen was able to respond and win the second varsity 8. If that's any indication of what's about to happen, I fear we may see a Belen Jesuit Crew walk away in the end, but still a lot of race course for that to flip. Sarasota Crew has plenty of time to respond, but Belen is starting to move again in the middle of this race.
Right now it looks like Oars is currently in the 3rd place position with Space Coast and Winter Park also tracking them. But it is right now Belen. They're moving out to about a half a length lead. They're past the halfway mark. This race is going to be over before you know it, and Belen is really putting it and pouring it on.
Yeah, Belen is really looking like they're really locking on with their bodies. They press, and you can see how all the power that's being transmitted by their feet is going through a solid core and out to those handles. They are really, really locked on and moving away very nicely.
The acceleration is starting to pay off for them here. Half a length the advantage as they enter the final 500 meters. Let's make some noise on the shore. Let your voice be heard, because Belen is leading out Sarasota Crew by half a length, but they're going to need a little extra push coming down to the line to really consolidate this. Belen's sprint is incoming here. They're going to try and consolidate this state championship, but Sarasota Crew is never going to give this up. Half a length now for Belen, and walking.
Heck. Sarasota Crew is holding them and starting to move into them. Here comes Sarasota Crew. They're trying to get into them. Belen is holding them off. We got ourselves a battle royale between the 2 top men's crews here in the state of Florida, and they are flying.
Belen is flying indeed. Look how it almost looks like the boat wants to rise out of the water and just take off into the air, because they're into the final 250 meters. Here comes the Belen sprint now. They've taken another 2 seats in the past 10 strokes, and that coxswain wants to see open water as they come down to the line. It's Belen Jesuit looking for another state championship in the boys' first varsity 8. They are your defending champions, but here comes Sarasota Crew starting to surge. It is maybe too little, too late, but
The
Belen
Sarasota
Jesuit-
Crew is the fastest boat on the water right now. They are making a big run. Can Belen hold them off? Yes, they can. They've got 6 seats and they're going to hold on. But what a great race between two titans of men's rowing here in the state of Florida.
Belen Jesuit takes the win in the state championship here in the boys' first varsity A final. Sarasota Crew half a length behind, and Oars is going to do well to overturn Winter Park's fast start and claim the bronze medal. Winter Park across the line in 4th. Space Coast comes across the line in 5th, and it's going to be tight across the line. It looks like the Bowl School is just going to take 6th place over Plant High School in 7th, and the Episcopal School of Jacksonville is going to round out the pack in 8th. And look how thankful they're for Belen here. Congratulations to them. What a race there. What a performance. And they will look at the time. 4 minutes and 25 seconds. That is sub 130. That is about a 128 if my math serves me right. What a time and what a skill.
128 splits at the high school level? That's right.
Wow.
I don't remember seeing that with my lightweight cruise at Navy.
Yeah, that's very quick. We'll have to confirm the times because I don't believe that margin back to Sarasota Crew was 9 seconds. So we'll wait to get the official word. But without a doubt, it was your state champions, Belen Jesuit, with the gold medal in the men's varsity 8.
Yeah, the distance back to Sarasota Crew was 3 seconds at the most. I don't think it's 9 seconds.
Yeah, but I think the result and the placement, similarly, Oars was in 3rd place, not Winter Park, so we're going to wait to see. We'll have to wait for more official results here, so be sure to check back in on crewtimer.com, but there is no doubt who's raising the trophy, who's getting the gold medals here in the boys varsity 8. It is Belen Jesuit. Congratulations to all those crews and everybody else here out on the venue for a fantastic Florida State Sweep Championships 2026.
Yeah, we're so happy to have had the opportunity to share the last 2 days with you, and we are very, very pleased. That makes more sense. We're now updated with 2.11 seconds separation. We're happy that you were able to join us the last couple of days, saw some great racing. Embrace all of your athletes that are still competing, and enjoy the rest of your day. Be careful going home and don't realize you're tiring, okay?
And also be sure to stop by the stage here at Nathan Benderson Park for the presentation of the points trophies that will happen in about 30 minutes time. We thank you all. Thank you all to our referees, to our support staff, and to Nathan Benderson Park for putting on another great show. I'm Christian Yu.
I'm Joe Dobson.
And I'm Matt Muffelman.
And we thank you again for joining us here at the 2026 Fsra Sweep Championships. Signing off. Have a great day and safe travels.
This broadcast will be available on demand on all RHS TV streaming apps.
Could we live on less and experience more?
Oh, the suspense. Executives turned vagabonds.
We've got this van. Her name's Pearl. Good girl.
Our children are worried about us.
Oh, does it feel amazing?
No way.
We're running out of gas. We're running out of gas.
You guys are gonna die. Terrifying.
What a day. It is so gratifying for me to go through my day with a sense of wonder.
As a mom, one of the most difficult things for me has been giving up having a house where everyone can come and being dependable for them, being stationary. I am not that mom for them. Letting go of a house as a homemaker has been very difficult, and more importantly for me, letting go of the ease of my kids just dropping in anytime. It takes such an intentionality.
Hardest thing for me to let go of was this idea that I have to work all the time. I have this identity as provider, and unless I am busting my butt every day from sun up to sundown, I'm somehow not living up to that identity. I was raised by a man who was a bricklayer, and he was up at crack of dawn and came home exhausted and just fell into his kitchen chair to get his dinner down and fell into bed. And that, to him, was what earned him the meal, earned him the good night's rest at the end of the day. It was that kind of hard work. And I started my first business at age 12. I haven't stopped working at least 2 jobs since I was 16 years old. And to turn 51 and decide I'm going to step out of that identity, really, really difficult. Really difficult to break that.
Talk about more regarding our fears as we unfold, run into them again.
Yep.
Likely.
But people are going to ask us, what day did you burn the script? Today.
Today.
Today. We burned the script. So we've got this van. Her name's Pearl. And it took a lot to build out Pearl. And you may ask yourself the question, okay, why, when they're trying to let go of things, have they bought this van and are putting things in it? And for me, personally, it was always like, it reminds me of Jack Sparrow, like Jack Sparrow on the Black Pearl, and he's looking out at the horizon and he's like, you know what the Black Pearl is? Freedom. Like, he delivers that line. And for me, when we named the van Pearl, that I hadn't even really thought about that particular scene. It just came to me later. I'm thinking, that's what Pearl is, you know? Bring me that horizon. Pearl is freedom for me. So as long as Pearl is serving my journey toward freedom, whatever that definition is in that moment, then she is beautiful to me, and I want her in my life. All right, so we're out here hiking Lake Mary, and I bumped into Mark here. You're a singer-songwriter.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing that?
Shoot, I've been playing for about 50-some years, but kind of serious about performing and writing for about 20.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
In your heart, what do you consider
to be true freedom, to feel free?
Boy, just the ability to freely express myself, to not feel like any other power or any other person is controlling my decisions and directions. Just so I don't have any entities or individuals that are trying to tell me what I need to think or what I should be pursuing.
Is this your instrument?
This is a ukulele.
No kidding. You play the uke?
Yep.
Would you, for our viewers, would you mind giving us like a little 30 seconds here?
Oh,
that would be amazing.
Man, yeah.
We're getting a private ukulele concert in the middle of the woods.
Sitting here alone, killing time before the show. Found this quiet corner, let me be. Sometimes I run my own company. Sometimes I'd rather travel on my own.
Freedom for us means just trusting that the universe is going to provide for us, and that gives us the freedom and the permission to be fully in the moment. And when we're fully in the moment, our lives just begin to transform in these really amazing, beautiful ways.
What we've come to understand for us is that freedom is a journey, and it's not about the destination. It's about you evolving along the way, because your definition of what freedom is going to change as time goes on. So you need to continually embrace every single moment and continue to evolve alongside that new definition of freedom every step of the way. So as you know, Elizabeth and I, we embrace a minimalistic lifestyle. And I just wanted to kind of give you a tour of our new place. Like these rocks, like we've kind of claimed these rocks. These are our rocks. We have a bottle, and we use the bottle for a dead plant. But you know, I mean, even that, I'm kind of thinking that, you know, maybe too. I'm feeling the burden of stuff. You know, on second thought, our last place was just a little ostentatious. So, you know, and the whole walls thing, you know, we're just trying to be minimalistic, and it felt kind of suffocating. So we've opted no walls, just rafters, and instead of all those rocks that we claimed as our own, we just have one at this point. This is Toto, and don't look at me like that, Toto. Or should I call him Wilson? Maybe I should call him Wilson. On third thought, that last one was just a little drafty, so this is just right.
As we have minimized, it's been more difficult for us to get rid of the things that facilitate experiences in life.
Right. Yeah.
Because those things are serving us.
So what have we
Whereas
kept?
like the knickknacks, we just serve them.
Right.
Like they're just like dust me
Right,
and
dust
move
me,
me
take care of
and
me,
you know, repair me and
replace
maintain me
Right.
and you know, tune whatever.
Anyway, I just wanted
Stuff
to...
is not bad. I think
No.
that's the moral of the story, is that stuff is not innately bad. It's just
Right.
always a question of looking at this thing and saying, okay, do you serve me more than I'm going to have to serve you? And then just like, do you bring me joy? Do you bring me adventure? Do you bring me freedom?
You're a good girl, Pearl.
So if you guys enjoyed this, make sure you subscribe, like, all the things, and we hope that you're going to fall in love with the process of just continually reworking your script so that we never get so attached to one version of paradise that we miss the next evolution of heaven.
Doing a rock and roll band camp for kids.
That is a recipe for a wreck.
Yes. You know, I'm kind of freaking out. This is going to change his life.
It was an amazing event to behold.
This is RHS TV.
Now, we just take the rest of this sauce, which is really the star of the show, and we just go on top like that. All right, welcome back. I got a great one for you today. Simple as usual. We are going to do a broccoli and chicken stir fry. No wok needed. We're gonna actually do this in a regular saute pan, but here's how I do it, all right? To make it really simple. The first thing I want to do is I want to create the actual sauce, right? To me, get the sauce to exactly where you want it, and then we can start the sauteing part of the actual chicken and the broccoli. For the sauce, I got a couple of little things that kind of take it to the next level, as I normally share with you, which makes this sauce kind of extra special in my opinion. All right, so I've got a little sauce pot here. And the first thing we're gonna do is, you always know, I'll use canned products as long as I can add other things to them to make them even better. So today we're gonna use some regular store-bought stir-fry sauce. Let's keep it simple, people. You know how I do. All right, so we're gonna use this whole bottle here and just put that in there. And you can see it's kind of thick. And then we'll thin that down a little bit with about a cup of chicken stock or broth. We will add a teaspoon of ginger. I want to add a couple of sprinkles of some red pepper flake. This is optional. And then, of course, a tablespoon, which is equivalent of about 2 cloves of garlic. All right. And we'll just get this mixed in together, like so. And I have not turned the heat on at all right now. All I want to do is just get this mixed in. And now, the little trick that I think, for me anyway, and I think for you too, is I want to add a little bit of citrus, a little bit of bite to kind of counteract some of this stir-fry sauce. And we'll do that by adding some orange juice. So I've got you some basic Tropicana orange juice. We're probably going to use, let's say, 1/4 cup. Perfect, just like that. Now I'm going to turn the heat on, down to a simmer. Basically what we want to do here is we're just going to let this reduce down, right? And you see it's not real thick. We don't want it real thick, because this is going to thicken up in our saute pan with our broccoli and our chicken. All right, so we'll just let this go. We're gonna let this simmer down. It's gonna reduce slowly. So keep this on a low simmer for about 5 to 7 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. We're just gonna watch it, stir it on occasion, watch it reduce down, and then just put it aside, and then we'll start the saute process. I will be right back, stay right there. Okay, so now our sauce is reducing down, and there is one more ingredient that I'm gonna add to the sauce. I'll show you that in a minute, but let's get to the saute part. Okay, like I said, no wok is needed. I've got a nice high-end saute pan here, chicken fryer, whatever you wanna call it. Let's get the heat going. And we'll put extra virgin olive oil, as we always do. Get that going like that. And I've got my chicken breast or strips or tenders or whatever you want to use is fine, okay? This is totally up to you. I like white meat for this. I think it works out the best. But again, whatever you want to use is the best. And what we'll do, first thing I want to do is we want to season these, as we always do, with kosher salt and cracked black pepper. Okay, left hand turn, get on the other side. kosher salt. And cracked black pepper. Now, once the seasoning is on, before we start to get these starting to get brown, what I want to do is, I've got some regular all-purpose flour here, and I have some cornstarch. Cornstarch is like the hidden Asian trick. I mean, really, it's used in almost everything. And what it does is it actually makes this crispy. We want this to be like crispy. Like when you go and you get like General Tso's chicken and all that stuff, it's nice and crispy. That's because they've added cornstarch. So that's what we're gonna do here. I'm just gonna use my hands. Probably gonna do about a tablespoon is all we need. And you just mix that in there like that. And then here, I'm just gonna sprinkle this on top. And then just kind of go like this. All right, we just want a dusting, okay? And now, move this out of the way. And we will start laying our chicken in. Turn the heat down. By the way, when you put in any kind of protein, meat, whatever, into a hot pan, you want to use your hand and move away from the oil. Move away from the oil, okay? Away. So you don't get that splatter up into your face. And a lot of people don't like to cook because they had a bad experience, right? Burn themselves, burn their face. I get it. But these little tips and tricks will really help you alleviate having those types of problems. And those are the exact things I talk about in my ebook, right? It's not a cookbook, it's actually an ebook. It's all the tips and tricks and techniques and what spices to use and what kind of pans and pots to use and how long to bake something and when to roast something, when to grill something. It's all there for you in the ebook. Again, not a cookbook. It's an instructional manual to get you really, really going to raise your kitchen confidence. There's a link in the description box below. Grab a copy, all right? Now, we're gonna let these go for about 5-10 minutes, probably 10-12 minutes actually. If you wanna get them, you see they're starting to get a little bit of brown. You want to get these nice, and have a little bit more extra virgin olive oil. You can already tell that that cornstarch is grilling. You can see it's getting there. So when we come back, I'll show you after I put them all over how crispy and dark they are and beautiful and golden brown. We'll add our broccoli and we'll go back to our sauce and we'll finish this up. Don't go anywhere. Stay right there. All right, come on in here. Look at the golden brownness of this. That's what that cornstarch does. Doesn't that look amazing? And these are cooked about 3/4 of the way through, exactly where we want them at this point. And what we will do now is we will talk about the broccoli. All right, no surprise to anyone. This was frozen broccoli, okay? Frozen broccoli spears, okay? You can get the florets if you want, but I like the spears for the stir fry. I don't know, there's something about the longer, I prefer that, but you can get whatever you want. Frozen, perfecto is all you need. But before we do anything, we must give this frozen product some flavor. A little kosher salt, a little black pepper, mix it around a little bit. Now, of course, I ran this in a colander under some warm water to get the ice off, as I've talked about many times. A little bit more kosher salt, a little bit of black pepper. All right. Now, once we've got that, let's go in with our chicken. I don't know if we're going to need all of the broccoli today, so we will stop there and see where we're at. You just mix these all together like so, and let these start to come together as one, as we like. Okay? So, again, one of the things that's so important is layers of flavor. So we've got our chicken, We've browned that nicely. We added that little bit of cornstarch flour mixture. It's nice and golden brown. Now we've added the frozen broccoli spears. We want all of this to come together. We want to get the juices of the broccoli. We want to get all of those vitamins in with the chicken and the protein to start to come together as one, the most important thing. So we'll let this sit for just about, cook for about, I don't know, 3 to 5 minutes, not very long. It's going to finish cooking that chicken, and it's going to heat the broccoli through and start developing flavor. It's even going to brown that broccoli a little bit is what we want. When we come back, I'll show you what it looks like. We'll finish up that sauce that we started in the very beginning of the video, and I'll show you there was one more ingredient I want to add to the sauce before we add it to this pan, and we finish up the entire dish. We're about to really, really dig in for some deliciousness. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, come on in here. Look at this. I mean, does this look amazing or what? The other thing that I've talked about before that I love about frozen vegetables is that they actually hold their color really well, which just makes the presentation so much better. Plus, like I've said to you before, all the nutrients and vitamins are locked in. The flavor is so amazing. But oh, that looks so good. Chicken is completely cooked through. So what we'll do now is I'm just going to put this aside, just like here. We are going to come back to our sauce. The sauce that we started out earlier. And I want you to look at how it's reduced down. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? That is just gorgeous. And before we do anything else, we must taste, as we always do. All right? Taste to see where we are on the flavor profile. That's really good. And it has a little bite to it, which I like. So like I said, the red pepper flakes, totally optional. I like a little bite, and it's in there. But here is the last little secret. You know I always bring something for you, right? I do want a little bit of sweetness in here. You could go brown sugar, you could go white sugar. I kind of want to keep with the thickness of the sauce, right? So I want to add another sauce that has some sugar in it. Barbecue is perfect. So I got a little Sweet Baby Ray's here. Use whatever you want. Probably going to use about 2 tablespoons maximum. And it's going to add the exact little bite of sweetness that we need. That is perfect right there. All right, we're not making barbecue sauce. We just want to add another layer of flavor. And man, oh man. So let me just see what we got here. See how it coats the spoon? That's what you want. That is perfect right there. You want it to coat the spoon. All right, let's take this. That did it. That's fantastic. All right, let's go back to our stir fry. And let's now add our sauce in. Yeah. Unbelievable, right? And we just bring this all together to make it come together as one. Oh, baby. That looks incredible. Once you got your sauce in here, again, the whole key to amazing cooking is to let all of the flavors come together. Let the chemistry happen. Bring everything together. Let them mold as one. That takes time and temperature, right? So we're gonna let this go for 5 minutes, maybe 7 minutes. Low simmer. Let all the ingredients come together. Now that we have this beautiful sauce in here, we're gonna plate it up. We're gonna finish it off maybe with a little extra little garnish on top. We're gonna take a taste. I'm already getting hungry. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to finish this up. All right, come on in. After about 5 or 7 minutes, you see everything has come together beautifully. Look at that. Oh my goodness gracious. Now, it's nothing but to take it to the plate. Wow. Chicken is still beautifully moist. You can see it. Broccoli is holding all of its color, the flavor. The sauce has picked up everything.
Look at that.
This will serve 2 to 4 people easily. So once you get that down like that, a little housekeeping here as we always do. Clean this up just a little bit. Here we go. Like so. And now we just take the rest of this sauce, which is really the star of the show, and we just go on top like that. And then we will finish it off and garnish with a little bit of sesame seed. And there you have it, my friends. Easy, no walk. Chicken and broccoli stir fry. You saw how easy it was, how fresh it is, how delicious it looks. Now it's time to see how delicious it tastes, right? Let's get in here. This chicken just looks, look at that. It's just basically falling apart, but it's so cooked so perfectly. So. Literally better than any restaurant. I mean, seriously. You put this in front of your family, friends, strangers, neighbors. I'm telling you, people that don't even like you will learn to love you. Seriously. This is fantastic. And as you saw, I mean, it does not take a whole lot, all right? I'm trying to keep it really simple for you, but at the same time, adding a couple of ingredients that take it to another level, and then learning the techniques and the tips and the tricks along the way will make you a more confident kitchen cook. And that's what this channel is all about. I am Chef Brian. I'm so glad you joined me on this episode. I can't wait to see you next time right here on Chef Brian's Kitchen. Remember, as always, eat well and stay healthy.
Folks, watch the Oh Yeah Show right here on RHS TV. I swear it's good, right? Oh Yes? Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. It's the Oh Yeah Show with David Downey.
I couldn't separate dreams from reality.
I want to know what I do every day is making a difference.
I recognize that it's the heart for service. It's ensuring that you're not taking a day for granted.
None of us has ever gotten anywhere without help.
Introducing the Nonprofit Collective.
There'll be nearly 5 million pounds of food distributed in Tampa Bay.
The Nonprofit Collective is a place for our community to come together.
We serve veterans and their families.
Help at your fingertips, where community heroes reach out to make a difference.
Who comes into this market? Our friends and neighbors.
And where those who need help find help. The Nonprofit Collective, only on RHS.
Looking for RHS TV? No worries. It's free and it's easy. Using your Roku or Amazon Fire TV remote, go to the search bar and type RHS TV. When the app pops up, hit the download or add channel button. For mobile streaming, head to the App Store or Google Play and search RHS TV.
You can also stream RHS TV through your Apple TV, Samsung TV, or LG TV. Just head to your TV's App Store and search up RHS TV.
Happy streaming!
This is RHS TV.
Hey guys,
So this week we're going to head to the Grove of Titans, where the oldest and largest of the redwood trees are. We're going to get left unsupervised because the kids have an anniversary trip, and when the cat's away, the mice definitely play, and Corey and I definitely play in the woods, and yes, you will see me carrying him. Cora and I, around the dining room table, talk about the significance of when he walked away from the responsible script or the breadwinner script, and like went against societal norms and the significance of that for him and for us as a couple. We finally get our new water pump. The big question is, will we be able to find a water source that we can actually take the van to? Will the water pump work and be able to pump the water up the elevation that we need it to? And will we finally get a shower?
Could we live on less and experience more?
Oh, the suspense.
Executives turned vagabonds.
We've got this van. Her name's Pearl. Good girl.
Our children are worried about us.
Oh, jeez. Does it feel amazing?
No.
We're running out of gas. We're running out of gas.
You guys are gonna die. Terrifying.
What a day. It is so gratifying for me to go through my day with a sense of wonder. Where are we today? One hint. Elizabeth, where are we?
The Jedediah Smith Redwoods.
Where are we going?
Grove of Titans.
This is like an 8-year-old Corey getting to go to one of the most fantastic places on Earth. Because this is where they filmed the Moon of Endor scenes in Star Wars. It happened in this very forest. Whew, I feel like a little kid here.
Dragon's head. He's asleep. There's his eye, his nose, his head, his cheek, goofy little cheek.
We're in a place called the Grove of the Titans, and this tree behind me is so old that when Jesus was born, it was already 600 years in this spot. Heck, the birth of our nation is probably just a couple feet on this tree compared to the over 300 feet it now stands.
What you got out there, baby?
What's that?
What you got out there?
Oh, it's just riding on the roof, man. It's awesome.
No, but everything's gonna work out. Everything is fun. In the previous story, that was an irresponsible outlook. It was an outlook that you gave me the luxury of having, rather than it being an insightful outlook. It was a privileged outlook bought by you and your sweat. This new chapter with the new way of telling a story is, I've always wanted to be your hero too. And it is a way where I get to be a bit of a hero for you in the way that I see the world. And the story of if I don't do it, no one will gets to get kind of deconstructed, because if you're not doing it, then no one will means that by not doing something that's just totally bringing you joy, you also potentially rob someone else of the opportunity of stepping up and fulfilling something that would have brought them joy. And it brings me so much joy for a season to play that role, especially in such a minimalistic lifestyle.
It's just a big game. Really challenging yourself there, baby. Your form is excellent. I could totally live here. I can stand up. Hell, Ellie could stand on my shoulders. This has more room than the van.
You okay?
Yep. Turning around. Turning around.
I don't know if it can see me.
Ah!
Sorry.
Peel my skin off my shoulder.
Sorry. I'm just gonna sit down on your shoulder.
Oh, geez,
dude,
I'm
you
falling.
didn't tell me the plan. Oh my gosh, you think
We
we'd
just need
learn.
to coordinate those moments better. Hey, Hey.
Yes.
You know the California redwoods can grow to be over 360 feet tall?
No.
Seriously. Need to do something about this log. For taller people, it's a little bit of an obstruction, danger, so I'm just gonna move it out of here. Yeah. I don't understand. I really thought I had that.
It is a game, and it's one that we feel like we're winning, and that creates camaraderie, and that creates teamwork. We go into the grocery store and Corey gets $54 to buy all of our oat milk, coffee, breakfast, lunch, and snacks for the week. And I go into the grocery store with $54 and I get to buy dinner for 7 nights that is gluten-free, dairy-free, kind of healthy, easy, delicious, and not monotonous. And we walk out within budget. Boom. And we feel like we've won the game, and it's a lot of fun for this season. I don't want to always have to be so careful.
No, I don't. But it is what we are embracing right now.
So make sure you subscribe and watch.
Yeah, right. Please.
What the heck? Where did he go? What the heck?
That was cool. Big tree. Hey. Did you know that the bark of a redwood is so thick that it's very fire resistant, meaning fires actually help the trees instead of burn them down?
Great.
There's something about this tree. It's kind of like reminiscent. Hey, did you know that even though the trees are so tall, their roots only go down 6 feet? That's it.
Awesome.
Hey, did you know that the trees drink like 75% of their water from a fog that's up in the air? Not even through their roots.
Great.
Hey. Did you know that the trees can get up to 2,600 years old? That's like 5,000. That's not good to do to your child. Can you feel the love? I hope you can feel the love. Yay! Hot showers. Here we go. All of us, and we're feeling really grubby. So we're headed to a local boat ramp where we think we can throw our hose in the water and pump it up through our hot water heater, and all of us can take hot showers. Woo, we are ready. Not an optimum environment, but you'd be surprised how hard it is to actually find a place to park the van close to a natural water source. And the lake looks great. I'm just standing in like smelly water right now. I'm going to try and make it out there, get the hose in the fresh water so that we can take some showers. And here's what's cool. We actually have a full filtration system on board that will take that water, even this water that I'm standing in, and turn it into drinking water if we wanted to. But the idea of showering in what I'm standing in is not awesome. So I'm gonna try and make it out there.
We are showering in this.
It actually, it's nastier than it looks on video.
Oh my God. No shower here. This is disgusting.
So that was a total bust. My ankles and feet, I don't even know what, it's probably some kind of toxic waste down there. I'm not the kind of guy who just gives up on something because it looks bad to begin with. You know, sometimes things can surprise you. This did not surprise me. So we are abandoning that and looking for a new spot.
Now, this is what I'm talking about. Perfect spot for a shower. Time to wash on this one.
Oh yeah. That's
Oh, so lovely. I'm so happy to see you. Oh.
Elizabeth.
Yeah.
How does it feel?
No. Go away.
Does it feel amazing?
No, this is my moment. Go away.
We're headed to Fern Canyon, where one of the scenes from Jurassic Park was filmed. Many of these species of ferns here in Fern Valley, their ancestry can be traced back 325 million years, much like the Bergeron family name, which means to suggest that dinosaurs could have been living in this canyon at the same time of these ferns in the movie Jurassic Park, not beyond the realm of possibility. Just laid on that log back there and soaked up some rays. It felt so good to have some vitamin E on the skin. I was just thinking about a conversation I had with a guy that we gave a ride to. He's just a drifter who's looking for work and jumping from town to town trying to find it. Everything he owned was in a small backpack. And we actually ran into him again later and gave him another ride, and his backpack was gone. He accidentally left it in someone's car. He had been reduced down to his sleeping bag and a jacket. I actually offered him a backpack and he turned me down. He's like, no, I think I'm good. And he had his sleeping bag on a piece of rope that he hung over his shoulder. We were discussing our philosophies. And he said, man, I cannot even imagine not living this way. I'm so free all the time. Like, the variety I have in my life is just huge. And I was thinking, gosh, you know, it sounds so much like the hunger that I've always had inside me. I could eat steak and lobster right now and enjoy the hell out of it. I could eat it tomorrow night and probably still enjoy the hell out of it. 6 months from now, if I was still eating steak and lobster, oh my gosh, I would pay you to just give me a hot dog, just once. I want my life to be an endless buffet of eternally changing dishes. Man, I just love how I spend my days.
We figured since we let you guys in on the fact that our grocery budget is $54 per person per week, that next week we should probably unpack a little bit how we make that work. So we'll do that next week. We're also on our way to Yosemite National Park. So excited to show you some of the beauty there. And I don't know what else. That's part of the joy and part of the magic is that we're so open to whatever adventure is coming. But we'll be sure to share it with you guys. So be sure to subscribe so that you get that notification. And we do drop episodes every Sunday. So we'll see you on Sunday.
You know, Hollywood is just getting so weird nowadays. It's hard to figure out what's real and what's fake. Oh my God, thank you so much. That's why you need somebody that can break down everything that's going on in Hollywood, everything that's fun in Tampa Bay, and so much more. I got you. So tune in every week to enjoy some girl time to go over your favorite topics. Guys!
Could we live on less and experience more?
Oh, the suspense.
Executives turned vagabonds.
We've got this van. Her name's Pearl.
Good girl.
Our children are worried about us.
Oh, jeez. Does it feel amazing?
No.
We're running out of gas. We're running out of gas.
You guys are gonna die. Terrifying.
What a day.
It is so gratifying for me to go through my day with a sense of wonder. I really looked forward to the idea of our home being something that just kind of went with us wherever we were. And for me, home is really where you are. You know, it's not about the walls and the roof. It never has been. Let's say I go hiking for the day, right? And I'm coming back from my hike and I know that you're going to meet me at the trailhead. As I'm approaching that trailhead, I really feel in like the depth of my soul, I am coming home. I'm meeting my home right there at the trailhead. And it doesn't matter where I go after that.
You're driven outwards. So this mobile home and being able to take your home so that every morning you wake up to something different and beautiful, it really speaks to you.
Yep.
But I'm driven by relationship.
You're a community builder.
Right. Not having that stationary home where community can come. And again, those social things can be built from that place is something that I'm experimenting with. Can I have joy long term, not having that kind of stability? He's loving it. He wakes up and he looks out the window and he's like, what is our view today?
Right. So we left the Redwood Forest this morning. We are driving through Northern California wine country right now. We are beelining it south to my friend Sarah's house. She is going to hang out with us and give us her driveway so that we can plug in and kind of overnight there before we strike east for Yosemite. Out here, you don't worry about your hair.
As long as it's pulled up, you don't worry about it.
I don't worry about my hair at all.
I don't worry about my hair ever.
Are you happy right now? Elizabeth, we're in the middle of San Francisco. Lots of people, lots of culture, lots of society everywhere, and you just ate
Asian salad!
That's happening.
No driver.
So I guess when you're a resident on the crookedest street in America, you have to park like this. We actually started the engine on our house this morning in San Francisco, and by this afternoon, our house was in Yosemite National Park.
We ran into incredible van life community in Yosemite around El Capitan.
So many. And the reason is because these are people who intentionally have taken on the lifestyle that we have right now. They live full-time out of their vans so that they can spend the majority of their time climbing those huge rock edifices that are all throughout the park. Even at night, you can look up at El Capitan. It's dotted with little lights of people who have their hammocks hung between, like, they got an anchor point pounded into the rock there and an anchor point pounded there, and they're strung between them, and they're going to spend the whole night up there hanging from a rock face so that they can continue climbing, because it takes days to get to the top.
Because it takes days. So in a lot of ways, I'm seeing this duality of our community gets smaller, but only initially, so that it can then become global.
So how's this striking you? We're hiking to the bottom of El Cap right now.
Easier than hiking to the top. That's how it's striking me.
Are we gonna hike to the top?
Yeah, sure.
Could happen.
20 miles of what is called a brutal hike. Not difficult, brutal.
If you set out on this hike, be prepared. You could die along the way, just of exhaustion. He's basically screwed. I mean, look at him. He's not only falling through the air, but he's falling into like a bowl that's gonna catch him. He totally lost his walking stick. All these rocks are coming down on top of him. Like, that could be me. We came across something in Yosemite that was going to require us to break the rules a little bit if we wanted to fully experience it.
It started this conversation because we're traveling with another couple, and that couple is more of a rule follower than we are. And it just becomes this conversation as you're trying to move a group that can become kind of
so funny
difficult
is
to navigate.
Couple is our son and his girlfriend.
And younger than us.
And they're worried about us breaking rules.
They're the rule breakers. Or we're the rule breakers. They're the rule followers. We're all rule breakers, I think. I mean, comment and tell me if you're not, and tell me if I'm wrong. But we're just all kind of deciding what our line is. We don't just decide which rules we're going to break. Sometimes we feel really like justified in breaking a rule. So we're all doing it all the time. And really my heart is to release people of this idea that they should be judging others and how they're doing anything. Just keep in mind, we're all rule breakers, figuring out what rule you should be breaking, shouldn't be breaking, what rule you should be bending, how far you should be bending it, and just give others a break.
So we got this tip from an Instagrammer. This is kind of a secret that most people don't know is even in Yosemite National Park. It's the tunnel within a tunnel.
Coming up on another tunnel. Okay, so this one's a little longer.
We're going slow.
There's nobody behind us.
Oh, wait, right here.
Nope,
right here. Right there. That's it.
Yep.
So here we are, and there's the tunnel. Let's go. And we're going to walk and see if the secret pays off.
Hello! Whistle while you work.
There are moments when the traffic is just nonstop, and it's really freaky. And then there are other moments where there's no one here.
Solo mio, I'm so happy to see you. God, that's awesome.
Musical interlude.
What? Where'd you go?
Just kidding. They were like that already.
Back behind.
Oh, what? Oh!
We're there.
Never lost the ability to appreciate beauty, simple beauty, and be fascinated by things. I've been surrounded by people who can sometimes have such serious lives that when you put beauty in front of them, they can't see it. What's really rewarding for me is I look at our son, and he is very much that same way. And I think to myself, man, I hope I never lose that. It is so gratifying for me to go through my day with a sense of wonder of what's around me. And it feeds my soul.
One of the things that was super important to me when we began this whole journey 8 weeks ago was that if we were going to arrive in Yosemite, we would do it before the fall colors were gone. Well, man, we could not have timed it better. And there's different colors for different elevations. So when you're down here in the valley, it's lots of yellows. When you're up on the mountainsides or in the high mountain passes, it's more pinks and reds. It's just stunning here, absolutely gorgeous. So our original plan for today was Tioga Road, which cuts all the way through the park, but it goes up like well over 7,000 feet, and it's not always open because sometimes it gets snowed in. So we're not going to be able to do Tioga Road today. So instead, we've decided to head a little bit into the outback. Elizabeth, what are you doing? Regular pine cone. Yosemite pine cone.
There's the waterfall in the center of the screen. It's probably like, I don't know, 250 feet high. But from here it looks like a little centimeter thread.
All right, so we located that waterfall down here from Half Dome.
It's over here. There's two of them, but it's the lower one. Vernifall, 317 feet.
As many of you know, I've been an entrepreneur for a long time. I've built several companies, I've sold several companies. I've been part of mastermind communities as both a member and a facilitator and executive. I've been surrounded by entrepreneurs for a long time. And there's this term that's thrown around where people call themselves or each other top performers. I was thinking, what would people think of others who were living out of their van? Would people call that a top performer? You know, society wouldn't. Labels are dangerous. Comparisons are dangerous. It is immensely more convenient and easy to live in a house, to have your Netflix, your hot shower, your flushing toilet, and your dishwasher every night. When you are in a van, everything comes with more effort. We met a couple that has been living in a